Chapter 459. When one heard young Fan talk about children, she suddenly felt sad. When would she be able to marry young Fan properly? Even she herself was not sure. Occasionally having a rendezvous, there was a kind of separation, makes the heart grow fonder. But in this way, she would not be able to bear children for young Fan. She was not young anymore. If she waited for a few more years thinking of this, Wanner was very sad. Suddenly hearing young Fan mention green bead falling from a building, she could not help but divert her attention. One must know that the story of green bead falling from a building had made her yearn for it endlessly when she was a young girl. That kind of undying love was both moving and moving. Shanghai Wanner could not help but ask, "Lang Jun, what do you think is wrong with green bead falling from a building?" Yang Fan said, "Shi Chong regarded human life as grass and liked to show off. But when a guest came to a banquet, if the wine was not drunk, he would kill the serving maid. Once, General Wang Dun came to his manor for a banquet. Because he was not good with wine, he refused to drink. He actually killed 3 young girls. Those young girls were delicate and beautiful. They were all people who served by his side all year round. Some of them had even served him in bed, and were the people who used to sleep beside him. He killed them as if they were chickens. Did he hesitate at all? Green Bead was only a singing girl. She was no different from the girls who were killed. Because she was especially beautiful, he pampered her. It would be ridiculous to say that he was deeply in love." Yang Fan pointed to the broken walls under the cover of the wisteria. He said coldly, "When people come here and think about the past, they only remember green bead falling from a building. Does anyone remember those innocent young girls who were killed by Shi Chong like chickens? Perhaps the blood that they shed back then is under our feet." Shanghai Wanner was somewhat moved. Speaking of which, when she stood here, did she not only think of the love story of Shi Chong and green bead? When did she think of those young girls who were brutally killed by Shi Chong? This so-called deep affection had been passed down by the later generations and became like a poem or a painting. It actually made people forget what kind of blood had once been here. Yang Fan said, "Shi Chong is a competitive person. I heard that the rich family used sugar water to boil the pot, so he used candles to cook. I heard that the rich family used red limestone to paint the walls, so he used pepper. When others made cloth for 40 li, he made a brocade tent for 50 li. He was never willing to fall behind." Yang Fan continued, "Where did Shi Chong get his money from? Did he do business? When he was the Jingzhou provincial governor, he often sent soldiers to rob the merchants who came and went, using the officials as bandits to amass wealth. Later, he attached himself to the Empress Jian Nanfeng. With his usual style, where do you think his wealth came from? How could such a heartless bandit die so unjustly just because he lost the life of a pitiful woman? Why did he die? It was because his backer, Empress Jia, was killed by Sima Lun. Afterwards, Sima Yun attacked Sima Lun, and after his defeat, Sima Lun used this case to kill thousands of his political enemies. Shi Chong was originally a member of the Jia family and was the richest in the world. If he wanted to rebel or secretly support the rebels, what would happen? How could Sima Lun not take this opportunity to get rid of him?" With a cold laugh, Yang Fan said, "But when the soldiers came to arrest him, he said to Lu Zhu, 'I am guilty because of you.' How shameless! Shameless! He was forcing green bead to die with him, not wanting his exclusive property to fall into the hands of others. Even if he offered green bead to Sima Lun's confidant, Sun Xiu, would he be spared from death? Would Sima Lun let go of such a dangerous political enemy? For this reason, green bead died, but Shi Chong, who loved her very much, refused to die. He was captured by Sima Luan and executed along with the thousands of officials who were implicated. Based on his usual demeanor, I would rather believe that he refused to hand over green bead because he has always been domineering. It has always been him robbing others. When has he ever allowed others to touch his exclusive property? His death has nothing to do with green bead. Whether or not green bead exists in this world, whether or not he offered green bead, as an official who lost his political career but was the richest in the world, his political enemies would not let him go. It is laughable that later generations deliberately ignored the story and made up such a poignant love story. What a romantic story. Those extremely idle scholars are like gossipy women who love to gossip about such things. Shanghai Wan thought carefully, based on Shi Chang's usual conduct and the real reason why he was killed. There was no way she could refute. She could only laugh and say coquettishly, "You really don't know how to flirt." Such a beautiful and poignant love story has been reduced to such an unbearable state by you, Yang Fan said. "I am just angry that green bead was clearly forced to her death by Shi Chang. Shi Chang's death was clearly due to his political failure, but you still want to cover them with a veil of affection." At this point, Yang Fan suddenly smiled. He stuck his mouth to Shanghai Wan'er's cute ear and whispered, "There is a good man by your side. Why are you envious of other people's love? Why don't we—" Yang Fan's voice became a little lower. When he whispered these words, Wan'er's face immediately turned red. She lightly hit Yang Fan and said coquettishly, "Only you can think of this. In broad daylight, in this kind of place, I don't want it." Yang Fan said, "There is no one else in this garden. Those imperial bodyguards and servants are not here. The sky is covered on the ground. How interesting." No. Wan'er was afraid that he would use force. She blushed and ran away. Yang Fan immediately chased after her. A moment later, there was a burst of laughter from the depths of the grass and trees. There weren't many buildings in the Zizé garden, but even though there weren't many palaces here, they made the best use of everything and made the most out of everything. For example, this magnificent giant bathroom. When Yang Fan walked in and saw the bathroom, he was stunned by its grandeur. At the beginning of its construction, this bathroom was probably surrounded by a beautiful natural landscape. Therefore, looking at the rugged mountain rocks, lush flowers and trees, and the very natural bathing pool made of stones in the middle, if it wasn't for the roof above them, they would almost think that this was a pool formed by heaven and earth. This building with a bathroom was different from an ordinary house. The entire wall on the right was filled with slanted windows. The windows were covered with silk, and the sunlight shone through the windows, bathing the flowers and plants in the gentle light. From the moment the sun rose to the moment it set, it could shine on the green, plump leaves and bright and charming flowers for an entire day. On the other side of the flowers and trees, there was a huge skylight. After the skylight was opened, the plants on that side that did not like the sun could also receive sufficient sunlight. During the rainy season, the skylight could be opened to let the rain pour down. Above the pool was a dome decorated like a cave. There was plenty of sunlight on the left and right. Being in it, it was like bathing in the open air, but it also had absolute privacy. In this spacious bathroom, there was a tall osmanthus tree. It grew in a greenhouse and was out of season. At this time, it was still blooming with flowers. The bathroom was filled with fragrance, refreshing the mind. Some petals were floating down, falling directly into the pool. As the water rippled, the water looked like it was covered with a layer of snow-white osmanthus carpet. In the white carpet of petals, there were many red and yellow petals that had fallen from other flowers and trees. Under the carpet of petals, there was mist rising in spirals. The water here was running water, and it was not artificially heated. It was a hot spring that had been enclosed in the bathroom. Looking at Yang Fan's stunned expression, Warner said sweetly, "What do you think? My bath is beautiful, isn't it?" Yang Fan was surprised. "Your bath?" Warner said, "Of course. Does Lang Jun think that this Zhe Yuan belongs to Taiping alone? Zhe Yuan covers an area of 18 mu, of which 5 mu belongs to me. It's just that my place is adjacent to hers, and the place isn't big. So I didn't set up my own garden. The wall of flowers that we just passed through is the boundary. This side is already my garden." Yang Fan remembered that Xiao Meng, a palace guard, could own 3 shops in Nan City. With Shanghai Wanner's status, it was not difficult for her to buy a few mu of land in this expensive land. No wonder the style of this Zhe Yuan was so natural and simple. It was very different from other houses. It was probably all Wanner's doing. Yang Fan said happily, "Beautiful. This place is really beautiful. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a paradise. Such a big pool. If we don't have a bath together, it will be a waste of God's gift. Wife, take off your clothes." "I don't want to. You wash first. I will go change my clothes." One twisted her waist and dodged like a fish. Yang Fan chuckled. In a moment, his clothes fell to the ground. There was a splash sound, as if a large stone had fallen into the water, splashing up a large amount of water. The hot spring water was smooth and smooth. If Yang Fan, who was lying in the water, had skin that was smooth, then it was barely enough. Shanghai had already taken off her clothes in the small wooden house in the side room. A large white bath towel was wrapped around her body. The top revealed her smooth shoulders, the bottom revealed her delicate calves, and her slender feet were bare. One held a bowl of medicinal soup in her hand. She hesitated for a moment before restraining the temptation in her heart. She frowned slightly and drank the soup in mouthfuls. Today, Yang Fan's words had aroused the thought of giving birth to children for Yang Fan. Once this thought was born, it grew crazily and almost completely took over her heart. But she knew that now was not the time. One swallowed mouthful after mouthful of the bitter medicinal soup. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would find an opportunity. After making the proper arrangements, she would give birth to a child that belonged to them. If this wish could not be fulfilled, she would not be satisfied even if she died. The hot spring water rippled and formed a white mist. There was a layer of soft flower petals on the surface of the water. The flower petals flowed along with the running water. New flower petals gently floated down from the osmanthus tree. It was a picturesque scene. One quietly walked out of the small wooden house. She saw Yang Fan lying on his back on a giant white marble stone that was shaped like a human. His head was resting on a stone pillow, and his eyes were slightly closed. He looked like he was enjoying it very much. She quickly tiptoed and carefully wanted to slip into the water. Although Yang Fan did not open his eyes, he seemed to know that she had already come out. As soon as Warner took a step forward, he acted like an old man who had been drooling over his personal maid for a long time and had finally found a chance to steal a bite. He seemed to be lazily and somewhat lecherously said, come here." Chapter 460. Warner stood still. She looked like a little girl who had been caught red-handed trying to steal candy. She pouted cutely. Yang Fan didn't even open his eyes. He just patted the smooth, jade-like armrest next to him in an ostentatious manner, splashing a few splashes. Warner wrinkled her nose at him, but still obediently walked over. Anu's mind was sensitive and meticulous, so she appeared to be a bit tough and domineering. This was an instinctive reaction to protect herself, so she was the only woman who dared to resist Yang Fan's orders. As for Xiao Man, she was obedient to her brother, Chou. However, The little girl was mischievous and cute, so it was normal for her to act like a spoiled child and throw a tantrum with Yang Fan. As for Warner, she was born into a large family and had been taught since she was a child. She was definitely the model of a woman who regarded her husband as her god. Since she had decided that Yang Fan would be her husband, she would absolutely obey him, even though she knew that Yang Fan was joking with her, and even if she refused, she wouldn't make Yang Fan angry. She still obediently walked over. Warner climbed up the stone steps like a cat, her hand pressed down on the bottom of the bath towel to prevent it from being exposed. She had just carefully put one foot into the water when Yang Fan suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He reached out his hand and pulled. Fell into Yang Fan's arms with a "Aya" and splashed water everywhere. The fluffy blanket of flowers bounced outwards and quickly returned to cover her dainty body. "Scoundrel!" Following Warner's coquettish grumble, the towel wrapped around her body was torn off by Yang Fan and thrown on the stone edge. The water on the towel gathered into a small stream and flowed away. The stream gurgled, high and low, forming a small but extremely beautiful waterfall. This was the Golden Grain water. The Golden Grain water flowed out of Guizhong, east through the Golden Grain, and then into the Luo River. The Golden Grain Garden was on the path that the Golden Grain water had to pass through. The name of the Golden Grain Garden came from this water. This was a waterfall upstream of the Jingu River. There was an ox cart by the river. The ox cart was sturdy and light, and on the ox cart sat a tall and sturdy coachman. He wore a bamboo hat on his head and was looking around leisurely. Suddenly, he saw a donkey cart coming slowly from the opposite side of the road. He immediately jumped down from the cart and waited. The donkey cart was an ordinary village cart, and a scholar in a white robe was sitting on it. This person had long hair that draped over his shoulders, and he wore a wide-sleeved robe. He looked like an ancient Han Jin style, and his appearance was handsome. A black headband made his fair skin look as smooth as jade, and he looked like an immortal banished from heaven. However, the most conspicuous thing about him was his headband. It wasn't tied to his forehead, but covered his eyes. He was blindfolded and brought here on a donkey cart. The donkey cart stopped. The old man driving the cart turned around and said, "Zhang Fengyu, we have arrived." Upon hearing this, the elegant young man on the donkey cart removed the headband from his eyes and calmly tied it on his forehead. Only then did he get down from the cart. The man driving the ox cart quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Lang Jun." The young man nodded and turned to look at the white-haired old man. Although this old man was old, his body was unusually tall and sturdy. Standing by the river, he looked like an old and vigorous pine tree. The old man smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Zhang Fengyu, this old man will send you here. Because the whereabouts of my master cannot be disclosed, I have neglected Fengyu. Please forgive me." Fengyu was an official position, and this Zhang Fengyu was appointed as Shangqing Fengyu Zhang Yizhi. Zhang Yizhi had always prided himself on his demeanor, but after seeing young Master Jiang today, his demeanor and temperament were immediately distinguished, and his arrogance immediately disappeared. Moreover, he was also a disciple of a large clan, and vaguely knew how powerful the forces behind young Master Jiang were. Therefore, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the old man who was young Master Jiang's confidant. Zhang Yizhi smiled and returned the courtesy, saying, "Old man, you are too polite. I am very clear about young Master Jiang's difficulties in hiding. This time, I am already very honored to see young Master Jiang's honorable face, so a little trouble is nothing. Please tell young Master Jiang that when I go back, I will act according to what we discussed today. As for the outside of the palace, I will have to rely on young Master Jiang." Lu Boyan smiled and bowed. He watched as Zhang Yiji boarded the ox cart. His coachman whipped the strong bull and drove it away. Lu Boyan then sat on the donkey cart and turned back in the direction of Mount Mang. After walking for about a mile, Lu Boyan suddenly turned into the woods, and after a while his figure appeared again. When Lu Boyan reappeared, the car was gone. He was riding on the donkey, and Lu Boyan was riding on the donkey. He walked leisurely on the small road in the countryside, like a hermit in the mountains, in the fragrant and wild bathroom. The sound of running water could be heard from time to time. The water rippled, and the petals gathered and scattered like gauze, faintly revealing the two entangled bodies. Lang Jun, Wanner hooked a pair of slender hands around Yang Fan's neck. With each powerful thrust of his, her soft eyes became more and more moist. She wanted to close her eyes and enjoy the feeling of ecstasy, but she kept staring at him without blinking, afraid that she would lose sight of him. She was more and more reluctant to leave him. Every time they met and parted, it made her miss him even more. Suddenly, Yang Fan's half-bent body straightened up from the water. His hands were under Wan'er's plump buttocks, and he scooped up her wet body. Wan'er cried out in surprise and quickly hooked her arms around his neck. The sound of hitting and slapping suddenly sounded like rain, followed by a high-pitched scream. The extreme pleasure made Wan'er's slender neck suddenly tilt up, and her beautiful hair flew up, splashing water droplets all over the sky, shining like stars. Wan'er trembled, and her slender fingers deeply dug into Yang Fan's strong back, which was like iron. Her two round legs tightly clamped Yang Fan's body, and the part that contained Yang Fan's body fiercely contracted as if it was squeezing juice. With the gentleness and tolerance unique to women, she soothed his pulse. The lingering feeling of ecstasy had not disappeared, and she suddenly slid down from Yang Fan's body as if the last of her strength had been suddenly sucked out. She was soft like a boneless snake. Yang Fan also lay down. Yang Fan lay on her body, and she lay on the smooth white marble couch. The hot spring water was like the waves of the sea chasing after their shoulders. Yang Fan gently stroked her flushed face. After the soul and the flesh blended, Wan'er's face had a kind of charming flush, and there was a kind of indescribable amorous feeling in her eyes and eyebrows. Yang Fan's caress made Wan'er's heart sweet. She couldn't help but raise her chin, and her seductive cherry lips asked for a kiss from her man. She was immediately satisfied, and she was kissed until she couldn't take it anymore. She had to lightly hit her Longjuan's shoulder, waiting for him to let go of her, and then she could take big breaths. After a long time, both of them had a kind of feeling of satisfaction and relaxation. So they quietly lay in the water and didn't say anything. They only tightly hugged to express the joy in their hearts. After a long time, Wanner let out a sigh and whispered in Yang Fan's ear, "I was so happy just now. I really want to be with Lang Jun like this for the rest of my life." Yang Fan suddenly frowned and said, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Wan'er's face darkened, and she forced herself to be spirited. She softly said, "Wanner understands. Wanner just wants to. Of course, I won't make it difficult for Lang Jun to do something he can't do. But there will be a day when we can be together forever, right?" "Of course." Yang Fan kissed her cherry lips, and there was a touch of a gentle smile in his eyes. "I said, I'm afraid it won't be easy. I mean, it won't be easy to be together like this for the rest of our lives. We have to sleep and eat, right? How can it be? Bad guy." Wanner revealed her white teeth and pretended to bite his chest. She angrily said, "You deliberately misunderstood me." Just as Wanner said this, Yang Fan's stomach suddenly rumbled. Wanner was startled and laughed. "It's only noon, and you're already hungry?" Yang Fan quickly complained. I heard that my Wanner was coming out, and I was so happy. I went out early in the morning to wait for you. I didn't eat much at home, and just now, cough, cough, the activity was too intense. Wanner blushed and quickly covered his mouth. She playfully hit him, and then suddenly giggled. Okay, Lang Jun, you've worked hard. This afternoon, I will show you my cooking skills. Lang Jun, you haven't tasted my cooking yet. Yang Fan was surprised. Wan can cook? In his eyes, Wan was a talented woman. She had the air of a scholar and naturally knew how to play the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. But did she know how to cook? He didn't know that the talented women of ancient times were not like Lin Daiyu, who did not eat the food of the world. Needlework, cooking, singing, and dancing were all things that a girl from a noble family had to learn. Wan proudly said, Lang Jun, don't look down on me. I know a lot of dishes, but today is autumn. So the food I have prepared are mostly dishes that are suitable for cooking in the wild. For example, roasted camel hump, sliced anchovies, steamed lamb, lamb's arm, bear's white meat. Yang Fan's mouth opened wider and wider, and he said in surprise, You have prepared ingredients? How come I didn't know? Wan said, Men don't think about these things. Of course, women have to think about them. I have prepared these ingredients when we left the palace. They are packed in boxes, and they are chilled. At this point, Wan suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, saying, That's right, the steamed lamb is from Tongzhou. It is Lai Junchen's tribute to the emperor. Lai Junchen has wronged you. Today, it is not too much for us to eat one of his lamb. Tongzhou was later known as Dali in Shaanxi. The land was rich in grain, fertile in water, and fertile in grass. The quality of the hu sheep produced was tender and delicious. But what Yang Fan cared about was not the quality of the meat. Lai Junchen was now serving as a military officer in Tongzhou. The fact that he was offering a lamb from Tongzhou to the emperor immediately alerted Yang Fan. Shanghai Wana looked at his eyes and understood what he meant. She softly comforted him, saying, Don't worry. Lai Junchen's actions are only to attract the emperor's attention, in case the emperor really forgets about him. But the supervisor in charge of receiving the tributes and the royal food in the palace are all my people now. The emperor will eat this lamb, but he won't know who is offering it. Yang Fan kissed her soft lips and smiled, saying, You really are my good wife. Wan made a face at him and said, Lang Jun, you are hungry. I will go now. She struggled to get up, but when she moved, she felt her whole body go numb. She couldn't help but let out a cry and lay back down. Yang Fan smiled and said, Let's rest a bit more. There is no hurry. I just ate a big meal from Wan. I need to savor it before I can eat something else. You bad guy. You got what you deserve. Wan angrily opened her little white teeth and kissed his chest, leaving a bite mark. The bite mark was like the moon. Chapter 461. The autumn sun was like gold shining over the forest. The garden in the forest did not have endless walls, only trees planted by hand as the boundary between the manors of different masters. The entire golden grain garden was the garden of the nobles and officials. Usually, they were guarded by their families, so the common people would not enter this area. There was a stove in the forest. The guards brought all kinds of ingredients and made a charcoal fire. Then they were driven away by Wan. Today was the first time Wan served food for her Lang Jun. In her heart, this was a very important matter, so she would not let others interfere. The ingredients Wan used were all from the imperial palace. Camel's hump, catfish, lamb, and so on were all prepared by the imperial chefs in the imperial palace. They could be used as soon as they were brought. For example, the bear baichi dish used the loin of a bear and deer. The loin of a bear was very tender and fat, while the dried venison was very tough. The two were completely different, but when they were fried and steamed together, they tasted very good and delicious. These ingredients were all exotic. Of course, these dishes were mainly fish and meat. This was the style of the Tang people, and it suited Yang Fan's appetite. It was already an excellent ingredient, and now there was a beautiful lady cooking for him in the forest kitchen. What kind of feeling would that be? This beauty with a scholarly aura was gorgeously dressed. She had tied an extremely playful green handkerchief around her hair. The swaying ribbon, the floor-dragging long skirt, the exposed collar, and the pure white skin had a unique kind of beauty in this autumn forest. However, it was different from Anu's elegant and natural style when she was cooking. Yang Fan could see that Wan'er was good at cooking, but probably because she didn't cook often or she was used to having someone help her. Now she was busy alone, so she couldn't help but be a little flustered. Unconsciously, there were a few traces of cigarette ash on her cheeks. But in this way, this female scholar of the great Zhou dynasty, who weighed the talents of the world and commented on the country, was like a fairy in the world of mortals with a trace of amiable and lovely air. Yang Fan did not mean to sit back and enjoy the feeling of being served by a woman of high status. He did not know how to do other things, but he could do things like adding charcoal to the kitchen and controlling the fire. The problem was that when he had the slightest intention, he was blown away by one, coquettishly. According to the feudal ethics, men were superior to women. A man who cooked was not a good man, but a man who had no future. When a man cooked, it was not only an insult to the man, but also an insult to his woman. It was like a man who was supposed to be in charge outside, but could not do it outside. He could only hide in the back and let his wife come out to argue with others. So, Yang Fan had nothing to do but sit on the side, with his legs crossed, watching the beauty cook and cook. As the smoke rose from the chimneys in the forest, the old man on the donkey was still walking on the small country road, and he was heading towards Golden Grain Garden. It had to be said that Wan'er's dishes were quite delicious. Maybe it was still a little lacking compared to Anu's cooking. After all, the ingredients she used were not dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but there was not much difference. In Anu's hands, vegetables and tofu could also become the world's delicacies. However, Wan'er's dishes were really delicious. Even without the beauty looking at him lovingly and acting as the best seasoning, Yang Fan still felt that the dishes were delicious. Looking at Yang Fan wolfing down the food, Wan'er was also very happy. She made delicious food for her lover to eat, and her lover liked the food she cooked. It was a kind of happiness in itself. After eating the seafood and mountain delicacies, the last dish was water shield soup. It was light and fragrant. The two of them ate some more soup. Without clearing the plates, they walked hand in hand in the forest. Are you going back to the palace tonight? Stepping on the fallen leaves, Yang Fan said reluctantly, "No need. I told the emperor that I will stay at the princess's manor tonight and return to the palace tomorrow. The emperor will be in court in the morning anyway. I only need to get back before the emperor leaves." Yang Fan was overjoyed. "Really? Then I can spend the night with Wan'er?" Wan'er blushed. She bit her lips and nodded shyly. "Huh." Yang Fan was overjoyed. He clenched his fist and waved it in the air. Then he leaped forward and somersaulted forward. As nimble as an ape, he leaped 10 feet into the air. Then he picked a red fruit from the branch and lightly landed on the ground. But he was in too much of a hurry when he picked the fruit, and the branch shook and a few more ripe fruits fell. One of them hit him on the head. "Ouch!" Yang Fan cried out. Wan'er couldn't help but laugh. She bent down to pick up the fruit and threw it at Yang Fan. Yang Fan jumped and dodged the fruit. He made a face at her and said, "Hey." It won't be easy to hit me. Humph. Is your body very fast? Warner's childishness was aroused, and she picked up another fruit. She had just thrown it when Yang Fan twisted his waist and dodged into a cluster of flowers and trees. The flowers and trees swayed, and in an instant he disappeared. Didn't believe that he had the ability to escape her eyes in broad daylight. Although she didn't know martial arts, her body was strong, and she wasn't a timid little girl. So she quickly chased after him. He really disappeared. Warner searched the forest for a while and still couldn't see Yang Fan. She finally admitted defeat and said loudly, "Okay, I admit defeat. You can come out now." The forest was quiet. There was only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. Warner tilted her head and listened. She called out, "Yang Fan! Yang Fan!" Yang Fan held back his laughter and followed not far behind He watched her look around, but still didn't say anything. Warner put her hand to her mouth and shouted, "Come out! Yang Fan! If you don't come out, I'm leaving." Yang Fan smiled faintly and was just about to leap forward when he suddenly sensed something strange, as if a cold wind suddenly hit him. Yang Fan quickly looked over and saw a white-haired, white-bearded old man suddenly appear in a clump of wormwood grass not far to the right of Shangguan. The old man was wearing a cotton robe and had a cloth tied around his head. He looked very much like a mountain villager. Just by standing there, he gave off a feeling of strength. It was an aura that normal people didn't have. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his hands and a portion of his wrists. His bones were very thick, and the veins on his thick fingers and the back of his palms were protruding, showing that his hands possessed an unusually powerful explosive power. At this moment, he was very relaxed and didn't move. If his beard and hair were flying and his eyes were wide open, even if someone said he could tear tigers and leopards apart with his bare hands, there would be people who would believe it. Turned around and was about to call out again when she suddenly saw a person appear from the bush like a ghost. It scared her. Unconsciously took a step back. When she saw that the person was a white-haired old man, she let out a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said with surprise, "Old man, why are you here?" Warner glanced to the side and found that she and Yang Fan had been walking and then playing hide-and-seek. Unknowingly, they had walked to the edge of her manor. Not far in front of them was a row of tall and straight trees. Outside was a dirt road that was about the width of a cart. There was a donkey on the side of the road. It looked around and then lowered its head to eat grass. Suddenly realized and reminded him, "Old man, you have gone the wrong way. This is a private house." The white-haired old man was Lu Boyan. Without young Master Zhang's order, he wouldn't deliberately find trouble with Yang Fan. But when he suddenly heard Yang Fan's name here, he couldn't help it. He watched the young master and Anu grow up. The young master was his master, and he doted on him as if he was his own grandson. As for Anu, she was such an obedient and cute little girl. How could she not be loved? Not only did he love Anu, but he had also taught Anu martial arts. He was half a teacher to Anu. So, whether it was for young master or Anu, he had absolutely no good impression of Yang Fan. Hate was out of the question. At his age, whether it was love or hate, it was not easy. He had already seen many things lightly, but there was one thing that people who had seen through everything would not easily let go, and that was curiosity. When he heard the name Yang Fan, his curiosity was aroused. He really wanted to see what this young man who made young master sad and made Anu willing to die looked like. He was still not sure if this Yang Fan was that Yang Fan he originally wanted to ask, but when he jumped in front of he found that there was only With a schwa sound, Yang Fan suddenly jumped to Wan Er's side. The old man's sudden appearance was obviously a kind of martial arts. Yang Fan didn't know the origin of this old man, but he felt that he didn't seem to have good intentions. Wan didn't know martial arts. Yang Fan was worried that she would encounter an accident. He immediately flashed to her side, gently pulled her hand, and pulled her behind him. Lu Boyan's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no need for him to ask anymore. Although there were people with the same surname, but in the same place, the same young, same handsome, same imposing manner, and also a martial artist with the same name, the probability was so small that it was negligible. This young man in front of him was most likely the man that Anu liked. Didn't Anu say that he was an official in Luoyang? In this area, very few ordinary people would come. Most of the people who appeared here were either rich or noble. Once the identity of Yang Fan was confirmed, an inexplicable anger arose spontaneously in Lu Boyan's chest after he saw Yang Fan. Although he still disapproved of Anu's willingness to die for this person, he still had to admit that this young man did have the capital to fascinate women. In his heart, of course, Yang Fan couldn't be compared to young Master Jiang. In his heart, there was no man in the world who could be compared to young Master Jiang. However, young Master was like a banished immortal. There was always a kind of cold and noble temperament that made people stay away from him, unlike this young man who people were willing to get close to. But when Lu Boyan saw him standing together with Wan saw his action of protecting Wan and saw Wan gaze at him, with his nearly 80 years of life experience, how could he not see the relationship between these two people? So he was angry. Old Lu was angry and wanted to kill. Chapter 462. With 80 years of life experience, Lu Boyan had seen a lot of life and death, love and resentment entanglements. Lu Boyan had an insight into the affairs of the world. He was open-minded, and his cultivation was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. He did not want to participate in those matters between women and children, nor did he want to fight with Yang Fan because of it. He appeared here because he wanted to see exactly what ability this young man had to make Anu like him so much, but what he saw was Yang Fan and this unknown beautiful woman being lovey-dovey and affectionate to each other. Anu committed suicide by jumping off a cliff for him, and not even her bones were left. How long had it been? And he already had a new love. From the way the woman looked at Yang Fan, and from the natural contact between them, they must have been together for a long time. In other words, when he coaxed Anu and made her fall head over heels for him, he already had someone else. Anu met a liar of love, and that poor girl actually died for such a scum. Lu Boyan's pair of white eyebrows slightly raised, and he said in a deep voice, "You are Yang Fan?" Yang Fan secretly gathered his strength and replied respectfully, "This little one is Yang Fan, and this old man is—" Lu Boyan said, "Do you know a woman called Anu?" Yang Fan's eyes moved, and there was no need to answer anymore. Lu Boyan saw his reaction and had already confirmed his identity. The old man raised his head and laughed to the sky. While laughing, a big hand with 5 fingers spread out like a dustpan slammed fiercely towards Yang Fan's chest. He was fast, but Yang Fan was faster. Yang Fan, who was already alert, had already judged that the old man was going to make a move the moment the old man's shoulder shook, and also judged the part that the old man was going to attack. Yang Fan immediately wanted to make a move first, but with a thought, he gave up on making a move. Instead, he took a step back with a very surprised expression on his face. "Old man, why did you make a move?" When Yang Fan asked, Lu Boyan took a step forward. His right hand changed to his left hand, and without any fancy movements, he still slammed his palm towards the old man's chest. This time, Yang Fan no longer retreated. He also attacked, and even though he moved later, he arrived first, punching Lu Boyan's left shoulder. The old man's attainments in martial arts might be far higher than Yang Fan's, but in terms of speed, he was certainly not as fast as Yang Fan. Even the all-powerful curly beard, the king of the jungle, could not compete with Yang Fan in terms of speed 5 or 6 years ago. Even if a person was once invincible, he would not be able to defeat the enemy of time. Lu Boyan exclaimed in surprise. His palms suddenly stopped, his shoulder bent, his knee bent, and without taking a step back, he only bent his elbow and horizontally blocked Yang Fan's wrist. His speed was not as fast as Yang Fan's, but his eyes were shrewd and ruthless. The control of the heat, the timing of changing moves, and the countermeasures he adopted were all much more brilliant than Yang Fan. Yang Fan immediately withdrew his fist, his upper body leaning back, but his left leg was like a shovel, fiercely shoveling towards Lu Boyan's calf. At this time, he had the time to say another sentence. What happened to Anu? Old man, why did you make a move? Anu has already died for you. This old man wants you to accompany her in the Yellow Springs. Lu Boyan's voice was very calm, as if he was sitting on a leisurely chair, gently fanning himself with a cattail leaf fan and telling stories of mountain spirits and water monsters to his little grandson. But as soon as the sentence came out, the two of them jumped like rabbits and swooped down like falcons. It was unknown how many moves they had exchanged, but Yang Fan was already at a disadvantage. Yang Fan's toes barely touched Lu Boyan's robe, but Lu Boyan raised his leg and dodged to the side, only dodging by an inch, allowing Yang Fan's toes to pass by his trouser leg, unwilling to waste any more strength. Then he took a step forward, his palm shoveling towards Yang Fan's right rib. Yang Fan dodged this attack with a slanting willow, and Lu Boyan immediately changed his push into a chop, chopping towards Yang Fan's shoulder and neck with his palm like a knife. Yang Fan quickly retreated, and the edge of Lu Boyan's palm lightly grazed his shoulder. It was just a slight graze, but Yang Fan felt as if a sledgehammer had suddenly smashed on his shoulder, and his collarbone was almost broken. In the severe pain, Yang Fan's legs bounced and slid back 7 feet. He exclaimed, "Stop, Anu is dead? Why is she dead?" Lu Boyan sneered. He did not jump, but followed step by step. When Yang Fan's feet landed on the ground, Lu Boyan had already appeared in front of him, and another palm slapped towards his chest. Yang Fan's reaction could not be said to be slow, and his movements were incomparably swift. However, Lu Boyan was like a famous actor who had been famous for decades. His every move, every action, and every line of lyrics could be seen and heard clearly. It seemed to be incomparably slow, but compared to your swift movements and singing, it was not much slower. What was even rarer was that any of your actions, any of your reactions, seemed to be within his expectations. That was why he was always one step ahead of you, intercepting the position where you would attack and dodge. That was why, even though his body's reaction was not as agile as Yang Fan's due to his old age, he still seemed to be a bit faster than Yang Fan. Yang Fan was in a very difficult situation. Lu Boyan's attacks had forced him to the point where he did not even have the space to speak. He did not want to say anything more, and what he said just now was just an act. If Lu Boyan mentioned Anu, he would suddenly realize and immediately attack first. That would be the same as telling this old man that he had already seen Anu, or that he had already fought with Sidu Liang and heard Sidu Liang speak. He had to react as if he did not know anything. Now that his goal had been achieved, he obviously did not need to be long-winded with old man Lu. Yang Fan leapt out and shot out like a monkey piercing through the sky. However, his goal was not upwards, but horizontally towards a clump of grass in front of him. He had already seen Wana rushing over in panic and was afraid that old man Lu would harm her, so he anxiously led the old man away. Furthermore, his shoulder bone had been hit, and the pain was unbearable. Right now, his right shoulder had not recovered its mobility, so he had to dodge first. Yang Fan's thoughts turned very quickly, and his feet moved even faster. Almost as soon as he thought of what to do, his body had already reacted. He was like a goshawk passing through the forest, and like a cunning rabbit, he ran into the grass. In a moment, he had escaped to a very, very far place. Wanner only chased for a few steps before she lost sight of him. But Yang Fan did not get rid of Lu Boyan. If Yang Fan was like a goshawk, then Lu Boyan was like the shadow of the goshawk. When Yang Fan was like a cunning rabbit, Lu Boyan was like a goshawk. No matter how fast the goshawk was, it could not get rid of its own shadow. No matter how cunning the rabbit was, it could not hide from the eyes of the goshawk. Old Man Lu's hands and feet were indeed a bit slower than Yang Fan's, but slowness depended on how slow the person was. If Yang Fan needed a day to run from here to the foot of Pyrolite Mountain, and Lu Boyan needed 2 days, then the difference in speed between the two was very obvious. But if Yang Fan needed a snap of a finger, and Lu Boyan only needed 2, even if there was still a difference in speed, then how big was the difference? Old Man Lu was like a ghost that would not disperse. Yang Fan felt a cold and pressing feeling. This was the first time someone had given him such a heavy psychological pressure. He had not fought with the Grand Preceptor before, but his master, Zhang Qua, had once taught him moves. When that pair of hammer-like fists waved, he had a feeling that he could not breathe. It was very similar to the feeling just now, but his master did not want to kill him, and this old man was serious, so Yang Fan's feeling was especially strong. This damned old man's martial arts had already reached the realm of great skill. It seemed to be even more brilliant than his master's. His moves were not fancy at all. It was not even the slightest bit pleasing to the eye, but it was the most direct and most effective attack. And every time Yang Fan saw an opportunity to make a clever counterattack, Old Man Lu's fists and feet would be waiting in his path, as if he was feeding Old Man Lu moves. How could such a battle be fought? Bang! Yang Fan hurriedly retreated, and his back hit the tree trunk. The bright red maple leaves fluttered down like red snowflakes. Lu Boyan's large hand was like a maggot attached to a bone, slapping towards his chest again. This old fellow came, and went as if he was just casually slapping, but he was always able to seal off all his escape routes, posing a huge threat to him. There was nowhere for Yang Fan to retreat, so he could only rush up. Yang Fan used plucking scallions from dry land, and his body soared into the sky, shooting up to the maple tree like a rocket. Lu Boyan's palm slapped the tree trunk. Yang Fan's collision just now made the leaves fall like snow, but the old man's slap didn't even move the treetop. Just now, the edge of his palm had only brushed against Yang Fan's shoulder, but Yang Fan's copper skin and iron bones seemed to have been smashed by a big iron hammer. At this time, when his palm hit the tree trunk, it was actually incomparably gentle. His strength had already reached the realm of being able to control and release it freely. There was a long whistle at the top of the maple tree, and the red leaves on the tree suddenly fell. If the falling red leaves were like snow, then the red leaves at this moment were like a red shower. All the maple leaves on the tree seemed to have fallen in an instant. Yang Fan was mixed in the endless red leaves, man and sword as one, stabbing straight at Lu Boyan. He held a wooden sword. In his hand, a sword made from broken maple branches. The red leaves on the tree fell like rain, and man and sword as one. This sword of Yang Fan was extremely powerful. Although he only held a branch in his hand, if he was stabbed in a vital point, it might be able to take the enemy's life. With Lu Boyan's martial arts and age, as well as his status in Jianghu, even if Yang Fan's sword left a wound on his body, it would be embarrassing enough not to mention a serious injury. Therefore, Lu Boyan quickly retreated. This was the first time that Lu Boyan retreated since the two fought, one chasing and the other fleeing. Yang Fan's spirit was greatly lifted, and he immediately took advantage of the situation to counterattack. The branch in his hand was like a sword stabbing, and suddenly like a knife chopping. The toughness of the branch made it like a whip, filling the air with light and shadow, whistling unceasingly. Under the pressure of Lu Boyan's powerful threat, Yang Fan took out all his trump cards. At this moment, the martial arts that his master had taught him were displayed to the fullest. Faintly, Yang Fan felt that his moves were well integrated, and it seemed that his realm had improved. The fastest way to improve one's realm was indeed great pressure. As Lu Boyan retreated again and again, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He widened his eyes and looked at Yang Fan in shock. He did not know what he had seen from Yang Fan's moves, and for a moment he was in a trance. Chapter 463. Originally, although Yang Fan's attack was fast, Lu Boyan's retreat was steady and light. With these few steps back, he had already neutralized Yang Fan's attack and was about to launch a counterattack. But for some reason, he was startled and his movements slowed for a moment. His right hand that had already stretched out paused, and Yang Fan's whip viciously lashed across the left side of his chest. Even though it was only a branch, the front of Lu Boyan's robe was split open with a schwa sound, as if it had been slashed by a sharp knife. The branch in Yang Fan's hand was also broken, but the branch in his hand was still more than 2 feet long. Yang Fan did not dare to give him a chance to catch his breath, and immediately raised the branch, schwa, 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 3 times in a row. Sword. For some reason, Lu Boyan actually retreated 3 steps and did not have the slightest intention of counterattacking. Yang Fan only thought that the opponent was, after all, old and had already exhausted his strength. He could not help but feel excited, and did not notice the strange expression on Lu Boyan's face. Yang Fan was about to gather his strength and attack again, when he suddenly felt some movement behind him. The hair on Yang Fan's body stood up, and he hurriedly thrust out his sword, and with a twist of his body, he left the battle circle. He was worried that Lu Boyan had a helper, and wanted to sneak attack him from behind. But Lu Boyan did not move, and he was also looking in the direction that Yang Fan had noticed. Yang Fan turned around and retreated to a relatively safe distance, and also looked in that direction. There were 3 people in the bushes. Originally, they had only revealed their heads, but now that they had been discovered and could not hide, they slowly walked out from behind the tree. There were 3 people, a nun, a Taoist, and a Hu. There were still scattered maple leaves falling from the sky, but the forest was deathly silent. Among the 3 people, the nun was a very old nun. She wore a monk's robe and a monk's hat. Her face was full of wrinkles, but her skin was very white. It was hard to tell how old she was, but looking at her appearance, she was at least 60 years old. The second person was a Taoist priest. He was dressed in a roaming Taoist gray robe with an 8-trigram scarf on his head. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His beard was as white as snow, even whiter than Lu Boyan's white hair and beard. He truly had the air of an immortal. However, looking at the wrinkles on his face, he seemed to be a little younger than Lu Boyan. It was unknown how old this Taoist priest was. The third person was a Hu. His face was covered in a light yellow beard that completely obscured his face. All that could be seen was a pair of sunken eyes, blue pupils, and a sharp nose. It was naturally impossible to tell his age. These 3 strangely shaped people, Yang Fan and Lu Boyan, looked at each other, and a sense of wariness rose in their hearts at the same time. The white-haired and white-bearded old Taoist priest bowed to his chest, waved his horsetail whisk, and chanted, "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai, who are the 2 benefactors? Why are you fighting in the manner of Marquis and Don't you know that there is still law in this world? As the old Taoist spoke, he lightly flicked his sleeve. The sleeve lightly brushed against a large tree. He didn't seem to use much force, but the tree fell down with a cha-la sound. Yang Fan was shocked when he saw this scene. It wasn't that soft objects couldn't hurt people, but to be able to break a big tree with such a light brush, what kind of soft and terrifying force was required? Yang Fan had never seen this kind of martial arts. In his mind, perhaps that godlike grandmaster would have this kind of martial arts, but that old man who was over 100 years old was still lively like an old urchin who fished every day for fun. Yang Fan had never seen him make a move. The old nun at the side put her palms together and said, Amitabha, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, and the earth has the generosity of bearing things. We monks do not want to interfere with worldly affairs, but we are guests of Marquis and so we cannot stand by and watch the two of you trespass into a private manor. We are outsiders and cannot bear to see such a bloody killing. Benefactors, please listen to this poor nun's advice and disperse. As the old nun spoke, she slowly took 2 steps forward. She spoke in a gentle and soft voice, and didn't show any great magical power, but Yang Fan and Lu Boyan suddenly felt that although her voice was still calm, that sentence of go your separate ways was suddenly a little closer, as if this old nun was whispering into their ears. Yang Fan was shocked. If these 3 people walked separately on the streets of Luoyang, no one would find them strange, but a nun, a Taoist priest, and a Hu, these 3 people actually gathered together, anyone would find it strange. Sure enough, these 3 people were all unworldly experts. Lu Boyan, on the other hand, had a slightly puzzled expression. His pair of old but unblemished eyes quickly swept past the broken big tree, and then stopped at the feet of the old nun, who was 2 steps forward. His eyes suddenly revealed a trace of understanding, as if he had guessed something, and revealed a faint trace of a smile. Lu Boyan indifferently glanced at the 3 strange people, and then glanced at Yang Fan. He suddenly turned around, and in a moment disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Yang Fan did not know that the reason why Lu Boyan retreated was because he had seen through his martial arts, and Lu Boyan had a close relationship with that person surnamed Zhang. Now that he knew that Yang Fan was the descendant of that person surnamed Zhang, although he still pitted anew, he could not kill her. Yang Fan thought that old man Lu was afraid of these 3 people, so he retreated. Seeing him retreating, Yang Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his hands, and thanked the 3 people, many thanks to the 3 seniors. Before Yang Fan could finish, the old nun wiped her eyelids, turned around, and said indifferently, "You should also leave." Yang Fan saw that this master did not want to pay attention to him, but it was not good for him to continue chatting. He could only secretly remember the name Marquis. Lewin, in his heart, respectfully bowed to the 3 people and slowly retreated. Yang Fan was worried that Lu Boyan would be waiting for him in the distance, so he walked in another direction. He entered the jungle, turned left and right, and disappeared in an instant. The 3 unworldly masters were still standing there elegantly, until the 2 figures completely disappeared into the depths of the jungle. The Human took a few steps forward, looked around, and said in a low voice, "There's no one else." Just as the barbarian finished speaking, the floating old Taoist immediately slumped his shoulders and said with lingering fear, "How mysterious! How mysterious! How mysterious! If we could not scare them away just now, these 2 ferocious people might kill us to silence us if they continue to fight." The old nun's voice was slightly trembling, and she said, "Just now this poor nun plucked up the courage to take 2 steps forward. I was really afraid that they would disregard everything and attack me. Luckily, I scared them away." The Human glared at her and said, "If there's an ox nose, it's enough to scare them away. Why do you have to show your hand?" We have spent a whole day here to make all kinds of preparations. In a while, Marquis Lewin will be here. When that time comes, how are we going to fool him again?" The old nun frowned and said, "Aren't I just worried that the ox-nose won't be able to fool them?" The old Taoist tried to mediate from the side and said, "Forget it. How would we know that people will come? Those two can come and go. They are people of great ability. Looking at how fierce their methods are, they are probably not good people. Since they have discovered us, what if they really kill us to silence us? Using a magical power, we can scare them away in exchange for our safety. And that is enough." The Human glared and said, "But we have already invited Marquis Lewin here today. What do we do when he arrives?" The old nun said, "Don't we still have you? You can use your fire-breathing technique to temporarily stabilize Marquis Lewin. As long as we can delay him for a day, we will be able to rearrange everything properly." The Human gave a heavy grunt and said in a rough voice, "That is the only thing we can do now." Yang Fan dashed through the forest for a while, and after confirming that Old Man Lu did not chase after him, he immediately jumped to a high place to get a clear view of the direction and ran towards Won'er's manor. He was worried that if Old Man Lu could not find him, he would find trouble with Won-er, and he was also afraid that Won-er would be worried about his safety, and when she chased after him, she would be seen by Old Man Lu. The manor here had mountains, rivers, forests, and land, and it was not a vast grassland with a single glance. Yang Fan could not shout out loud, and after returning to Won-er's manor, he could only walk through the forest, looking for Won-er's figure. Gradually, Yang Fan returned to the place where he had just taken a stroll. This place was already somewhat familiar to Yang Fan, and after searching for a while, his heart suddenly moved, and he quickly rushed to the place where they had lunch. Yang Fan turned into a forest and saw a white robe. Won-er was indeed waiting for him here. As Yang Fan and Lu Boyan ran and chased, they very quickly got out of Shanghai Won-er's line of sight, and Shanghai Won-er lost them. She was burning with worry, but she also knew that even if she chased after them, she would only cause trouble for Yang Fan. Now that she could not find Yang Fan, it was better to return to a familiar place and wait for him. As long as Yang Fan was free, he would definitely think of coming here to find her. If she randomly walked in the forest after Yang Fan escaped, he would not be able to find her, and she was afraid that if she randomly searched, she would fall into the hands of that ferocious old man. Now that Yang Fan had indeed returned, Won-er was anxiously waiting for him. As soon as she saw Yang Fan return, she could not help but be surprised and happy, and immediately threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly, and then separated. She nervously looked at him, and seeing that he was not injured, she let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Lang Jun, who is that old man, and why would he find trouble with you?" Yang Fan said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave first, and then talk." Won-er nodded in agreement, and the two hurried back to the pavilion. Won-er called over an old servant who usually stayed here, and ordered him, "Go inform the 4 guards in front of the manor. Tell them to immediately drive back to the city, and do not wait for me. Tomorrow morning I will prepare another carriage to go back to the city." The old servant complied, and then went to the manor to pass on the message. As soon as he left, Won-er immediately pulled Yang Fan away, passing through a dense forest, and entered Princess Taiping's Zizhe Yuan. In Princess Taiping's Zizhe Yuan, there were also servants who stayed behind. In the past, when Won-er left the city to play, most of the time she came and stayed with Taiping, so most of the servants who stayed here knew her. Won-er summoned a servant she was familiar with in the princess mansion. She took out a small injin and gave it to him. She secretly gave him instructions. The old servant listened to Won-er's instructions and did not dare to be negligent. He quickly wrapped the injin in his belt and secretly hid it. After he left, he immediately rode a fast horse and galloped toward Luoyang. Chapter 464. In front of Wanner's manor, the 4 guards were having a barbecue, but they didn't dare to drink. After the old servant from Wanner's manor sent the message, the 4 of them immediately packed up and drove the empty carriage back to Luoyang. At this time, the servant from Princess Taiping's manor had already left Jean Guyuan on a fast horse before them. Wana was meticulous and cautious. She thought that since there were people seeking revenge on Yang Fan, it was possible that they already knew about Yang Fan's whereabouts. If that was the case, if the 2 of them left in a hurry, what would happen if the old man with amazing kung fu was waiting for them on the way? The 4 guards could only use it to scare people, but they were no match for such a master. Wanner had the 4 guards drive the empty carriage and leave first to confuse others. Then she snuck into Zizé Garden and had a servant from Princess Taiping's mansion take her personal keepsake back to the city to report. After the old servant left, Wanner did not call for the other servants from Princess Taiping's mansion to wait on her. She left with Yang Fan. Soon, Wanner took Yang Fan's hand and appeared in Zizé Garden in a cave covered in vines. This cave was half man-made and half natural. The entrance of the cave was hidden under a patch of vines. Only when the vines were pulled apart would it be revealed that there was another world inside. The cave was very spacious, with a stone table and stone stools. The ceiling of the cave was open and covered in vines. In summer, it was perfect for shade. In spring and autumn, the leaves were sparse and the sunlight shone down. Because it was past the season to enjoy the cool in the cave, the servants were lazy and hadn't cleaned the cave for a long time. There was a layer of dust on the stone table and stone stools, and there were yellow leaves on them. Yang Fan didn't care. He brushed away the leaves, lifted his robe, and sat down. He smiled and said, "This is a different world. If there weren't many mosquitoes and flies here in summer, we could make a bed here and sleep very comfortably." Wanner stood at the entrance and carefully looked outside for a while. Then she returned to his side and said coquettishly, "You still have the mood to talk about this? You are an official. How did you provoke these Jianghu people?" Yang Fan sighed and said with a frown, "It's a long story." Wanner rolled her eyes at him and said, "Then make it short." Yang Fan stared blankly for a moment and said, If I were to make it short, it would be hard to explain." Shanghai Wanner was both angry and amused at the same time. She glared at Yang Fan, took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, and spread it on the stone bench. She then sat down and said, "Then, Yang Longzhong, please start from the beginning. This little girl is all ears." In a simple yet elegant courtyard, the courtyard was covered with trees. The entire tree was bright red, and as the wind blew past, the red leaves drifted down, giving off a poignant yet beautiful feeling. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, like a red carpet. Young Master Jiang was dressed in white and stood under the tree with his hands behind his back. He looked even taller than the tree. Lu Boyan stood 3 feet behind him, his body slightly bowed, his expression calm. After he left the 3 strange people, he went back to find his donkey. He asked a passerby about the owner of the manor and found out that it was Princess Taiping's manor. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Lu Boyan asked in a roundabout way, and the passerby told him about the love affair between Princess Taiping and Yang Fan. Lu Boyan couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this time, he thought that the woman he met just now should be Princess Taiping. No wonder she had a noble temperament and elegant manner. Since she was Her Royal Highness, the fight between him and Yang Fan would probably cause big trouble. So Lu Boyan immediately rushed back to the place where the young master lived in seclusion to report the news. Young Master Jiang was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he asked about the situation at that time. Young Master Jiang said, "Who were those 3 so-called masters?" Lu Boyan's eyes revealed a faint smile. He replied, "Young master, they were just 3 Jianghu swindlers. However, their illusions were superb and were very experienced. At the beginning, even this old servant was deceived by them. I really thought that they were some hidden masters. Fortunately, this old servant roamed the Jianghu in his early years and was very knowledgeable. Even now, this pair of old eyes is not blurry, so I saw some flaws." Young Master Jiang grunted and said indifferently, "You are so old. How can you be so reckless?" Lu Boyan didn't say anything. Young Master Jiang looked at him. "Unhappily, we came to Luoyang to do something big. How can we waste time on a young fan?" Lu Boyan explained, "This old servant happened to pass by and heard his name. I didn't want to make a move at first, but young Master Jiang cut him off without a trace of politeness and asked, 'How is this person's martial arts?' Lu Boyan squinted his eyes and said, 'For his age, it is very brilliant, very brilliant. If he can live to this old servant's age, his martial arts attainment will be much better than this old servant's.'" "Oh," young Master Jiang's eyes flickered, and he asked, "Then how is he compared to Situ Liang?" Lu Boyan thought for a moment and said, "This isn't easy to compare. Situ Liang is an expert in assassination. If Situ Liang was fully prepared and suddenly assassinated, even this old servant might not be able to avoid it. Yang Fan naturally wouldn't be able to. If it was a one-on-one battle, it seems like Yang Fan is a level higher than Situ Liang. However, during a battle, the ability to react on the spot, the use of the surrounding environment, etc., will affect a person's strength. Unless there is a heaven and earth difference in strength, otherwise, a slight difference can't determine victory or defeat. If Situ Liang fought with Yang Fan, if it was a sneak attack, Yang Fan would definitely die. If it was a head-on battle, even if Situ Liang can't win, he can still escape. Yang Fan won't be able to keep him." Young Master Jiang slightly frowned. Because of Lu Boyan's rash action, he suddenly thought of a possibility of Situ Liang's disappearance. Could Situ Liang be like Lu Boyan because he felt injustice for Anu, or because he wanted to vent his anger for himself? That's why he acted on his own and went to look for Yang Fan. However, after listening to Lu Boyan's words, his guess was still a guess, and he couldn't be sure of anything. Lu Boyan pondered for a moment, then lightly stepped forward and said, "Young master, before this old servant made my move, I asked him if he knew Anu. From his reaction, he didn't know Anu was already. Situ Liang couldn't have gone to find him, or else he wouldn't have a blank face and kept asking me why I wanted to kill him and why Anu died." Young Master Jiang responded with an. He still believed in Lu Boyan's judgment, and the cloud of doubt in his heart immediately dissipated. Lu Boyan continued, "This old servant was rash and rashly made my move. Yang Fan is an official, and he is also the Minister of Justice, in charge of justice. Now that he escaped, he definitely won't let it go. And Princess Taiping is even more so. Young master, for the sake of safety, shouldn't we immediately change our residence?" Young Master Jiang sighed and said, "Go and arrange it. Remember, from now on, you are not allowed to make decisions on your own." "Yes," Lu Boyan responded and slowly retreated. Lu Boyan stepped on the maple leaves and walked out of the courtyard. His expression was a little excited, a little sad, and a little disappointed. Yang Fan is actually his disciple. Looking at the green mountain in the distance, Lu Boyan's mind was in a trance, as if he had stepped through time and space and returned to the time when the smoke of war was everywhere. Before it was even 3 in the afternoon, there was suddenly an army of about 2,000 people rushing to the Golden Grain Garden. People shouted, horses neighed, and swords and spears shone under the sun, instantly breaking the tranquility of the Golden Grain Garden. The 2,000 people were all cavalrymen clad in armor and red robes. They rode on tall and strong horses, armed with swords and shields, and had saddles and spears. On their red-tasseled spears, a foot and a half long steel spear tip gleamed coldly, and the spear shaft as thick as a goose's egg had a heavy texture. After the 2,000 soldiers rushed to the Golden Grain Garden, they immediately surrounded the Zay Garden. 2 generals wearing helmets and full armor led dozens of warriors in half-armed battle robes, each holding a shield in one hand and a saber in the other. They majestically rushed into the garden. Behind them, a dense group of cavalrymen formed a neat and orderly military formation. Such a large number of people stood solemnly and silently, like a mountain, with only their banners fluttering in the wind. The newcomers were the Dragon Army, the only unit in the Imperial Army that was fully equipped with cavalrymen. A few generals in bright armor were led to the backyard by the family members of the princess's residence. An oil cleaning truck was parked there, the curtain hanging down, and no one could see what was going on inside. One of the generals quickly caught up and saluted the right commander of the Dragon Army. Wei Lingfeng requests an audience with Princess Taiping and Shangguan. The gentle voice of Shangguan came from the carriage. "Thank you for your trouble, General Wei. Her Highness has been frightened and does not wish to see any guests at this time. Please escort this carriage back to Luoyang, and at the same time, leave some men to search the entire Golden Grain Garden. If there is anyone similar to the person I've mentioned, capture him." "Yes, sir," General Wei replied. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him parted to the left and right, making a path for the oil-cleaning truck. The soldiers holding shields and sabers immediately guarded the oil-cleaning truck in the middle. Soon, a strange scene appeared on the official road to Luoyang City. A whole group of about 500 cavalrymen formed a moving phalanx. The soldiers held red spears as thick as goose eggs in their hands. The blades of the spears were made of steel, and there were blood grooves on them. The scarlet tassels of the spears danced in the wind, and a murderous aura sprang up. In the middle of the 500 cavalrymen was an oil-cleaning truck. With such a powerful formation, unless the enemy also used an army to attack, even if one was a hero from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, or an expert who lived in seclusion in the valleys and valleys, they would not be able to fight against 500 well-equipped, well-trained, and well-coordinated soldiers. Yang Fan sat in the carriage and lifted a corner of the curtain to look outside. He just happened to see Ma Qiao, dressed in armor, riding majestically on a horse. One hand firmly grasped the hilt of his saber, and his expression was very calm. After a few years of military life, the somewhat lazy and ruffian boy had turned into a rather masculine soldier. Yang Fan quietly observed him for a while, then smiled with satisfaction. He gently let down the curtain, turned his head to Wan and said hesitantly, "Wan, this formation, isn't it a bit too much?" Chapter 465. Wan raised her nose and snorted, "What's wrong with that? If I don't show my power, he will think I'm a sick cat." Yang Fan looked at her, her delicate and timid body, her snow-white skin. As she leaned back on the couch, she had a romantic posture. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Tiger, you don't look like one, but a cat does look like 9 out of 10, just that it's not a sick cat, but a charming cat with seductive eyes." Wanner giggled and blushed. She hit Yang Fan's arm coquettishly and said, "The character tiger is a taboo. Don't say it in front of others." She also lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out. She said casually, "I was really attacked. It's a righteous thing to ask the soldiers to escort me back to the city. It's not a big deal." She turned around and winked at Yang Fan mischievously. She said with a smile, "I was just about to make such a scene to let them watch. In the future, if they want to touch you, they will have to think twice." the imperial army was divided into the north and the south. The 12 guards of the south were under the jurisdiction of the prime minister. In fact, they were under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. Without the imperial edict, the seal of the prime minister, and the approval of the Ministry of War, no one could mobilize them. They were the imperial army, and the Northern Imperial Army, such as the Yulin Royal Guards, the Dragon Martial Guards, and the Divine Martial Guards, were paid by the imperial court and even treated much better than the Southern Imperial Army, but they were actually the emperor's private army. They didn't need those heavy restrictions. As long as the emperor issued an edict, they could be mobilized at any time. Although the Northern Imperial Army was directly under the command of the emperor, it was impossible for the emperor to lead the army himself. Therefore, he had to hand over the Northern Imperial Army to his most trusted generals. He would also give some of his most trusted personnel the right to mobilize the army to deal with some accidents. For example, when the emperor was surrounded by rebellious soldiers when he went out for inspection, the transfer procedures of the Southern Imperial Army were complicated. Moreover, if the officials of the Political Affairs Hall or the Ministry of War also secretly participated in the rebellion and deliberately obstructed it, it would be even more difficult to mobilize the army. At this time, only the Northern Imperial Army was the biggest guarantee. But if only the emperor could mobilize troops, and the emperor was surrounded, what should he do? Therefore, the empress would authorize the most trusted people around her to mobilize troops within a certain range or within a certain number of people. Wanner was one of the most trusted people around Wu Zetian. She was equivalent to the empress chief confidential secretary. Naturally, she had the power to act at her own discretion and mobilize troops. This was the first time Wanner had used this power. She was truly enraged by Liu Boyan's defiance of the government and brazenly assassination of an official. She had grown up in the palace and worked by the emperor's side. When had she ever seen such a Jianghu man who dared to challenge the authority of the government? The carriage was escorted back to Luoyang by the army. It drove directly to Princess Taiping's mansion. The side door was opened, and the oil cleaners drove straight in. Princess Taiping did not know the inside story, so Wanner had to discuss it with her, so that when the emperor asked about it, she would not give herself away in front of Princess Taiping. Since they had mobilized the army, this matter could not be hidden from the emperor. Princess Taiping and Shengguan Wanner, one was the emperor's most beloved daughter, and the other was the emperor's most trusted female official. The two of them had unexpectedly been assassinated while traveling in the eastern suburbs. This was a very serious matter. After hearing the news, Wu Zetian flew into a rage. She summoned the 3 law departments and the officials in charge of the Luoyang government to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment and severely reprimanded them. That day, the Dragon Martial Army had turned Jin Guyuan upside down. The next day, the Luoyang government mobilized a large number of people to carry out a carpet search of Jin Guyuan. After the 3 law departments returned, they also sent out all the people they could. The patrol officers and bailiffs of the Luoyang government were all mobilized. The city of Luoyang was thrown into chaos. Because the new year was approaching, this action could be considered a thorough crackdown on the entire city of Luoyang before the new year. In a short period of time, countless swindlers and scoundrels were arrested, and the jails of Luoyang, big and small, were all filled. The problem was, at this time, other than prisoners who had no relatives or friends and were truly alone, the jails did not have meals. So every day, countless people would go to the jails to deliver meals. Every time it was mealtime, there would be a spectacular line that was even longer than the Great Wall. The Ministry of Justice in Yang Fan's detention room. Yang Fan sat cross-legged behind a table, his elbows resting on the table. He gently rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Tin Ano, dressed as a manservant, was pacing around the room. Her heart was filled with confusion. After learning of Yang Fan's experience in Golden Grain Garden, Tin Ano was shocked and afraid. She did not want to harm Yang Fan's life, but in her heart, the young master was a powerful existence that could not be offended. She had lived by the young master's side since she was young, and young Master Zhang's prestige had long been engraved into her bones. She was not even afraid of the emperor, but she did not have the slightest confidence or courage to oppose the young master. Moreover, the young master had saved her life, but how could she bear to let Yang Fan be in danger? Tin Ano paced around again and again before finally stopping in front of Yang Fan. She said decisively, "Don't be troubled. This is not a solution. I think I should leave." Yang Fan glanced at her, his mind immersed in his own thoughts. He did not react for a moment, so he was at a loss. "What? Leave?" Tin Ano said, "Yes. From what you said, the young master should not know that I am alive. Lu Wang and Sidu Liang came to trouble you one after the other because of the young master's anger, or—" Tin Ano bit her lip and said softly, "Lu Wang still loves me. Maybe he blamed me for jumping off the cliff on you. So I think I should hide my identity and go far away. After Lady Wan Er's disturbance, they are afraid that their plans will be affected. As long as I am not here, I believe they will not come to trouble you again." Yang Fan finally understood her words, and a wave of anger rose. He stared at Tin Ano and said, "If young Master Jiang sees me in harmony with my family and is a little unhappy, what if he wants me to separate from my wife? Should I send my wife to the ends of the earth? If after I have children and young Master Jiang is not happy to see them, do I have to learn martial arts and ask them to change their surnames and names and live in seclusion?" Tin Ano hurriedly said, "Don't argue with me, okay? You don't know how much power the young master has. If I can resist, and there is a glimmer of hope, do you think I want to leave?" At this point, Tin Ano's eyes were bright, and there were faint tears. Yang Fan slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, "I know he is a behemoth. He has a huge hidden force. Don't think that I am an official and he is a civilian. I can't hurt his foundation if I want to. If I anger him, he has ways to punish me, whether it be in the open or in the dark. He will do anything to stop me." Tin Ano said, "Since you know, why do you still have this idea of overestimating yourself?" "I overestimate myself? Erlang, I don't mean to look down on you, and I'm not saying you are not as good as him, but he has several families that have existed for thousands of years behind him. He has countless people and resources at his disposal. How can you fight him?" Yang Fan said, "No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than the emperor? He has countless people and resources at his disposal, but can he be as large as the emperor? He has a big backer behind him, but as an official of the court, do I not have a big backer behind me?" Tin Ano was startled and said, "He is in the dark and you are in the light. How can you deal with him? Like yesterday, Lady Wan mobilized 2,000 elites, enough to fight a war, not to mention a few Jianghu people. The problem is you have searched all over Luoyang. Have you found them?" Yang Fan said, "Since I have decided to fight, of course I will think of a way. No matter what, blindly defending is not a solution. I want a counterattack. Shen Mu could chase him from Chang. And to Luoyang, can I chase him somewhere else? Even if I can't kill him, it is not impossible to chase him to a remote and desolate place." Tin Ano was still superstitious about the young master's power and asked worriedly, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Fan walked to her side and put his hands on her shoulders. He met her gaze and said, "This is a battle between two men and also a battle between the imperial power and the aristocratic families. This is not something that can be settled with martial arts. You can't interfere, and don't ask. I understand your difficulties. After all, young Master Jiang has raised you, so you don't have to interfere in this matter. If I, Yang Fan, can't defeat young Master Jiang, then I am not worthy of being with you. At that time, you can go to the ends of the earth. Now, you just have to wait here obediently and watch how I defeat him." Yang Fan's methods were silent. To deal with such a giant hidden among the people, he could only use silent methods. Yang Fan began to get busy, but even Anu, who stayed by his side every day, could not see that his various actions had anything to do with dealing with young Master Jiang. Time passed quickly. The leaves silently floated away, and the snowflakes silently floated down. Yang Fan safely dodged the first attack, and also safely dodged the 15th. That old man with amazing martial arts never came again. In a flash, the first month of the lunar calendar passed. On this day, it was snowing heavily, covering the sky and covering the earth. When Yang Fan walked out of the drunken, immortal restaurant, he saw that the eaves and corners of the various buildings were covered with a thick layer of snow. The misty snowflakes sprinkled down like a dream. There were not many people on the street, only a few carefree children laughing and chasing in the snow. In his drunken mood, Huli leaped onto his mount. He tore open his chest with both hands, revealing a clump of black chest hair. The snowflakes were swept up by the wind and flew towards his chest. Huli laughed loudly and said, "Awesome! Awesome! Brothers, Big Brother will be leaving first." Yang Fan and the others greeted him, and Huli whipped his horse, laughing heartily as he galloped into the vast snow. Chapter 466. This road was one of the main roads in the city. Although it was not as wide as Ding Ding Street, it was still 6 or 7 meters wide. At this time, the snow was boundless, and there were few pedestrians on the street. It was really carefree to ride a horse after drinking, looking at the receding figure. Ma Qiao patted Yang Fan's shoulder and said excitedly, "Brother Fan, why don't we take advantage of the wine and ride a horse to admire the snow? My equestrian skills are not inferior to yours now." Yang Fan laughed and said, "You don't even know how to read, so don't try to be cultured and learn the manners of those poor people. It's rare to come back to the city, so you should go back and spend more time with sister-in-law." Chu Kuanga walked over with his horse and said to Yang Fan, "Are you going back to the mansion, Erlang?" Yang Fan said, "I still have something to do and need to go somewhere. If Brother Chu doesn't go out of the city today, why don't you go to Brother Qiao, Er's place first? Come to my mansion tonight, and let's drink to our heart's content." Chu Kuanga laughed and said, "Since you still have something to do, I won't disturb you. I'm going to Benevolence Square to see my old brothers. When we meet, we'll have to drink again." After chatting for a while, Chu Kuanga, Wei Yong, and Li Dayan took their leave and went to Benevolence Square. Lu Yen and Gao Chu returned to their respective mansions. Seeing that Yang Fan had something to do, Ma Qiao excitedly returned to Showen Square. Just now, he was just talking about it. How could walking in the wind and snow compare to cuddling with his wife? He was often in the military camp and really missed pasta very much. It was just that with his character. How could he show his love for a woman outside and make people laugh at him? The heavy snow covered the sky and covered the earth. In a moment, the footsteps of the few people and the hooves of the horses were completely covered. Yang Fan got on his horse and turned to the north of the city in the direction of Shanghang Square, where Zhao Yu's nest was. The bare willow branches on the trees were now covered with a layer of white snow, like a furry fox's tail. When the wind blew, the snow would rustle down and pour into the necks of passers-by. That person hurriedly wrapped his clothes tightly around himself and quickened his pace. Today, Yang Fan ate a whole Muyang Muhu and drank about 2 cups of the best Jiannan braised spring wine. Now that the alcohol had kicked in, his whole body was hot. The snow droplets fell on his face and neck, making him feel cool and refreshing. Therefore, Yang Fan did not avoid the trees, and instead turned his horse's head to the side and walked under the trees on the roadside. Yang Fan walked all the way until he turned the corner of Shangshan Square. Only then did the effects of the alcohol subside, and his mind sober up. Not far ahead was the Tianjin Bridge. After crossing the bridge and turning right, they would arrive at Shangshangfang. Yang Fan had just picked up his horse and galloped toward the bridgehead, when suddenly a group of sentries came out from Jishanfang on the opposite side. Of the carriages, as the road was as they could. The guards on both sides of the carriage were all riding tall horses. They were dressed in bright clothes and had an air of arrogance. Yang Fan glanced at the carriage and was about to turn his horse to the bridge, but when his eyes swept past the window of the carriage, he suddenly felt something and immediately pulled the reins. "This who looks very familiar." Yang Fan stared blankly at the person sitting in the carriage. He suddenly remembered that this person was one of the 3 extraordinary people he had met in the Golden Grain Garden. Yang Fan then looked at the carriage and saw a banner with the words Marquis of Lu and written on it. Yang Fan thought to himself, "That's right, it really is him." Yang Fan then looked at the 2 carriages at the back. One of the carriages had its curtains drawn, and the other had its curtains rolled up. In the carriage, there was a person stroking his beard and looking at the snow falling outside. It was the old Taoist who had knocked down the tree with his sleeve. After Yang Fan returned from the Golden Grain Garden, he had asked around about this Marquis of Lu, and he knew that this Marquis' surname was Yu, and his name was Yu Haoren. In the current dynasty, there were as many princes and dukes as there were dogs, so this Marquis' reputation was not very prominent. This Marquis was good at longevity and rarely interacted with other nobles, other than refining pills in his own residence. He only made friends with some extraordinary people. After Yang Fan heard about this news, he also thought of making friends with this person and then getting to know those few otherworldly experts. However, he had only been in the officialdom for a few years. Although he had a good relationship with Shui, Huai, Princess Taiping, and Wu Sanxi, as soon as he entered the officialdom, his network was far from that of those real nobles. If it was Princess Taiping, it would not be difficult to get to know this Marquis. But Yang Fan did not want to ask Princess Taiping for help, so the matter was put aside. Now that he saw these extraordinary people, Yang Fan wanted to go forward and greet them. On one hand, he wanted to thank them for saving his life, and on the other hand, he wanted to get to know these seniors. Since Yang Fan left the Nanyang and returned to Luoyang, he had been practicing martial arts diligently for the past few years. Compared to when he left the island, he had made great progress. But when his martial arts reached a higher level, there were some new problems. Without his master by his side, he could not ask for advice. If he only relied on himself to figure it out, his progress would inevitably be affected. If he could get advice from these extraordinary people whose martial arts were not inferior to his Grand Master, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing? Thinking of this, Yang Fan raised his horse and went to meet the carriage. "Stop! Who is it?" Although the guards outside the carriage looked a little ostentatious, they were still very vigilant. As soon as Yang Fan approached, they pressed down on the hilt of their swords and shouted loudly. Yang Fan turned over and dismounted from his horse. He cupped his hands and said, "I am the Minister of Justice, Yang Fan. I have met these seniors in the carriage once. Since we met at the bridgehead, I would like to come forward and greet them." Oh, the expression of the guard who shouted softened. He let go of the hilt of his sword and said, "Since this minister is acquainted with the 3 old immortals, you can come to our manor to greet them in the future." At this moment, Our Marquis is accompanying the three old immortals to the palace to meet the Emperor. It cannot be delayed. Ah, Yang Fan was slightly startled. Why would the Empress want to meet these three martial arts masters? Could it be that the Empress was tired of being an emperor and wanted to learn how to fly the mast and walk the wall to travel in Jianghu? She was already so old. It was probably a little late. Yang Fan's mind was running wild. He smiled at the guard and retreated to the side, watching the carriage slowly pass in front of him. He also turned over and mounted his horse. He slowly followed behind the carriage. After crossing the Tianjin Bridge, the carriage turned left towards the direction of the imperial city. Yang Fan whipped his horse to the right and went straight to Shanghang Square. Ha! The sage is asking about the art of immortality. This humble Taoist has cultivated for many years and has some small achievements in Taoist techniques. However, I have never heard of it or seen it. Everything in the world, if there is life, there will be death. How can there be an immortal? Even if one has really cultivated to become a Daluo immortal, there will be a day when he dies. At this moment, sitting in front of Wu Zetian was an old Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. It was the master who had knocked down the big tree in Jingu Garden with one sleeve. Wu Zetian, who was sitting opposite and inquiring politely, heard this answer and immediately revealed an unhappy expression. Wu Zetian had always believed in those supernatural things. Marquis Le and Yu Haoren swore to her that these few were real living immortals. That was why she, as an emperor, made an exception and invited these few unknown people to consult her on the way to immortality. Who knew that she would get such an answer? Yu Haoren was shocked by Wu Zetian's cold stare and hurriedly said, "Sage, the people of the world think that immortality is immortality." The old immortal thought that His Majesty was talking about the art of immortality, so he replied that there is no such thing. In the Ksittagarbha Sutra, it says, "Sage, the Buddha has a lifespan of 400 trillion monks." It can be seen that although the Buddha has a long lifespan, there will be a day of nirvana. It is just that his lifespan far exceeds that of mortals. The way of immortality does not exist, as Yu Haoren said this. He cupped his hands towards the old Taoist and mysteriously said, "Sage, do you know that this old immortal was born in the era of Wu Chiwu of the Three Kingdoms? He is now almost 500 years old. Is this not a great magical power?" Wu Zetian looked at the old Taoist and asked in surprise, "Is the Taoist really 500 years old?" One, who was waiting on the side, also widened her eyes in surprise and looked at the old Taoist in disbelief. The old Taoist gently stroked his snow-white beard, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. He replied in a nostalgic tone, "Although it is not accurate, it is not far. According to my master, the year I was born, Sun Quan made Lu Meng the military governor and attacked Jing province. There was chaos and chaos everywhere, and the people were fleeing in all directions. My mother gave birth to me while she was fleeing. My mother died because of a difficult birth. I was still a baby in swaddling clothes and was abandoned by the side of the road without anyone to take care of me. If this had continued, I would have inevitably died. Fortunately, Mr. Crowhorn happened to pass by and was kind enough to take me in. He later took me as his disciple and taught me magic." Wu Zetian was surprised and said, "Mr. Crowhorn, so your master is Zhua Ci, immortal Zhua?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "Yes, my master has passed away many years ago. That is why, when your Majesty asked me about the art of immortality, I did not think much of it. My master's magic is ever-changing, and he has great magical power that can go up to heaven and down to earth. In the end, he cannot avoid death. How can there be an immortal magic in this world?" Wu Zetian said with some reverence, "Taoist is actually nearly 500 years old. Then this nun must be a cultivator with an extremely high salary? The old nun smiled and put her palms together. I am the reincarnation of pure light Buddha. I can know the past and the future, but I can't remember my own age. In this life, I am about 300 years old. Wu Zetian's shocked expression had yet to fade when the barbarian said in a rough voice, "You, pure light nun, can enter the cycle of reincarnation without losing your soul and memories. You can continue cultivating, so you naturally won't care about how old this body is. I, Maha, am not as capable as you, pure light nun. Now, I have lived for 700 years. My salary is 999 years. In less than 300 years, I will die of old age." Wu Zetian was greatly moved and thought to herself, "A mortal's lifespan is less than 100 years. Even if I can't live forever, if I learn their magical power, I can extend my lifespan by 500 to 700 years. That is also possible." However, what these people said was too mysterious. Wu Zetian did not dare to believe them completely. She still wanted to see their methods before making a decision. Otherwise, if a dignified emperor was deceived by a few Jianghu magicians, she would be a laughingstock for all eternity. Wu Zetian made up her mind and said with a pleasant expression, "Today, I invited the three of you into the palace because I want to learn something from the three of you. I just don't know if the three of you can display your magical power here and let me broaden my horizons." Chapter 467. After hearing it, the three of them showed a slightly hesitant look. Wu Zetian saw it and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Old nun Jingguang hesitated for a moment and reluctantly replied, "Amit Ba, since your majesty has decreed, then I will reluctantly show it in front of your majesty. It's just a small trick, and I'm making a fool of myself." Old nun Jingguang looked in front of Wu Zetian and said, "Your majesty, can you bestow this cup of wine in front of me?" Seeing that she was willing to use magic, Wu Zetian's face cleared up and she said with a smile, "Of course. Nun is a nun. Do you also drink wine?" Old nun Jingguang said lightly, "I usually only eat 1 grain of rice and 1 sesame every day and don't eat after noon." As she said, she took the cup of wine in front of Wu Zetian and put it in front of herself. She took a look at the cup and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, please have a look." She gently brushed her hand, and with a sweep of her sleeve, the wine cup filled with fermented glutinous rice had already been emptied. The cup was as empty as a wild field. Wu Zetian suddenly opened her eyes wide, but she saw that the old nun neither retracted her hand nor moved it. Her hands were still empty, lying flat on the ground. The old nun smiled slightly, clenched her right hand, and raised it in the air. She said to Wu Zetian, "Your Majesty, look here again." The old nun opened her 5 fingers, and a light suddenly flew out of her palm. The light flew straight out of the hall and suddenly turned into a crystal-clear snow lotus. It slowly rotated in the air and slowly fell down with the snowflakes all over the sky. Wu Zetian saw this miracle with her own eyes and couldn't help but be stunned. She was surprised for a long time before she said to Shanghai, as if she just woke up from a dream, "Quick, quick, go get that snow lotus for me to have a look." Shanghai answered. When she was about to take a step, the old nun had put her palms together and said with a smile, "Snow lotus is naturally condensed from the essence of snow. Now it has turned back into snow and returned to heaven and earth. Where will your Majesty go to find it? This action of mine can be considered as offering Buddha with borrowed flowers." Wu Zetian had always prided herself on being the reincarnation of Maitreya. As soon as she heard the words offering Buddha with borrowed flowers, she couldn't help but feel happy. She was about to praise her when the old nun suddenly coughed twice and pressed her hand against her chest. She frowned slightly, revealing a painful expression. Wu Zetian hurriedly asked, "What happened to Shirtai?" Taoist Sifong suddenly sighed. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, it's not that we don't want to use our magic, but it's because this place is inside the palace, the center of the world, protected by the awe-inspiring righteousness. His Majesty is the true Son of Heaven, able to attract the heavenly light in harmony with the righteous energy of the four directions, and all evils cannot invade. Of course, what I and the others have learned is not unorthodox, but true Taoist magic. But even so, if we use it in the righteous qi of the world, it will greatly damage our vitality. Just now, Jingguang Shirtai didn't want to disobey the imperial edict, so she forcefully used her magic. Now, her vitality has been damaged. Wu Zetian heard that they were unwilling to use their magic here because they were the true Son of Heaven. This place was the center of the world, and the true Son of Heaven lived in the center of the world. The combination of the two could actually make these people with great supernatural power afraid. Wu Zetian couldn't help but feel a little proud of herself. She said complacently, "Cultivation is not easy. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for the three immortal masters." Wu Zetian happily turned to Yu Haoran and ordered, "Help the three immortal masters settle down first. I will personally visit another day and see the great supernatural power of the three immortal masters." When Yu Haoran heard that the emperor was going to visit his mansion, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I will make good arrangements for the three immortal masters and await your arrival." Zhao Yu's current identity was still that of an informant, helping people find relatives and friends and gathering information. After Yang Fan got into trouble and was arrested and sent to the Council of Censors, he quickly moved away from his original place and moved to Shanghang Square in the northern part of the city. Once he moved, his business became even more prosperous. Not long after, he used his powerful connections to make a name for himself in the northern part of the city. Zhao Yu's identity as an informant was getting more and more famous, and his reputation was also getting higher and higher. Not only were there all kinds of people who often came to ask him to do all kinds of things, even some of the rich and powerful families often had people come to this place to ask him to do things, such as prying into other people's privacy and secrets. When Yang Fan arrived at Zhao Yu's residence, he happened to see a nobleman dressed in an expensive fur coat, accompanied by two personal servants, walking out with his head held high, his face immensely proud of himself. Zhao Yu respectfully followed behind him. When he reached the door, he happened to see Yang Fan dismount his horse. Zhao Yu smiled and nodded to him, then continued to see the nobleman off. When the nobleman got on the horse, Zhao Yu crossed his arms and bowed. He said with a smile, "This lowly one respectfully sends Lord Zhu off." You've done your job. Very well." Amidst the heavy snow, the Lord Zhu happily said, "In the future, if there's anything I need, I'll come to your place again. Take this. This is an extra reward from me to you." As he said this, a heavy bag of money flew out. Zhao Yu grabbed it in his hand and bowed deeply to the ground. With a smile, he said, "I'm willing to serve Lord Zhu. I'll definitely satisfy Lord Zhu." The Lord Zhu threw his head back and laughed 3 times. Then he whipped his horse and galloped away. The 2 servants hurriedly chased after him. Yang Fan walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Zhao's business is doing very well. Even such a bigwig has come to take care of your business." For this Lord Zhu to be so happy, could it be that you found a long-lost relative? Zhao Yu turned around and said with a smile, "This man is White Stone, the founder of the country. It's not that he's lost any relative. It's just that his wife had an affair, and we've helped him get the evidence." As they were talking, Yang Fan walked into the room. When he heard what Zhao Yu said, he tripped on the door sill and almost fell. What? Yang Fan cried out. His wife had an affair. Then what's he so happy about? Zhao Yu laughed and said, not everyone hates their wife for having an affair. If there's someone who wants to divorce but can't find an excuse, or if the wife's family is too powerful and can't be easily offended, then they'd be more than happy to have such an excuse. Hee hee, this way, please. Yang Fan shook his head and sighed. The world is really big. Nothing is too strange. The two of them chatted and laughed as they passed through the main room. They went around to a small room in the back courtyard. This was the innermost room, with a thick curtain hanging over the door. There was a charcoal brazier in the room, but it still felt a little chilly when one was a little further away from it. Because the room was so tightly sealed, there was a lingering smell of smoke. Yang Fan sat down on the couch. Zhao Yu moved the brazier closer to the two of them and also sat down behind the table. Only then did Yang Fan put away his faint smile and asked solemnly, Brother Zhao, how is the matter that little brother discussed with you previously? Zhao Yu's expression suddenly turned serious as he said to Yang Fan, has Erlang thought it through clearly? Do you know what this request of yours means to us? Yang Fan nodded and said, I know this is a little difficult for you. However, I also know that defeating young Master Jiang is also your hope. Zhao Yu nodded and said, that's right. We wish to defeat the obvious sect so badly that they will no longer be able to dictate to our hidden sect. At the very least, we must be on equal footing with them. However, we do not wish to perish together with them. Perish together? Yang Fan's brows raised up slightly as he asked, why does Brother Zhao say that? Zhao Yu said, in order to fight for the position of Crown Prince, Wu Qingxi needed to control the military. Thus, he tried all ways and means to allow Qiu Xinji to control more troops. It wasn't impossible to do so. There are many things that can only be obtained through various means and not through rewards from the higher-ups. However, in order to seize military power, he colluded with foreign countries and used the enemy's hands to achieve his goals. This is a violation of the rules. Zhao Yu picked up a few more pieces of charcoal and placed them on the brazier. The fire grew stronger, and the red flames reflected on their faces, making them all look very solemn. Zhao Yu said, in the end, Qiu Xinji was beheaded, and Zhou Xing was exiled. He died in an unknown way. Wu Qingxi also lost his position as the Grand Chancellor. Why? Because there is a rule in everything. You can do whatever you want within this rule. If you break the rule, you will become the public enemy of the world. Similarly, we also have our own rules. The corner of Yang Fan's mouth curled up slightly, with a slightly disdainful tone. He said, your rules, what are your rules? Zhao Yu's tone became heavier as he said, no matter if it is the obvious clan or the hidden clan, our goal is not to destroy the other. We all come from the nobility of Shandong. What we are fighting over is who is the leader and who is the assistant. This is a family matter. If I tell you what we know about the obvious clan and have you use the power of the government to deal with them, then we will be breaking the rules. Yang Fan's brow rose up, and he said, so what? Zhao Yu said, do you still not understand? This is treachery, just like on the Green Forest Road. When the people on the two mountains fight to the death, any method can be used. But if one of them tells the government about the other's stronghold and uses the power of the government to attack the other, then he is finished. He will become the mortal enemy of all of the Green Forest. If we use the power of the court to deal with the obvious clan, we will lose the foundation of our existence, the support of those prestigious families, and become their mortal enemy. At that time, everyone will want to beat us, and we will be seeking our own destruction. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, as far as I know, Shenmu is definitely not a stickler for rules. Is there no other way? A hint of mirth came into Zhao Yu's eyes. Third uncle said that we can tell you what we know about the obvious clan, but you cannot let others see that we have betrayed them. Also, you cannot appear and cannot act because you were too close to my third uncle on your last trip to the West regions. If you act, we will be suspicious. Yang Fan frowned and said, unhappily, we can't target them when we make a move. If they find out that you're the ones who leaked their information, and I can't make a move, what should we do? Zhao Yu said apologetically, I also do not know, so I am asking you if you really want to know. If your 3 law departments want to compete, why spend so much effort to use a case to attack the other's prestige and reputation instead of hiring a group of bandits to attack the Supreme Court or the Imperial Censorate and kill them all? Isn't it because your 3 law departments have the highest arbitrator above them? How you fight within the rules is your ability. If you fight outside the rules, you will become a black sheep. That high female emperor will not hesitate to kill you to maintain the rules she has set. It's the same for us. Please understand our difficulties. Yang Fan thought for a moment and slowly said, I understand. How about this? If I can't think of a way to satisfy both sides according to your requirements, I won't use the information you provide me. How about it? Zhao Yu said in a heavy voice, Are you sure? Chapter 468. Yang Fan nodded slowly and firmly. I promise. Zhao Yu took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, Good. Erlang, please remember what you said. If you can't do it, then we will become enemies who will kill you. Yang Fan said, Take them out. Zhao Yu laughed bitterly and shook his head as he stood up. He turned around and walked to the head of the Kong bed. In front of Yang Fan, he lifted up the bedding and mat and opened a secret door. Inside was a dark, cast-iron cabinet. Zhao Yu took out a key from his bosom, and after fiddling with it for a long time, he opened the cabinet and took out 3 thin pieces of paper. Zhao Yu walked back to the table with the 3 pieces of paper in his hands and gently placed them on the table. He touched the surface of the paper and stared at it for a long time before pushing it toward Yang Fan, inch by inch. Yang Fan reached out and picked up the 3 pieces of paper. Zhao Yu said, Read them here. Once you've memorized them, I will burn them. An hour later, Yang Fan quietly left Zhao Yu's residence. Zhao Yu did not see him off. He remained kneeling by the table, staring at the brazier in front of him. The light in the brazier flickered, casting a shadow over his face. The papers in the brazier had been burned to ashes. The ashes were half black and half red. When the heat from the charcoal hit them, a piece of ashes curled up like a leaf floated up from the brazier. It rolled twice in the air, but before it could fall to the ground, it was already smashed to pieces. The charcoal was red, and the room was as warm as spring. The spring light came not only from the shiny copper pot placed in the middle of the table, but also from the women sitting around the table. Besides Yang Fan, there were 3 other women sitting around the table. All 3 of them could be said to be exceptionally beautiful. Their styles were all different. One was as beautiful as a lily. Her pure aura seemed to come from her bones, giving off a feeling of crystal clarity. The other was like a proud plum blossom in the snow, full of vitality, elegant and beautiful. The last one was like a lovely and pure rose, bright and beautiful. She was both happy and angry at the same time, very likable. For example, who was a lily, Anu, who was a plum blossom, and Xiaoman, who was a rose. They were all gathered together today. Yang Fan had begun to pay attention to making connections outside. He had maintained close contact with Xue Huai, Wu Sansi, and the others. He also had a group of good friends he had made in the military, as well as a group of colleagues he got along well with in the civil service. From time to time, he would gather with them. At home, He also began to think of ways to create opportunities for Warner and the other two to get to know each other. It was easy to fall in love, but it was hard to get along. Even if they were a couple, due to their different temperaments and habits after marriage, they might not be as warm as they were before marriage. Moreover, there were 3 women with different temperaments and natures. It was much easier for Warner to leave the palace than before. Since Zhang Changzong entered the palace, he was regarded as a treasure by the empress. Zhang Changzong also introduced his cousin Zhang Yiji to the empress. This pair of beautiful young men was very favored by the empress. The empress had 2 beauties in her arms and enjoyed the bliss of having multiple partners. The 3 of them were inseparable, so Warner was a little redundant. So Warner had more freedom than before. She could often leave the palace, and her excuse was no longer limited to traveling with Princess Taiping. Sometimes she said she wanted to go home to visit her mother, and the empress would generously agree. The next day was not the court meeting, so it was not impossible to spend the night outside. It was even more convenient for Nu. With her superb disguise skills, it was easy to sneak into the Yang family. Even if that young Master Jiang had the ability to see through the heavens and the earth, it was impossible for him to send people to spy on the Yang mansion every day. Moreover, unless it was an expert like Lu Boyan, it would not be easy for others to hide from Yang Fan and these 2 eccentric girls. Today was his first effort to let these 3 women come into contact. Xiao Man was quite like a hostess. She was enthusiastically pouring wine and serving food, and was very attentive. It was funny that Xiao Man was young and insensible, and Yang Fan also had no experience in this area. At first, Xiao Man's pregnancy reaction was very strong, and they both thought it was because her stomach and stomach were not very good. Later, it was a few old women in the inner chamber who noticed something was wrong and mentioned it to Ah Lang. When Yang Fan heard this, he did not dare to neglect it. He quickly drove the car and invited Dr. Jiang, the gynecologist who had seen his little brother in the past. After Dr. Jiang felt Xiao Man's pulse, he patted his chest and swore, with his decades of medical practice, that the Yang family's lady was indeed pregnant. This was naturally a happy event for Yang Fan, and Xiao Man was also very happy. But now the child was only 3 or 4 months old, so it was not very obvious. Xiao Man was also a martial artist, so her body was strong and her movements were not affected at all. She was also lively, so how could she walk without moving her skirt and smile without showing her teeth? At first, Yang Fan was still a little nervous. Later, he saw that she was alive and well all day long, so he didn't remind her every day like an old lady. Now, seeing that she, a pregnant woman, was still alive and kicking, picking food, pouring wine, and running around a charcoal stove, and Nu were very nervous. They quickly pressed her down to sit down, and then they were relieved. Looking at Xiao Man's slightly protruding belly, Wana was really jealous. Xiao Man was going to be a mother. Thinking of this, Warner felt uncomfortable, as if a cat's claws were scratching her heart. Now she had no other thoughts but to have a chance to leave Wu Zetian for 1.5 years. As long as she could give birth to a child for her husband, she would feel at ease. After Xiao Man was pressed to sit on a stool by Warner and Anu took the responsibility of greeting everyone. When it came to cooking skills, Warner and Xiao Man were naturally far inferior to her. Seeing the boiling water in the pot and the fragrance overflowing, Anu seasoned, arranged dishes, boiled meat, and poured wine. Her delicate and white hands were like butterflies flying through the flowers. She was very elegant, busy, but not messy. The dishes were very sumptuous. There were vegetarian dishes such as chicken fur and monkey head, cabbage and chives, etc. There were more meat dishes such as deer ribs, chicken breast, humped lamb, and so on. Xiao Man had passed the period of severe pregnancy reaction, and now her appetite had increased greatly. Wanner and Anu regarded her as the king of eating. From time to time, they picked up vegetables and meat, piling up the small bowl in front of her. Look, Xiao Man wanted to eat spicy sauce, and Wanner immediately handed it to her. She even smiled gently and said, "Sour and spicy girl, how can Xiao Man like to eat spicy food? You should eat more sour food. Don't you see that some people are going crazy because of their son?" Yang Fan praised in his heart, "Tisk, TSK, TSK, look at Wanner's cultivated manner. She is indeed from a rich family, and is used to seeing men having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Not only is she not jealous at all, but she is also thinking about the problem of carrying on the family line. But I am so strong. I will have a son sooner or later. No hurry." Xiao Man answered well. Xiao Man said, "I like to eat spicy food, and I also like to eat sour food. Unfortunately, this season is not good, and there are not many fruits. But Lang Jun is very considerate. He often runs around the city and tries his best to buy me some dried jujubes, dried plums, hawthorns, and so on. Oh, I can't think about it. Just thinking about it makes me drool." Yang Fan was a little embarrassed. "Haha, I am not that good. In Xiao Man's eyes, everything elder brother does is good. In fact, I just know old son who sells dried fruits in the alley. So I gave him a few more coins and asked him to send more to our house, so that we won't get tired of eating the same thing all the time." Anu spoke in a light and soft voice. "Oh, in that case, Sister Xiaoman might give birth to twins of a boy and a girl. Then the Yang clan would have both sons and daughters, and your husband would be relieved. Hee, little sister congratulates you in advance. Sister Shangguan, you are much older than me and Xiao Man, and you are more knowledgeable. Don't you think so?" Yang Fan even smiled. See, Anu is also sensible. She knows to respect Wanner and get close to Xiao Man. How appropriate is that? Cough, cough, cough. Wanner must have eaten too much of the mutton with the cornel juice. Look at how she choked. Her pretty face was as red as a little hen that had just laid an egg, and her voice was also gurgling. Yang Fan hurriedly reached out and gently patted her back. He said gently, "Eat slowly, don't choke. Drink some rice wine to moisten your throat." Just as he caressed it twice, someone next to him pulled his sleeve. He turned his head and saw Xiao Man smiling sweetly. She gently touched her belly and said softly, "Lang Jun, if I really gave birth to a boy and a girl for you, would you be happy?" Yang Fan quickly nodded and said, "I will be happy. Of course I will be happy, but you don't have to think so much. Whether it is 1 or 2, whether it is a boy or a girl, as long as it is our own flesh and blood, I will be happy." Wanner gently patted her chest. It seemed that she had calmed down. She immediately continued Yang Fan's topic and said, "Fan, you should be happy. It is not easy for the 2 of you to be where you are today. You knew each other when you were young and secretly promised to spend the rest of your life. But when you grew up, you did not know each other. I remember when you first got married, you were still husband and wife in name. It must be like now. That is sweet. To be able to love and be together, that is the happiest day. Just like me, I occasionally go out of the palace." There seemed to be some bitterness in Wanner's voice. Yang Fan did not know what to say at the moment. He gently held her little hand and held it. Wanner smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just felt touched when I saw Sister Xiao Man. Actually, I am content. Although it is the golden wind and jade dew, it is still better than the time in the palace. Although you and I are together day and night, we can't stay together for even a moment." Yang Fan sighed. "Yes." At the side, Miss Nu suddenly picked up a cup of wine and gulped it down in one gulp. This was the Jiannan spring wine. It was at least half a liter. Anu put down the cup Not only did her face immediately turn red, even her eyes were a little red. Yang Fan turned his head and saw her drunken look. He could not help but be shocked. "Anu, why are you so greedy? Even if you are happy, you should not drink too much. Come, 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 eat more vegetables, eat more meat, and drink less wine." Before Yang Fan's voice died away, Warner picked up a few pieces of Tongzhou lamb with chopsticks and fed them to Anu's bowl. Xiao Man gently filled her bowl with wine and said sweetly, "There's plenty of wine. Drink it slowly." Yang Fan picked up a thin piece of mutton and dipped it in the pot, then dipped it in some sauce and garlic paste before putting it into his mouth. The mutton melted in his mouth and was incomparably delicious. He then tasted a mouthful of the blood-red wine, looking at the three charming beauties being so affectionate with each other. Yang Fan was very happy in his heart. The Yang family's situation is very good. Chapter 469. The first meeting of the main members of the Yang family came to an end in a warm, peaceful, and united atmosphere. All the members of the meeting communicated with each other and expressed their confidence and wishes for the future development of the Yang family. The first meeting was a complete success. After the meal, Tao Mei and third sister came in with towels, bottles, and cups. They helped them rinse their mouths and hands and wipe their faces with hot towels. Then they removed the leftover banquet and served some dried fruits, drinks, and hot milk. Warner and Xiao Man both came quietly. Third sister and Tao Mei had been strictly warned by Xiao Man not to reveal anything to the people in the house. Even so, they only knew that these two were Alang's confidants, but did not know their identities and names. Anu and Xiao Man were close in age, and they had discussed robbing the execution field together, so they had a good chat. Xiao Man's back was sore from sitting for a long time, so she pulled Anu and intimately went up to the bed that was covered with soft bedding. They continued to chat excitedly, and from time to time, the two of them would even get together like a lotus flower, whispering to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. This was the most intimate behavior. If she treated the other party as an outsider, even if it was the closest guest, the hostess would not lie on the bed and chat with the other party. It was very rude. She could do this because she treated the other party as her closest sister. Even the closest relatives had different ages. If the other party was her elder or junior, it was also impossible to meet her like this. Women are really strange creatures. Yang Fan secretly sighed with emotion, looking at the intimate appearance of the two people. He even suspected that the secret fight on the table just now was completely an illusion of his. Seeing Anu and Xiao Man chatting very intimately to the point that they completely ignored his existence, Yang Fan, who was pushed aside, rubbed his nose. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that his sister Warner was still the most gentle and considerate man who knew how to take care of her. So he took the bowl of lotus seed soup from Warner and put it on the table. He took Warner's fox fur hat from behind the screen and put it on her. He smiled gently and said, "Warner, come with me to the garden." Yang Fan was only wearing a light fur coat. He did not mind that it was snowing outside. It was a cold and windy season. He stepped into the garden with Warner. "What are you thinking about?" After walking a dozen steps, Warner looked at Yang Fan, who was deep in thought. She broke the silence between them with a faint smile. The beauty in the snow was especially charming. Although Warner was more than 10 years older than Anu and Xiao Man, her appearance was not inferior to Anu and Xiao Man, but her temperament was much more stable than Anu and Xiao Man. At this moment, the side of her face was smiling, but there was a kind of playfulness to it. Yang Fan laughed and said, "I'm not thinking about anything. I just feel that the snowflakes are especially quiet. With you by my side, my heart is very peaceful. It's rare for me to enjoy it." Warner curled her lips and mercilessly exposed his hypocrisy. In front of me, you still want to wear your fur coat inside out. Pretending. Yang Fan chuckled and said, "The emperor is the ruler of the world. The ruler of the world will wear a crown on his head. The crown will hang 2 pieces of jade next to his ears. That is called ear filling. It is to turn a deaf ear. The emperor, you don't have to listen to what you shouldn't listen to. Even if you hear it, you have to pretend you don't hear it. The front and back of the crown will hang jade, which means you have to turn a blind eye. You don't have to look at what you shouldn't see. Even if you see it, you have to pretend you don't see it. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. It is like this in the court, and it is also like this in a family. A man is the head of a family. In fact, in this aspect, he is the same as the emperor. When it is time to pretend to be ignorant, you have to be ignorant. If you don't want to rub sand in your eyes, if you want everything to be under your control, if you want everyone to act according to your wishes, then you are a madman." Juana giggled and said, "I said, how can you be so dull? You are quite open-minded." She turned her face and smiled at Yang Fan charmingly. "Are you really not angry?" Yang Fan put his hands behind his back and proudly replied, "What is there to be angry about? I believe my woman knows her limits. I also believe that I can control this family." Juana began to pout again. "Shameless." Yang Fan laughed and puffed out white smoke, which turned into all kinds of shapes in the air. On the table, there was an undercurrent between the 3 girls. How could Yang Fan not see it? Even if he didn't feel it at first, he would have felt it later. However, he really wasn't worried. In fact, thousands of years of male society had built a strict and tight family system. Most successful men had 3 wives and 4 concubines. It wasn't strange for them to have more than 10 concubines. It was normal for women to have 1 husband and compete with each other for favor. It would be abnormal if they didn't do it. But this kind of competition was to be gentle in front of the Langjun, flattering him in every possible way. They showed their lovely side and used their advantages to win more love from him. Very few people would slander other women and play tricks to win their husband's favor, because the risks and benefits of doing this were completely disproportionate. If you really used some despicable means, how many people could you hide it from? How long could you hide it? Especially for a man of such status, which one of them wasn't knowledgeable and scheming. A woman who was born in a house, grew up in a house, and raised in a house could really play around with him. Men were all fools, and in the end, they could only be fools themselves. Of course, most of the harmony between wives and concubines was not because of feelings, but because of rules. If you broke the rules, you would become the public enemy of the house. Even if the husband didn't hate you, there were still elders, families, and above that, the government. There were laws and layers of restrictions that would punish you. Others didn't say anything, but if you dared to make trouble in the house, the first wife could use the family law to punish you. If there was really a family that made trouble in the house, it would become a rare big news. It would spread everywhere, and the whole family would be disgraced. They would become the object of ridicule by other men and women. Jean Ping Mei and Dream of the Red Chamber were all stories of wealthy families. She had never seen those clever, and beautiful women in those stories use such underhanded methods to win the favor of their husbands. Or they dote on their husbands so much that they forbid their husbands from touching other women. Even Wang Shifeng had never done such a thing. If she wanted to challenge the feudal system, even someone as shrewd as her would be crushed to pieces. The real drama of fighting in the house was a work that was produced in modern times to cater to the modern marriage system. Those who followed the rules took it for granted and used the methods of intrigue in the workplace and the government on a group of women in big houses. They deliberately made it more bloody and painted a tragic scene. Of course, it was different inside the imperial palace. Things like Wu Zetian's and Empress Wang's intense fight had happened in every dynasty. This was because that was the imperial palace. They were fighting to be the empress, and they were fighting to have their sons become the crown prince. Compared to fighting for favor in big families, the benefits were boundless. If you won, you could change the rules, and you could set new rules. There were no higher rules above you to punish you. Even so, the reason why Wu Zetian was able to successfully ascend to the throne, other than her scheming and collusion with foreign officials, Li Ji's own support was also an important reason. Because Li Ji hoped to break away from the control of the aristocratic families, and Empress Wang was supported by the aristocratic families. She was their spokesperson in the imperial palace. This already involved a political struggle. As for the healthy competition in the house, these three women were all smart. They knew when to advance and retreat, and they knew what was important. One, was a lady of a noble family. Her breadth of mind was nurtured by her family background, and her vision was cultivated by the empress. As for Xiaoman, this girl was not jealous at all. She just liked to show off her husband's love to others. Anu was more meticulous, but she was not narrow-minded. Moreover, she knew that she was planning to deal with young Master Jiang, and it was very risky. If she was not careful, she would be hurt, and even one, and Xiaoman would not be happy. Anu was self-abased and self-pitying. She had long taken the blame for this. She felt that she had implicated Yang Fan and Yang Fan's family. How could she sincerely oppose one and Xiaoman? During the dinner, her. The reason why the three women were like this was mostly intentional. They just couldn't bear to see Yang Fan like an old fox who had stolen 7 or 8 hens in one breath. They sat steadily and laughed happily. They might be a little unhappy in their hearts, but that was the extent of it. They would not cross the line, and they would not do anything out of line. What did Yang Fan have to worry about? The Empress said it well. I am not afraid of chaos. I am afraid of no chaos. Official Yang thought, I am not afraid of fighting. I am afraid of not fighting. One, Xiaoman and knew which one of them would fight for status or family property. If they wanted to fight, they would fight for him to treat them with more gentleness and love. He was happy to see it happen. At first, Wan was worried that the little temper of the three of them would make Yang Fan unhappy. When she came out with him, she wanted to explain. Seeing that he saw it so clearly, she was relieved. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while. Then Wan chatted casually and talked about business. She walked side by side with Yang Fan and said, the Zhang brothers are now very favored by His Majesty. Zhang Yi has been promoted from Shangqing to the Minister of Defense a few days ago. Zhang Changzong was directly promoted from a Bai Yi to Yunhui General and Zhuqianyu Zhonglong General. He felt that his position was too low, so yesterday His Majesty made him a Zhua Sanchi Chang waiter. This was information. If you knew many things one step ahead of others, you could grasp a lot of things in time, especially some changes in personnel. As long as Wanner saw Yang Fan, she would tell Yang Fan about the movements of the court and the latest situation that she knew. One whispered to Yang Fan about things in the palace. In front of them, there was a small bridge. There was snow on the bridge. Yang Fan was worried that she would slip, so he helped her. One smiled sweetly at him because of her Longjuan's considerate action. Yang Fan was surprised and said, these two have only been in the palace for a few days, and they have risen so quickly. Wanner charmingly looked at him and joked, yes, they have risen much faster than you. I think it won't be long before they will rise. Xue Huai is a marquis, and sooner or later these two will have the title of marquis. It's a pity that my Lang Jun has worked hard in the western regions, but he didn't even get a small baron. Do you want to go to the palace and serve his majesty?" Yong Fan patted her plump buttocks through the soft fur of the fur coat and said with a smile, "I don't have high ambitions. I just want to serve my lady, well. As for the empress, I won't compete with the Zhang brothers for her favor, lest they come after me with their lives." Wanner covered her mouth and laughed. "Serving others doesn't give you fame, wealth, and splendor." Yang Fan gently kissed her cheek. It was cool and smooth like soft jade. Yang Fan softly said, "With such a beautiful family, it is enough." Crossing the small bridge, there was a forest in front of them. In the heavy snow, the branches that had lost their leaves were covered with a layer of white snow like the branches of a jade tree. Stepping on the snow, the two slowly walked in the snowy forest. Yang Fan sighed and said, "Master Shui received the title of Duke 2 years ago. He has served His Majesty for more than 10 years. Even so, His Majesty first arranged for him to lead the army to fight against the Turks, and then used the great victory to make him a duke. Now these two boys, isn't His Majesty worried that the court will criticize them?" Wanner said, "At that time, although His Majesty held great power, he was still the Empress Dowager, and not the Emperor. In order to ascend the throne, there were many obstacles. How could he act too hastily and give people a reason to criticize him? So it was inevitable that there would be some fear in his actions. But now it is different. Besides," at this point, Wanner's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she said in a low voice, "One feels that ever since His Majesty became the Emperor, he has gradually lost the ambition of the past. Now, other than indulging in pleasure and playing with men, His Majesty is only thinking about immortality. He doesn't even care about the affairs of the country." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Immortality? Has His Majesty also learned from Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu of Han, and began to seek this ridiculous celestial magic?" Wanner looked at him and said, "Lang Jun, you don't seem to care about celestial magic?" Yang Fan raised his head. Pure, white snowflakes curled down, silently falling on his face and body. Yang Fan seemed to think of something and saw something else. His eyes looked at the misty sky, very deep. He smiled at the vast sky and turned to look at With confusion, he said, "The current Her Majesty's actions have been criticized by others, but it cannot be denied that she was able to become a female empress that has never been seen before in history. Her wit and tactics must be superior to others. How could His Majesty still believe in such nonsense like immortality?" Wanner frowned and said hesitantly, "Since the saying of immortality has been passed down for thousands of years, perhaps it really does exist. Think about it, Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu of Han, which one of them was not a dragon among men? Didn't they also believe in the existence of immortality in this world?" Yang Fan smiled and said mockingly, "Yes, Emperor Qin believed it, and so did Emperor Wu of Han. They were deceived by one necromancer after another, over and over again. Emperor Wu of Han was even deceived to the point of slaughtering 3 of his own clans. Did he continue to believe it, or did he continue to be deceived? His Majesty is a woman, and women believe in these strange things more than men. It is not strange that she is so obsessed." One asked curiously, "Lang Jun, why are you so sure that there is no immortality in this world?" Chapter 470. In response to Wanner's doubts, Yang Fan smiled without saying a word. Yang Fan firmly believed that there was no such thing as a technique for immortality in this world. The reason was actually very simple. It was because his Grand Shifu didn't believe it. When he was young, Yang Fan also looked at the boundless ocean and curiously asked his Grand Shifu, who was over 100 years old but still healthy, "Grand Shifu, is there really a celestial mountain on the ocean?" Are there really immortal immortals living on the celestial mountain? The Grand Sherfu, who had just caught a big fish, was angry because he had caught an extremely large fish. It was a whale, and even though the whale was not yet an adult, it was still a whale. In the end, his fishing rod broke, and even he was almost dragged into the ocean. This made Curly Beard feel very embarrassed in front of his disciple. The embarrassed Curly Beard had the temper of an old child and was looking everywhere for a steel fork, wanting to chase to the Crystal Palace and slaughter the whale that refused to obediently submit. Hearing his disciple ask such a stupid question, Curly Beard immediately blew his beard and glared at him, saying, "Celestial mountain? What is a celestial mountain? Immortals, what are immortals?" Curly Beard, who had just fought with the whale, wore a hemp shoe on one foot and was barefoot on the other. His hair was unkempt and his face was dirty as he lectured his little disciple, saying, "If there is a technique for immortality, there must be an immortal. Have you seen one? If I told you that I was from the Qin dynasty and that I used a large iron chisel and Zhang Zifang to assassinate Qin Shi Huang at the Lang Pasha, would you believe me?" The young fan's eyes were filled with little stars as he held his chin with both hands and said to his Grand Sherfu in adoration, "If Grand Sherfu says it is, then it must be." Curly Beard had just been refuted by a huge figure, and now he was refuted by this Xiaodong Shi. He couldn't help but stomp his feet in anger. "Idiot! Truly an idiot! If I say I am, then I am? I am not a tree that can be cut open and counted to know my age. Which person from the Qin dynasty can live until now to prove that I am the Hercules who accidentally hit the passenger car?" Curly Beard did not want to argue with little Yang Fan about this stupid question. He angrily came to a conclusion. "Stupid grandson, when you grow up, if someone tells you that he knows something about immortality, help me pour some dog blood on his head. This guy is definitely a big liar." In Yang Fan's small mind, his great master was an existence that surpassed the legendary sword immortal. If there really was a god in the world, he believed that his great master was a god, an out-and-out martial god. He respected and worshipped this old man unconditionally and believed everything the Grand Preceptor had told him. After growing up, Yang Fan still worshipped and trusted his great master. He believed what his great master had told him. However, when Yang Fan recalled his grand master's reaction in the past, he couldn't help but wonder if his grand master had believed in the art of immortality when he was young. Perhaps he had even listened to someone's nonsense and deliberately went to the immortal mountain on the sea. It was because he had suffered a great loss that he was so angry. Yang Fan did not tell one his basis. Many people, at least at a certain stage in their lives, would have an object of absolute worship. They would believe everything this person said without a doubt. But he would never tell this reason to others, because both he and his idol might be laughed at. In front of his woman, Yang Fan would especially not do this. He still had a little bit of male chauvinism. He did not want his woman to know that her man was like a child relying on and worshipping another man. He asked with confidence, "Master Shinshio is the founder of the northern sect of Zen. He has a profound cultivation and profound dharma. When he came to the capital a few days ago, His Majesty also asked him for advice on the art of immortality. Has Master Shinshio ever taught His Majesty the way of immortality?" Wana was not convinced. She said Zen Master Shinshio practiced the orthodox Zen method of Buddhism. What he practiced was rebirth. He believed in reincarnation. What he practiced was a Bodhi heart. To him, the body was just a stinky bag. He did not seek eternal life, so he was not good at it. Master Shinshio had already entered the capital a month ago. After he arrived, Wu Zetian had personally welcomed him. She did not care about the difference between monarch and official. She greeted him on her knees as an emperor. She also specially ordered that Master Shinshio could ride on her shoulder and go straight to the front of the hall. There was no need to salute. She also ordered the construction of temples in Yuchuan Mountain, where Shinshio used to live, and in his hometown, the Wei family, to reward his merits. She also issued an edict to abolish the order of Taoism before Buddhism and replace it with Buddhism before Taoism. Special funds were allocated to repair the temples, build a large number of Buddha statues, and translate a large number of Buddhist scriptures. Xuanzang's dying wish was finally realized, and Buddhism shone again in the land of Shenzhou. Wu Zetian also took the opportunity of Shinshio's arrival in the capital to add the honorific Ci to herself. Ci was Methreya. When Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she announced to the people that she was the reincarnation of Methreya. Now she finally added the honorific of Methreya to her honorific title of the emperor. Her full title now was Zizhugu Golden Will Saint God Emperor. Master Shinshio was already over 90 years old. His white beard fluttered, but he was still healthy and walked as if he was flying. Wu Zetian saw that Master Shinshio's physique was strong, so she suddenly had the idea of asking for advice on the art of longevity. But this great monk would not use those unorthodox things to flatter the emperor. He just smiled faintly and replied, "I practice a Zen heart, and what I seek is the Bodhi nature. The way of longevity is not what I am good at." The process of Wu Zetian worshipping Master Shinshio and talking to him was carried out in front of all the civil and military officials in the court, so everyone knew about it. After hearing Master Shinshio's words, Wu Zetian was a little disappointed, but she was still very respectful to Master Shinshio and did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. But once the emperor's wish was spread, those officials who wanted to flatter the emperor began to have ideas. It was because of this that Yu Haoran, the Marquis of Lu, and recommended the 3 living immortals, whom he treated like distinguished guests, to Wu Zetian. Yang Fan heard Wan Er's words and couldn't help but laugh. "So you believe it?" Wan Er hesitated for a moment and said, "I have read a lot of books since I was a child, and I have studied all the ancient and modern books. Most of these strange people and anecdotes are untrue legends, and there is no real evidence to follow. However, seeing is believing. That day in the palace, the few unworldly masters invited by His Majesty showed their supernatural powers in front of His Majesty. One saw it with my own eyes." Yang Fan was shocked and said hoarsely, "You saw it with your own eyes? What kind of masters did His Majesty invite, and what supernatural powers did they show?" Wan told Yang Fan about the supernatural powers performed by the old Nun Jingguang that day. Yang Fan suddenly understood. So it was them? They are proficient in immortal techniques. Yang Fan thought of what he saw that day and couldn't help but have some doubts. Wan said, "Today His Majesty braved the heavy snow and left the palace in casual clothes to go see them." Yang Fan said, "His Majesty went to the manor of Marquis Lun." Wan said, "Not the manor of Marquis. These 3 people are not used to living in the manor of Marquis. They said that they are people from the mountains, eating wind and drinking dew. They can't stand the vulgar atmosphere of the world. Marquis Lu, and has an old house next to Xingjin Bridge in Jishan Square. Because of the flooding of the Luo River, it was often flooded. After the new house was built, it was abandoned. After these 3 living immortals heard about it, they insisted on living there. They were self-sufficient and didn't need anyone to serve them. Speaking of which, when Master Shinshio travels, he has countless disciples. Compared to these 3 masters, he really doesn't look like an outsider." Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, "If that's the case, it really does seem like they are unworldly masters. If there's a chance, I also want to see their supernatural powers. At this moment, Yang Fan had already made up his mind to find out. He wanted to know if the god in his heart was wrong. If his grandmaster was right, then what was the purpose of these three swindlers who approached the emperor with the immortal techniques? As for whether he should splash dog blood on their heads, Yang Fan decided to see their abilities first. Wu Zetian rushed to the old house of Marquis Lu, and in a light carriage. Before she arrived, the guards and hundreds of cavalrymen in civilian clothes had already surrounded the house. They searched inside and out. Even the rats hiding in the holes couldn't hide. In the courtyard, Wu Zetian was accompanied by the three living deities to inspect the inside and outside. Although the courtyard was extremely clean, it was still difficult to hide the desolate and dilapidated aura. Wu Zetian was a bit displeased. Marquis Lu quickly explained, "It's not that I'm disrespectful to the three immortals, but the three living immortals insisted on living here." He paused and embarrassedly said, "The three immortals said that the secular atmosphere in my house is too strong, which is not good for their cultivation." Hearing this, Wu Zetian's expression became a little better. She asked Taoist Shifang with concern, "Is it convenient for the three immortals to live here? How about 3 meals a day?" Taoist Shifang cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, Saint. I have achieved a small success in practicing Taoism. I have already stopped eating 260 years ago. Now, I only occasionally take some herbal elixirs and do not eat any food from the world." The old Human laughed and said, "Sage, I'm different from them. I practice Western cultivation and have 3 meals a day. I don't abstain from meat, fish, or alcohol. But the exquisite food in Luoyang can easily make me indulge in pleasure. Therefore, I don't need Marquis Yu's care. I can cook my own food." Hearing this, Wu Zetian was more convinced of the three's cultivation. There were already a few praying mats in the empty main hall. Although the whole courtyard was heavily guarded, there was no hostile atmosphere around Wu Zetian. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi helped Wu Zetian to sit on the praying mats. The two youths were young, beardless, and had delicate features. The three immortals didn't know that they were the emperor's new favorites. They thought they were eunuchs or palace maids in disguise. They only knew that the emperor favored Huai the most. As for Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, it was only recently that they were favored. The news had not spread among the common people, and they didn't really have the ability to predict, so how would they know the details? Although they had made contact with Marquis Lu, and he treated them as living immortals. Naturally, they wouldn't tell these palace secrets and romantic affairs to dirty the immortals' ears. Wu Zetian sat down and immediately raised her desire to see the three immortals' cultivation and supernatural powers. This time, the three immortals didn't refuse. For a moment, they used beans to transform into soldiers, broken tongue to reconnect, see-through objects, paper cutting into fish, all kinds of methods which fascinated Wu Zetian. Seeing such supernatural powers with her own eyes, Wu Zetian didn't doubt the three outsiders anymore. She couldn't wait to ask, "The three immortals are all people with great supernatural powers. I want to ask, if I want to practice this art of immortality, is it possible?" Taoist Shifang stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. He glanced at the old Nun Jingguang and the Western Hu Taoist and said to Wu Zetian, "To be honest, we have been practicing hard since we were young to reach our current state. Your Majesty, at your age, if you want to practice like us, it's already a bit too late. However, if I collect and refine immortal elixirs for you to consume, you can live for more than 260 years. Wu Zetian thought, 260 years is only 120 years. I'm 70 years old this year, so I can only live for another 50 years at most. In the world, there are some mortals who don't know how to practice, but there are some who can live for more than 100 years. I'm the son of heaven, and I can take all kinds of treasures from heaven and earth. With the help of his elixirs, my life can only be extended to 260 years. If it was before, as long as she could live to 100 years old, Wu Zetian would be satisfied. Now, seeing that the three extraordinary people in front of her had all lived for more than 300 or 400 years, the salary of 260 years was less attractive to Wu Zetian. Seeing Wu Zetian's expression, the old nun Jingguang put her palms together and said with a smile, "Sage, Taoist Sifong baits hundreds of grasses in the sun and refuses to smoke and fire. He uses the elixir of plants and the art of leading so he can live a long life. I have a set of methods to refine qi and nourish the spirit, which can also help me live a long life. An old Hu Taoist is proficient in the Western Taoist methods and has the method of prolonging life with pyrrolite star. Since Taoist Sifong has helped and we are favored by the sage, we should also do something for your majesty. How about this? We can let Taoist Sifong refine elixirs for your majesty. I will teach your majesty the method of breathing, and old Hu of the West will extend your majesty's life with the pyrrolite star. However, this is against the heavens' will. With our supernatural powers, we can only guarantee that each of us can extend your majesty's life by 50 years. Wu Zetian was overjoyed. If each of the three immortal masters can extend her life by 50 years, she can live to more than 200 years old. From now on, she can cultivate for more than 100 years and gather all the resources in the world for her own use. Maybe she can also understand the art of immortality. Although it's impossible to live forever, it should be possible to live for another 500 years. Wu Zetian immediately asked excitedly, "In this case, do I also want to be a vegetarian?" Old Nun Jingguang said, "Since ancient times, vegetarians live a long life. Your Majesty should be a vegetarian with the help of elixirs and the method of breathing." Wu Zetian was now 70 years old and didn't have much appetite for meat. When she heard it, she agreed happily and said, "Yes, from now on, I don't need any meat anymore." Old Hu of the West saw that Taoist Sifong and old Nun Jingguang were echoing each other, and this Empress of the East was becoming more and more respectful to them. He had always been bad with words and was not as important as them in the Emperor's heart. He was afraid that he would shortchange his benefits. So he hurriedly said, "The sage is the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha, so you should practice what you preach and cultivate your body by eating vegetarian. In my opinion, the sage should also prohibit the people of the world from slaughtering livestock and fishing for shrimps, so that the people of the world don't eat meat from now on. This will be a great achievement, and the people of the world will be blessed. All living things will pray for the sage, and the sage will not be afraid of longevity. Right?" Wu Zetian boasted that she was the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha just to build momentum for her ascension to the throne, and even she herself didn't believe it. At this time, when she heard old Hu of the West said that she was the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha, she couldn't help but be secretly surprised. But she couldn't deny this, so she had to pretend to be surprised and said, "Immortal Master knows my predecessor?" These swindlers were the best at observing people's expressions. When old Nun Jingguang saw Wu Zetian's expression, she knew that she was suspicious, so she couldn't help getting angry secretly. "This old Hu, I told him to talk less, but he just talked too much." It was not easy to fool the Empress into trusting us, but his words provoked the Empress's suspicion again. Old Nun Jingguang hurriedly remedied and pretended to be mysterious. We Buddhists talk about cause and effect. A drink and a pack. Is it predetermined? There is a rumor among the people that the sage is the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha. Do you think this is the people of the world flattering the sage? Sage, you should know that everything in this world is in accordance with the heavens' way. Wu Zetian was a smart person. When a smart person heard such a few vague words, she immediately made up for it. Wu Zetian was surprised and happy. She didn't expect that the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha, that she deceived the world to build momentum for her ascension to the throne, turned out to be true. Yes, there are so many gods and Buddhas in heaven. Why did Huai and the 9 eminent monks choose Maitreya Buddha as my predecessor? Was it just a coincidence? Now it seems that there is a heaven's way guiding them secretly. It turns out I am really the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha. Mo Lei didn't realize that he had said something wrong. When he saw the Empress talking to him, he couldn't help but boast complacently, I have traveled the world for 500 years. 200 years ago, I have seen Master Huai. Taoist Sifang and old nun Jingguang were speechless. How much does this big mouth want to boast? The old woman in front of us is the current emperor, not an old woman in the street. What if she shows a flaw? On such a cold day, the nun and the Taoist were so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Zetian was also shocked, and then said in surprise, What? Immortal Master, Mo Lei saw Huai 200 years ago? How is this possible? Has Huai lived for more than 200 years? Mo Lei stroked his beard and laughed. No. What I saw was not the Master Huai of today, but the previous incarnation of Master Huai. Old Nun Jing Guang didn't dare to let him continue. This Mo Lei was different from the two of them. Mo Lei was careless. Originally, he made money by performing the magic of reconnecting broken tongues, swallowing charcoal, and spitting fire in Xuanzhou. When the two of them found out that this person's magic could be used, they roped him in as an accomplice. This person was not a professional liar. If they let him continue, they were afraid that he would be exposed. Old Nun Jingguang hurriedly took over the conversation and said, since Mo Lei has exposed it, then I will tell the truth to the sage. To be honest, this Master Huai is the reincarnation of the Buddhist protector way, Tua Bodhisattva. As the saying goes, when one Buddha comes into the world, thousands of Buddhas will protect him. Wei Tua came into the world first to pave the way for the sage. Old Nun Jingguang was quite quick-witted. Not only did she help Mo Lei cover up the lie, but she also flattered Xue Huai. In her opinion, Xue Huai would be happy after hearing this, and the Empress would also be happy. This was the so-called killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Taoist Sifang coughed, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, Nun Jingguang, the secrets of heaven have been revealed enough. Old Nun Jingguang let out an ah, and hurriedly showed a regretful expression. Mo Lei had worked with the two of them for a long time. When he saw the two of them trying to salvage the situation, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly laughed and said, Our Western Dharma is different from your Buddhism and Taoism. Using the pyrolite star to prolong one's life is originally a move that goes against the secrets of heaven. It's not a big deal to reveal a few words now. He said it was not a big deal, but to Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, these few words were very important. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi were now doted on by the Empress. Their wealth, glory, and power all came from the Empress. What they were most worried about was that the Empress still couldn't forget her love for Xue Huai. Now, these people said that Xue Huai was the Maitreya protector way, Tua Bodhisattva. If the Empress took it seriously, how could they only dote on him? Originally, when the 2 beautiful youths saw how skilled these people were, they were intoxicated. But now, they were secretly disgusted. The 3 immortals never thought that they had accidentally bragged too much. Now, they had completely offended the people who slept with Wu Zetian. Moreover, they had offended 2 of them at once, and they had planted a big seed of trouble for them. Wu Zetian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She thought that Xue Huai was strong and powerful, but she got along well with him at first sight. Moreover, she had conferred him the title of protector of the kingdom. Wasn't this kind of opportunity just like the Buddhist protector, General Wei Tuo, Bodhisattva, who wielded the Vajra scepter? Thinking of this, Wu Zetian was even more convinced that she was the reincarnation of Maitreya. She said happily, "Thank you for enlightening me. I am the Maitreya, so my country is naturally a Buddhist country. I should not kill or eat meat. Tomorrow, I will issue a ban on slaughter, forbidding people from slaughtering livestock and fishing for shrimps." Taoist Sifong, pure light old nun, and Western old man who put their palms together and announced the Dharma name, Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai, Amit Ba, very good, very good. As for Mo Lei, no one knew what Dharma name he was chanting, but he just mumbled it. After the female warrior happily promised to issue a ban on slaughter to forbid killing, she said to Taoist Sifong, "Immortal, you have made pills for me and ensured my longevity. You have done a great service. I will confer you the title of counselor and Phoenix Pavilion's Luan Tai Ping Zhang. You will accompany me in the imperial court so that I can learn from you." With one sentence, Wu Zetian gave this old Taoist the position of prime minister. She then said to pure light old nun, "I will confer Nun Tai the title of master of Linji Temple. She can teach disciples in the capital and enter the palace without restriction." Hearing this, Mo Lei couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had swindled people everywhere, it was the first time he had deceived a big figure like the emperor. He only wanted to use the pyrrolite star to prolong his life, so he needed to practice Dharma to swindle more gold, silver, pearls, and jade, and then leave. If he became an official or a temple master, it would be nice to be surrounded by people, but it would be difficult for him to run away. Thinking of this, Mo Lei quickly declined and said, "Although I practice spells, I don't know how to read. The Western method I practice is Wild Fox Zen. I can't be an official, nor can I establish a sect. May I ask the sage to bestow me a house beside the Linji temple? If there's a summon, I'll be there." This barbarian didn't look good, and although his magical power looked dazzling, he couldn't tell her his sect. He was far less powerful than Taoist Sifong and pure light old nun's Buddhism and Taoism. In Wu Zetian's eyes, he was indeed not as important as Taoist Sifong and pure light old nun. Since he said so, Wu Zetian naturally agreed. Following that, Wu Zetian listened to them talk about picking herbs, concocting pills, immortality, and all kinds of magical powers and anecdotes. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji were already disgusted by these three living immortals, but seeing that the Empress was obsessed with them, they didn't dare to show it. They could only patiently accompany her and listen to their stories. When the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Changzong couldn't wait to remind the Empress that it was getting late and they should return to the inner palace. Only then did Wu Zetian reluctantly bid farewell. Yu Haoran sent the Empress to the outside of the square door and happily rushed back to his residence. As soon as he entered the reception hall, an extremely charming and adorable girl came up to him with a sweet smile. This was his most beloved concubine, surnamed Li Jing. She had been married to Marquis Yu for just over 3 months. Jing came up to him and helped him take off his cloak. She took a broom from a maid and swept the snow froth on his sleeves. She said gently, "Marquis, look at how happy you are. The sage must be very happy to come to our house." Yu Haoran pinched her pink cheeks and said with a smile, "Xiaodongxi, you have good eyesight. He, just you wait. It won't be long before our family's fortunes will soar. Who knows, I might even be conferred the title of Duke because of my merit in introducing the immortal teacher." Yu Haoran said with a smile and sat down on the couch beside the brazier. He suddenly thought of something and said to Li Jing, "That's right, I remember that brother of yours is in the chicken and goose business in Bay City." "Is that right?" Li Jing said in a sweet voice. It must be hard for Marquis Yu to remember him. New News brother is in the meat business in Bay City. With Marquis Yu's protection, the square owner doesn't dare to make things difficult for him. Now that his business is doing better and better, he is planning to open a branch in Nan City. Yu Haoran chuckled and instructed, "Yes. Hurry up and send someone to send a message to your brother. Tell him to sell all the chicken, duck, fish, goose, pig, lamb, dog meat. Let's put it this way. If there is any meat on it, sell it all immediately. Don't leave a single bit. As long as it is meat, don't put in any more." Li Jing's expression changed. She thought that something had happened to her brother. She quickly asked, "Marquis Yu, what happened to my brother?" Yu Haoran sat down on the couch, and the servant moved the brazier closer. Marquis Yu warmed his hands and said absent-mindedly, "Nothing much. Don't ask why. In short, just sell them all. Do it quickly, or it will be too late." Seeing this, Li Jing hurried over, bent her slender waist, and moved her round but into Marquis Yu's arms. Then she took Marquis Yu's cold hands into her arms and let him pinch her hot and warm breasts. She swayed her buttocks in circles and acted like a spoiled child. She did not care that there was a servant beside her. Marquis Yu, New News brother, is indebted to Marquis Yu's care. His business is getting bigger and bigger. It's winter now, and it's easy to store. There are a lot of sheep, pigs, chickens, and geese. They are piled up into a mountain in the backyard. If we want to sell them all at once, how can we sell them all? Besides, he relies on this business to make a living. If we don't let him sell meat, what will his family eat? Yu Haoran twirled the pair of chicken heads and said with a smile, "Can't sell them? Then lower the price. Don't the nearby meat shops get their goods from these few meat shops in Bay City? If your brother sells them cheaper than anyone else, are you afraid that they won't sell? If they still can't sell, then continue to lower the price. Lower it to a price lower than the purchase price. Then they should be able to sell, right? As for their future livelihood, if they can't sell meat, they can sell vegetables." Miss Jing, Er's buttocks became even rounder, and there was even a little bit of skill. She wrapped her arms around Marquis Yu's neck and said coquettishly, "Marquis Yu, since you have said so, then it must be for the good of New News brother. But you should at least reveal why you are doing this. Marquis, you can rest assured, New News mouth is very tight." Miss Li Jing's buttocks were like honey peaches, firm and tight. This Marquis Yu had always liked to play with them. Usually, as long as she used this move, if she had any requests, Yu Haoran would not refuse. But today, for some reason, Yu Haoran refused to say anything. "Hee. Your mouth, of course, is very tight, but you shouldn't ask about things that you shouldn't know." Yu Haoran caressed Jing, Er's pink lips, an ambiguous smile on his face. The words he said were also very ambiguous, but there was already a bit of coldness in his eyes. "After all, we are relatives. Don't say that I don't take care of you. If you can sell it for a coin, then it is a coin. Otherwise, when you lose everything, don't come crying to me." Jing, finally realized that this matter was not normal. Her man's eyes were very serious. She did not understand why. This matter could not be explained with reason. The capital of the Great Zhou under the emperor's feet. How could it not sell chicken, duck, fish, and meat? The poor could not afford it. Did the nobles also not eat meat? She could not understand, but she knew that something big must have happened. If she did not listen to the Marquis's orders, she would definitely regret it, really regret it. Miss Jing hurriedly pouted and kissed Yu Haoran on the cheek. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Yes, New will go now." She hesitated for a moment, then said, "If we just send someone, I'm afraid my brother will not bear to lose them. I want to go personally." Yu Haoran waved his hand and said, "Go. The earlier you go, the earlier you can speak. Keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as relatives. Oh, yes, bring back 50 chickens and ducks. As for pigs and sheep, buy 3 each. While the weather is still cold, place them in our backyard. After Wu Zetian left, the Yu family's old residence next to Xingjin Bridge quickly quietened down. The public servants who were patrolling around the old house, the peddlers who were pushing their carts, and the residents who were carrying baskets all disappeared without a trace. The scene of public servants patrolling, hawkers hawking, and citizens wandering around was actually abnormal for Jishan House. The current situation was the normal state. Jishan Lane was connected to Xingjin Bridge to the north and was the lane closest to the main entrance of the imperial palace. Most of the high officials and nobles lived in the lane. Therefore, Jin Wu, Marquis Wu, and Basho's men were the most well-equipped. There were people patrolling the streets from time to time. The people in the lane could walk freely, but outsiders would be subject to the strictest interrogation. In fact, apart from the people in the lane, there were no outsiders. When people came, they were mostly accompanied by relatives and friends. When going in and out of the rich and powerful, they had to hold an invitation card and wave official banners. Miscellaneous people would not enter, and the hawkers on the streets would not come here. Although there was a small urban area here, doing small business here was not as good as doing business in the lane where commoners lived. The security of Jishan Lane was tight on the outside, but loose on the inside. No one liked to take a walk on the streets, and there would be several pairs of eyes watching them, especially the rich. Not only did they have to protect the nobles, but they also couldn't make them feel restrained. The mayor and bad marshal, who were responsible for the security and affairs of the workshop, as well as the Golden Guards, who were responsible for the safety of this area, had put in a lot of effort. However, their hard work was not in vain. Jishan Lane had always been one of the few lanes with the best security in Luoyang. It could not be said that they did not clean the lane, but they did not close the doors at night. This was because thieves would not come here. Nobody dared to come to someone's house in the middle of the night. Today, bad luck Li Yiqiao was drinking at Basho's Qin Huaida's house. Qin Huaida's wife, Lu Guixiang, had prepared a sumptuous banquet to entertain her husband's old partner. Li Zhengqiao was about to be promoted. He had been bad luck at Jishan Lane for 6 years. Because of his outstanding achievements, he had caught the eye of Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong, who wanted to promote him to the Luoyang Prefecture. To be able to work in a place like Jishan Lane, where even a brick could hit a nobleman, Li Zhengqiao, who had been bad luck for 6 years, was still an ordinary person. It was more than enough for him to be promoted to the Luoyang Prefecture. In the past few years, his results had always been excellent, and there had not been any major cases in Jishan Lane. In 3 days, he would step down from his post and go to the Luoyang Prefecture. Qin Huaid was also very happy. His Basho contract had expired at the end of last year, but without any objection, he had been appointed as the Basho Lane's lane again. Being a Basho Lane's Basho Lane in the midst of a group of high-ranking officials and nobles was indeed hard work. However, being a Basho Lane's lane was also very profitable. Don't think that all high-ranking officials and nobles were unreasonable people who bullied others with their power. Not to mention his gray income outside, just the big red envelopes that were given to him by high-ranking officials and nobles in the lane when they held happy events or during festivals could accumulate to a considerable amount of income. Of course, the nobles were not afraid of him, not doing his work diligently. However, when it came to the neighbors, especially the neighbors that they dealt with all year round, only fools would use high-pressure methods and not know how to be gentle. Qin Huaid was already old. He was 57 years old, and he could not afford to get up in the middle of the night to work. However, he planned to grit his teeth and hold on for another 3 years. In another 3 years, he would be able to make his son the next Basho Lane, Fong Jia, who was now the deputy Basho Lane, was eyeing his position covetously. He, let that old guy wait. You're only 4 years younger than me. If I become the Basho Lane, I'll rely on you to death. Old Chin and Old Li drank very happily. When Old Li got drunk, he slept in Old Chin's house. They had been partners for many years, and they had that friendship. This was called family bonding. The youngest daughter of Old Li's family had already been betrothed to Old Chin's youngest son, and they were going to marry each other. When they were lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, they would never have thought that the young man who was called the God of Plagues by the people in Yang Mingxing's residence, and later by the entire Ministry of Justice, the entire 3 law divisions, and even the entire Great Zhou officialdom, had already stepped into the gate of Jishan Lane. Yang Fan wandered to the side of the courtyard of the Yu family's old residence. Seeing that there was no one around, he suddenly jumped up and reached out to touch the top of the wall. Like a bird, he flashed into the wall. The moment his body passed through the wall, he let go and deliberately rubbed his body against the top of the wall. He fell down with a clump of snow, and the handprint on the wall disappeared. A moment later, Yang Fan appeared in front of a door. The whole house was divided into several small courtyards, and each courtyard had many houses. The inside and outside of the houses were frighteningly deserted, as if there was no one living in them at all. Yang Fan used some very subtle clues to confirm that there must be people living in this house. He carefully approached and pressed his ear against the door. He held his breath and listened. He heard a heavy snort from inside. "You made me wait for so long." Chapter 471. Yang Fan cautiously leaned over and gently put his ear on the door. He held his breath and listened. He heard a heavy snort from inside and said, "You made me wait for so long, and now you're here." When Yang Fan heard these words, his feet became weak, and he almost rammed his head into the unlocked door and went in. He didn't know if these people living in the Yu family's old mansion knew celestial arts, but he had seen their exquisite martial arts. So when he approached the door, he was especially careful, but he didn't expect to be discovered by the people inside. In Yang Fan's view, this was an impossible thing. The 5 senses of people who practiced martial arts were indeed more sensitive than ordinary people, but it was impossible to reach the magical level that laymen imagined. If a person's breath was similar to the movement of an ant, then it was impossible to be heard. If a person really had such magical hearing, then he would have died long ago, died from the ravages of noise. This old nun really has great supernatural power. Yang Fan stood still in shock. He had already heard that the person who asked was an old woman, and there were only 3 people living in the Yu family's old mansion. Among the 3 people, there was only 1 woman. Except for the old nun Jingguang, who came from Hanoi. Tang Dynasty's Hanoi refers to Hunan's Jiyuan. It couldn't be anyone else. Yang Fan took 3 steps back, gently tidied up his clothes, and decided to greet her without knowing what was going on. He cupped his hands, and just as he was about to speak, he heard another voice in the room. This time it was a man's voice. "Is this still slow? I have to wander around, just in case. Moreover, cooking this thing required a lot of heat. All right, this courtyard is empty. There are no outsiders. Quickly eat." Yang Fan heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this old nun was talking to someone else, causing him to think that she had discovered him. Yang Fan leaned over again and put his ear on the door, but he didn't hear the conversation between the 2 people. Yang Fan guessed that the 2 people had entered the inner room, so he went around to the side. Jumping onto the roof and lifting the tiles to see what was going on inside was just a fantasy in some TV dramas and novels. In reality, it was impossible. In a house where people lived, after the roof beams and sandalwood were set up, they would have to be laid with boards. The boards would then be smeared with yellow mud mixed with straw. Only then would a thick layer of yellow mud be laid with tiles. The tiles would fit seamlessly to keep out the rain. It was impossible to see the interior of the house by lifting a tile. Furthermore, if the roof only had tiles, it would be impossible for people to stand on it. Yang Fan wanted to go around to the inner chamber to spy on what was going on inside. When he reached a window and looked up, he could not help groaning inwardly. It was a mullioned window. Instead of window paper, it was covered with bright tiles. The so-called bright tile was a kind of thinly ground oyster slices. Its light transmission was not even half as good as modern frosted glass, but it was already an excellent light transmission material at that time. If it was the kind of flexible paper that could be made into an umbrella, he could use the tip of his knife to poke a small hole to spy on what was going on inside the house. If the oyster slices were broken or pried off, then the people inside would have already discovered it. There was no point in spying. Yang Fan was startled for a moment. He gritted his teeth and went back to the front room. He pushed lightly, and the door opened silently. Although this place had not been inhabited for a long time, Yu Haoran had done his best to repair and maintain the place after the 3 living immortals moved in. He had also filled the hinges of the door with oil so that it could be opened silently. Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief and went in like a leopard cat. He had already made up his mind that if he was discovered, he would say that he was here to thank them. He was a junior, so if he acted shamelessly, these seniors would not really lower themselves to his level. This room was not big. There was only a wooden screen separating the inner and outer rooms. The room was also not big. The outer room was the hall. There was only a painting hanging on the wall, a low table, and 2 couches. There was not much space left. It was not that there was no big room in the Yu family's old house, but it was winter now. The big room was not good for heating. Even if there was a fire Kong and a firewall, it was difficult to make it as warm as spring. This room was not bad. As soon as he entered, he felt a hot current blowing on his face. The screen was completely made of wood. Yang Fan tiptoed to the side of the screen and quietly looked into the room. The inner room was slightly bigger than the outer hall. There was a row of cabinets against the wall. On the side was a fire Kong. The old nun Jingguang and Mo Lei were sitting cross-legged on the Kong. The old nun Jingguang was eating under the lamp. It was said that the old nun, who only ate 1 grain of rice or 1 sesame every day, had a food plate in front of her. There was a big hoof on the plate, which was shining under the light. More than half of the hoof had been eaten by her. The corners of her mouth and cheeks were greasy. There was also a plate of pancakes on the side. The old nun Jingguang, who had eaten more than half of the hoof in 1 breath, was not very hungry now. She picked up a pancake and took a bite in a more polite manner. She wiped the grease that flowed to her chin with the pancake. Then she picked up a tin wine pot. She didn't pour it into a cup, but just drank a big mouthful from the pot. Mo Lei mocked. "You 2 are really asking for trouble. Can't you just say that you know the necromancy and can live forever? If you have to brag, Wei Wei Fong will brag that he can abstain from eating. He takes 3 pills a day and doesn't need to eat or drink. At least the pills made from rice and flour are the size of a longan. He can live for a while after taking 3. You are better at bragging than him. You even said that 1 grain of rice a day and don't eat after noon. Now look at you. The sage has spent the whole afternoon here. In the morning, there will be officers and soldiers coming to search and be on guard. I can feast on fish and meat at noon. You can only starve there and pretend to be a deity. You reap what you sow." The old nun Jingguang glared at him and said, "What do you know? If we don't do this, how can we make people believe that we are really people with great abilities? You are a barbarian. You can feast on fish and meat. How can we be? You said that the deities in your place all have 7 emotions and 6 desires. They will be jealous of others and will be partial to their relatives. The Lord of Heaven can descend to the mortal world to seduce a group of mortal women and give birth to a bunch of half-god illegitimate children. The deity who is the Son can kill the deity who is the Father and become the king of deities. Is this still called deity? If your nonsense is said here, it will be good if people don't beat you to death. How can they treat you as a distinguished guest? The old nun, Jingguang, persuaded him to take a bite of the hu biscuit and a pig trotter. She said proudly, "The deities in the East are all heartless and selfless. They only drink from the celestial spring and eat celestial fruits. They live in the free and unfettered celestial realm and cultivate in the immortal's cave for millions of years without moving. These are the real deities. If we want people to believe that we are living deities, how can we do it without putting in some effort?" Mo muttered, "This kind of deity is like a piece of stone. What is the use of cultivating?" The old nun Jingguang ignored him and drank another mouthful of wine. She asked, "Has Taoist Shifeng rested?" Mo replied, "Not yet. The secret doors, mechanisms, and instruments that we prepared a few days ago have all been used in front of the Empress today. Wei Shifeng said that he wanted to set up a few more supernatural powers just in case." Speaking of this, Mo leaned forward and said nervously, "Jingguang, you guys really plan to stay in the capital to be officials?" The old nun, Jingguang, glanced at him and said, "Why?" Mo rubbed his hands and said worriedly, "This time we are deceiving the Empress. I think, why don't we deceive the Empress, cheat her of some gold, jewels, and jade, and run away? We are not young anymore. How many more years can we run in Jianghu? Why don't we make a lot of money and stop here?" The old nun Jingguang held a pig trotter in one hand and a wine pot in the other. She glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Cowardly trash." Bad luck Li Yiqiao slept in his old in-law Qin Huaida's house for a night until the next morning. The morning bell was rung on the gate of heaven. The sound of the bell and drum passed through the misty morning mist on the Luo River and was clearly sent to every household in Jishan Lane. Then the bell and drum in Jishan Lane also rang in response. The morning bell rang 800 times. At first, each workshop responded at different times, but after a while, they were all in sync. The bells and drums rang at the same time throughout the city, forming a huge sound wave that woke up Li Yiqiao, who was sleeping soundly. But he was very happy when he woke up. The sound of the bell and drum meant that he was one day closer to his promotion. Li Yiqiao secretly prayed, "God bless me. I hope that in the last 2 days before my promotion, Jishan Lane will be safe and no accidents will happen." The heavens seemed to have heard Li Yiqiao's prayers. Today, the Jishan Square was still peaceful. Marquis Yu went to the old residence early in the morning to pay his respects to the 3 masters. When he left, he was also smiling. The whole square was very peaceful, very happy, very peaceful, and nothing happened. Early in the morning, Yang Fan rode a horse to the Ministry of Justice. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, which made his handsome face look even more charming. After leaving the old house of the Yu family in Jishan Lane last night, he had been wanting to laugh. He didn't expect that a few Jianghu swindlers could even deceive him. Not only did they make him think that the 3 people were martial arts masters, they even made him waver in the words of the Grand Master. It was true that different professions were different worlds. Jianghu's swindlers also had their own skills. They were not easily seen through by outsiders. Yang Fan didn't think of exposing this matter to the emperor. In terms of evil, Wu Sanxi used 2 years of the Tang Dynasty steel production to make a useless Tianshu. He was 100 times more powerful than these 3 illusionary masters who wanted to cheat money out of it. The ruthless officials in the imperial envoy station, who always wanted to show their existence by harming people, were 1,000 times more powerful than these three swindlers. If he didn't beat the tiger, would he beat the mice? Moreover, these three mice were not easy to beat. If he wanted to expose them, he would need evidence. If the emperor knew that he, Yang Fan, questioned the emperor's choice and secretly investigated the emperor's most distinguished guest without the emperor's permission, then the gains would not make up for the losses. This morning, when he crossed the Tianjin Bridge and turned to the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice, he turned his head to look at the old house of the Yu family across the Xingjin Bridge. He smiled even more happily. Ever since he memorized those 3 pages from Zhao Yu, he had some understanding of young Master Zhang's secret forces in Luoyang. He knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg. He believed that Zhao Yu couldn't possibly know all of young Master Zhang's strength in Luoyang and wouldn't provide him with all the information that Zhao Yu had. However, this was enough. There was a saying that went, "Follow the vine to the melon." Shen Mu had 2 requests for him. First, he couldn't personally deal with young Master Zhang. Second, he couldn't target young Master Zhang's strength. That would be equivalent to telling young Master Zhang that he, Shen Mu, was the one who revealed young Master Zhang's background. If that happened, young Master Zhang would do whatever it took to expose all the hidden forces of the hidden sect in the world. The 2 major forces that were supported by the aristocratic families of Shandong would break through their bottom line and start a fight to the death. They would be severely punished by the aristocratic families of Shandong. At that time, whether it was to give an explanation to his brothers who had their families destroyed because their identities were exposed, or to prove his innocence to the aristocratic families of Shandong, Shen Mu had no choice but to deal with him. Therefore, even though Yang Fan had made a lot of preparations, he still hadn't made his move. Just when he was walking on the road and turned his head to look at the Yu family's old house that looked like an immortal's residence, Yang Fan suddenly thought of an idea. He decided that he would go and worship the gods this afternoon. Chapter 472. Yang Fan arrived at the Ministry of Justice. He had just finished dealing with a few documents when a new, dressed in blue and dressed like a manservant, walked in. She bowed and said, "Lang Zhong, the minister requests your presence." There were also a few low-ranking officials in the room who had just received their approvals. A Nu's words and actions were very proper. Yang Fan nodded and did not display any special attitude toward her in front of his subordinates. He gave a few more orders to the low-ranking officials who had just received their approvals. Then he stood and left the room, accompanied by the other low-ranking officials, to hurry to Dolu Qinwang's room. "Yuanfang, you've come. Sit, sit." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Tao Wenjie, was also in Dolu Qinwang's room. Dolu Qinwang smiled wholeheartedly and invited Yang Fan to take a seat. After casually saying a few official words, he dismissed his attendants and impatiently returned to the main topic. He said to Yang Fan, solemnly, "Yuan Fang, it's already past the 1st month. When do you think we should make our move?" Tao Wenjie immediately said, "As long as the ruthless officials in the censorate do not fall, they will be a great threat to the court. Prime Minister Li is very concerned about this matter, and Her Highness the Princess has asked many times." Yang Fan knew that they had called him over to discuss this matter, although his official position was the lowest among the 3. And if the court officials were determined to start this battle against the ruthless officials, they did not need his approval at all, but the weapon that the court officials used to attack the censorate was the Ministry of Justice. Among the 3 people in the Ministry of Justice, he was the one responsible for going into battle. In this way, without his approval, it was not good to act rashly. This was not the first time they had urged Yang Fan, but Yang Fan had always used the excuse that it was not the best time to delay. Dolu Qinwang and Tao Wenjie did not expect him to readily agree today. They had already prepared a speech and planned to continue persuading Yang Fan if he refused. But today was very strange. The two had just made an opening speech when Yang Fan said with a smile, "Ever since this lowly official accepted this mission, I have always been waiting for an opportunity. I think that it's about time. Let's begin." This time, Yang Fan agreed too quickly, causing Dou Lu Qinwang and Tao Wenjie to stare blankly. Dou Lukenwang was startled and immediately asked excitedly, "Yuan Fang, have you decided to take action?" Yang Fan nodded solemnly and said, "The days of wind and snow are almost over. Before spring comes, we should start preparing to catch the pests." Tao Wenjie said happily, "Good. Since Yuan Fang has already made the necessary preparations, I will immediately make the necessary arrangements and proceed according to the plan." Yang Fan said, "The two of you must not be happy too early. Although the power of the imperial censorate is not as great as before, it is not a stray dog that can be shouted at and beaten by anybody. This is an advantage that the officials of the imperial court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court do not have. We must be wary of their retaliation." Dou Lu Qinwang twirled his beard and said with an optimistic smile, "There is no harm. The officials of the imperial court are all very shrewd. As soon as we act, Minister Li will notify them. Everyone is of the same breath and branch, looking out for each other. How can the imperial censorate take advantage of this loophole?" Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "Even if the officials of the imperial court do not make any major mistakes, there is no guarantee that all of them are as clear as water, as clear as a mirror, without any faults to pick. Although the imperial censorate is used to fabricating facts from nothing and using torture to extort confessions, they do not rely solely on these abilities. Moreover, Lai Junqin has already been demoted because of torture and the fabrication of evidence. With this as an example, will the people of the imperial censorate not be careful?" Dou Lu Qinwang and Tao Wenjie looked at each other, the smiles on their faces gradually fading. Yang Fan said solemnly, "To kill 1,000 people, one will lose 800 people. To want to eradicate the cancerous tumor that is the imperial censorate and come out unscathed, that is wishful thinking. The people of the imperial censorate used to be a group of ruthless wolves, but now they are a group of starving dogs. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered, not to mention that they have sharp teeth and claws." Tao Wenjie took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "To eradicate traitors for the country, how can there be no sacrifices? If some of the officials are not disciplined enough, then there is no need to care." About an hour later, Tao Wenjie and Yang Fan left Dou Lu Qinwang's detention room. After another half an hour, some of the officials left their rooms one after another. Some went to the Supreme Court, some went to the Political Affairs Hall, and some changed into clothes for traveling. Riding tall horses, carrying official documents, they left the city of Luoyang. Similar situations happened every day in the Ministry of Justice, so no one noticed anything different today, and even more did not know that something was about to happen. In the afternoon, Yang Fan left the Ministry of Justice's yamen and rode a fast horse to White Horse Temple. He had been delaying and unwilling to make a move. At first, it was because the first month had just passed, and the various departments of the court had just returned to normal. Some of the officials who were away from home were still on their way back. A farmer's family would not choose to hold a wedding for their children and grandchildren when they were busy with farm work or when the elders of the family were away, not to mention dealing with the people of the imperial censorate. So Yang Fan had been waiting, patiently waiting for the best opportunity. Yang Fan was inspired by the 3 swindlers who claimed to be immortals and successfully gained Wu Zetian's trust. As long as he used them well, As long as the methods were ingenious and the timing was right, he could also do great things. Young Fan wanted to use the three immortals to make a big fuss. Now that he had launched an attack on the Imperial Censorate, it was a cover for his plan against young Master Jiang, killing two birds with one stone. On the Yi River, the small boat was rippling. In the clear river water, a school of fish could be seen swimming over. The sunlight shone through the clear river water and shone on the school of fish. The fish's scales reflected the sunlight, and the water surface was covered in scales. The old fisherman, who had been fishing for his entire life, grabbed a fishing net and cast it down skillfully and elegantly. The net spread open in the air, and a faint shadow was cast on the water surface. However, the fish at the bottom of the water did not notice the impending disaster. They continued to gather together, swimming and dancing happily, ever since the Luo River was conferred as a godly river. Fishing was not allowed, but the Yi River was not an exception. Some of the people of Luoyang who had been fishing for a living all their lives did not have the financial resources to change their profession or did not have other survival skills, so the Yi River was their only source of survival. Fortunately, the Yi River itself was fertile. Although most of the fish had a fixed habitat and would not migrate with the flow of the water, there would still be some schools of fish that would swim into the Yi River and replenish the water in the river. It was barely enough to ensure the survival of these fishermen. The fishing net was dragged onto the small boat, and the silver fish were jumping around desperately in the cabin. The fishermen on the other boats looked at the old fisherman enviously. Not everyone was as experienced as him, able to block the path of the school of fish and catch so many fresh fish with one net. Yang Fan was also watching happily from the bridgehead. He watched as the old fisherman cast the net down, and the net slowly fell into the water. The school of fish seemed to have crawled into the net of their own accord, and he smiled happily. He really hoped that he was that experienced fisherman, and the ruthless officials of the Imperial Censorate and young Master Zhang's enormous hidden forces were like the school of fish that would all walk into the net. He was just about to go see Shui Huai, and the scene before him was clearly a good omen. However, his happy mood did not last for long. A group of officials dressed in black suddenly appeared on the shore and shouted at the fishermen on the river. Yang Fan, who had wanted to circle his horse and leave, stopped. He did not know what was going on. The fishermen on the water didn't know what had happened, but no one dared to disobey the officials' orders. One by one, the fishing boats docked, and the fishermen gathered in front of the officials, nodding and bowing with a smile. In the end, they heard a piece of shocking news from the officials' mouths. "It can't be like this. I beg of you, officials, please have mercy and let the commoners catch some fish and prawns to survive. We poor people have to rely on this river to make a living. You can't let the fish and prawns live and starve the commoners. Heavens, are human lives not as valuable as animals?" The fishermen knelt on the shore and kowtowed. They did not dare to resist the officials, so they could only cry and beg. However, their begging had no effect. One by one, the fishing boats were overturned by the officials, and the fresh fish in the cabins fell back into the water. Some of the fish swayed their tails and gradually regained their vitality, while some of the fish that had already suffocated to death floated on the surface of the water. The officials also looked helpless. This imperial edict was clearly not in everyone's interest. Although they did not rely on fishing for a living, they also wanted to cook a fat fish to go with wine during festivals or when there was a joyous occasion at home. In the future, would everyone in the world be vegetarian? The white-haired supervisor could only sigh helplessly and said to the fisherman, "This is the decree of the saint. Who dares to resist? The saint has said that from now on, killing is not allowed. However, dead animals can still be eaten. Here, those dead fish floating on the water, You can fish them up." As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, the fishermen did not even have time to take off their clothes. They jumped into the river and desperately fished up the fish. The supervisor sighed and turned his head to order his subordinates, "Sink these fishing boats." "The nets are all broken." Young Fan stood far away at the end of the bridge and did not hear the conversation on the shore. When he saw this strange scene, he quickly galloped his horse down the bridge and rushed over to ask what was going on. Nan City's butcher Zhang tied a big fat pig firmly to a blood-stained chopping board and asked his disciple to bring a large wooden basin to put under the pig's head. He had only taken this disciple in for a month. He was specially learning the art of slaughtering pigs from him. The child was clever and sensible, so Butcher Zhang liked him very much. Butcher Zhang did not have a son, so he planned to pass on his pig slaughtering skills to this little disciple. When this child grew up, if he could get along with his precious daughter, he would take him in as a live-in son-in-law. Therefore, he was even more diligent in his teaching. "Kid, you have been learning from Master for a month. You know how to slaughter pigs, right? Come, today you will do it. Yes, start from here." Butcher Zhang let his little disciple hold the ox-ear knife and move it under the pig's neck. The pig's heart was at the side of the front leg. Only by stabbing at this position would the blood be completely drained. His little disciple had been working for him for a month. This was his little disciple's first time being the chief surgeon. Unfortunately, his little disciple did not have the chance to stab down. The courtyard door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A few bailiffs rushed in with steel knives in their hands. They were murderous, scaring Butcher Zhang and his disciple. They stood there and did not dare to move. They thought that these bailiffs had misheard some news and came to their house to arrest the thief. If they dared to move at this moment, they would suffer a stab for nothing. However, they were surprised to see that these bailiffs were not coming for people, but for the pig. One of the bailiffs rushed forward and raised his knife. With two cha-cha sounds, he cut the rope that was tied to the pig. The fat pig fell to the ground, groaned a few times, and ran away. Butcher Zhang was dumbfounded and said, "Dukes, you are..." A bailiff slowly walked over and looked at the few fans of fat pork hanging in the porch. He said loudly, "The saint has decreed that from today onwards, killing is not allowed. Butcher Zhang, put down your butcher knife and become a Buddha." Ha! Just as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head. A bailiff who seemed to be the head of the bailiffs glared at him and said to Butcher Zhang, "The saint is the reincarnation of Mithreya. He is merciful and has already issued an imperial decree. From today onwards, fishing, hunting, slaughtering, and killing innocent living beings are prohibited. Tomorrow, even meat is not allowed to be sold, so you can't do this job anymore." Cough. The pigs under the porch have already been slaughtered, so there's no other way. I'll take the half on the left. Consider it a little cheaper. If you can't sell it today, you won't have a chance tomorrow. Butcher Zhang stood there with a blank expression. He didn't hear what the head bailiff said at all. His grandfather was a pig butcher, and his father was also a pig butcher. He had been slaughtering pigs his whole life, and this was the only skill he had learned. Now that the emperor forbade him from slaughtering pigs, how was he going to live in the future? "Qin Huaid, you've killed millions of people. Your son doesn't even have an asshole. Get out of my house." Granny Lu, who lived in the east second alley of Jishan Lane, was chasing after a few workers at lightning speed. She cursed as she chased after them. In her haste, she even forgot to put down the egg she had just picked up. That egg was laid by an old hen, so it was still warm. The old hen was being chased by a few workers. It spread its wings and flapped all over the yard, causing dust to fly everywhere. Qin Basho had been watched by Granny Lu since he was young. He didn't dare to talk back, even when the old woman scolded him a few times. He just stood there with his head tucked in. He looked resentful. Qin Basho, this is your fault. Granny Lu's son, Du Tianwei, was the second in command of the Qi family's silk shop. He was very knowledgeable, so he didn't panic when he heard the grievous news. He said to Qin Basho, who said we raised this old hen to kill and eat it. We did it to eat the egg. That's not a crime, right? It's not like we killed it. One of the workers spoke up for Qin Basho. Brother Du, who would believe your words? It's laying eggs now. It's laying eggs. So of course you can't bear to kill it. But what if it stops laying eggs? If you kill it secretly, we won't know. This is a violation of the imperial edict. How can that be? Du Tianwei smiled wholeheartedly and said, at worst you can register it like the government controls cattle. I have a few hens at home. You can all record them down. If you kill one without permission, you can throw them in jail and eat the plank. Isn't that fine? The workers were greatly moved when they heard this. They also raised chickens at home. Just now, they had already told their families to kill them in advance so that they wouldn't be released in vain. But if they also protected the chickens like cattle, they could only eat the egg and not kill the chicken. That would be fine, right? Qin Basho, who had just been scolded, snorted unhappily and said, Nonsense! Aren't eggs meat? Aren't eggs living things? Then where did the chick hatch from? Du Tianwei said, Eggs have no skin, no hair, no meat, no bone, and no blood vessels. How can they be considered meat? If you have the ability, pick out a bone from the egg, and let me see. Qin Huaid still wanted to keep his position as Basho. He didn't want to ruin his and his son's future because of an old hen. He immediately said, if eggs can hatch into chicks, then it means that eggs are living things too. If they're not living things, how can they give birth to life? So, you can't let the old hen lay eggs. These eggs can't be eaten. At Grandma Lu's house, Qin Basho and second steward Du started a heated philosophical debate on whether eggs were meat or vegetables. The prices of vegetables in Bei, Nandong, and more than 100 other markets doubled in 2 hours. Countless people rushed to slaughter their chickens and ducks before Marquis Wu and Basho arrived. The whole of Luoyang was livelier than the New Year. Some cried, some cursed, and some didn't know what to do. Luoyang City was in chaos. At this time, other than those vegetable sellers who were beaming with joy and desperately raising their prices, perhaps only manager Li from Bay City's Li Tang Mountain was happy. Manager Li wholesale pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Yesterday, he received news from Marquis Lu and's concubine sister. That morning, he started lowering his prices by a large margin. He even found an excuse for his actions, saying, It's my mother's birthday, so I'm lowering my prices to benefit the people. The other large wholesale meat sellers laughed at him for losing his mind. How about now? Ha ha ha. When the wholesale meat sellers in Nan City heard that manager Li was lowering his prices, they all came to his house to stock up. They praised him for his filial piety and tried to take advantage of him. The weather was still cold, so he wasn't afraid that the meat would go bad at home. The other large wholesale meat sellers just watched coldly, but now they couldn't cry even if they wanted to. The market only opened in the afternoon. The vendors from each market would come in the morning to stock up and sell their goods in the afternoon. They didn't have enough time to stock up now. The meat mountains in the big wholesalers' houses could only be sold by the few households nearby. How much could they sell? Head shopkeeper Li smiled happily. He turned around to look at the remaining pork and mutton that hadn't been sold in time, and his face was covered with tears as he smiled, and said, As the Son of Heaven, how can you be so preposterous? It's fine if you believe in gods, Buddhas, ghosts, and monsters. It's fine if you're willing to change the year name every now, and then it's fine if you're willing to take away all my iron and bronze tools to build Tianshu. I've tolerated it. But now, you don't even allow me to sell my meat. Similar scenes were playing out in the entire city of Luoyang, along with the hooves of horses carrying yellow cloth bundles and triangular flags on their backs. A similar situation would soon spread throughout the world like a plague. An absurd scene was playing out in the Great Zhou dynasty. After running to the river and asking what happened, Yang Fan found out the truth. He couldn't care less about the fishermen's grievances. This was an imperial edict. He didn't have the right to say anything. Yang Fan galloped to Nan City. He had to hurry to buy some chicken, duck, eggs, pork, and dog meat. Xiao Man was pregnant. How could he let her and her son eat vegetables and tofu every day? As a good husband now and a good father in the future, Yang Fan joined the buying army without any hesitation. Chapter 473. The most popular thing in the southern city today was the meat stalls. Although most of the people who came to the market to buy meat were ordinary people, there was no lack of people who had foresight. The rich and powerful always had servants, stewards, maids, and servants. Some of these people were very favored by their masters. They all had relatives and friends, so when the masters got the news, they also got the news. Therefore, these people were the first to rush to the market, waiting for the market to open. As soon as the north, west, and south markets opened, a large number of people swarmed in. Many businessmen were surprised to find that most of the people who rushed into the market went to the meat stalls. Soon, people who were slow to realize also rushed into the market. After that, those who didn't hear the news at all and only went to the market to buy other things, after hearing the news from the customers who bought all kinds of meat and left excitedly, also dropped everything and joined in the rush to buy meat. The shops selling gold and silver jewelry, and jade were already very few people, and now they were even more deserted. The vendor stared dumbfoundedly at the customers who were crazily snatching the meat and eggs, and then looked down at the delicious food he had cooked. He didn't understand why they had abandoned the delicious food and went to snatch some raw meat and ducks. The Hu from the western regions had a roll of white cloth slung over his shoulder. At first, he had been boasting about the quality of his cloth, but now he was listlessly leaning against the door frame, his big blue eyes darting back and forth. He was thinking that since the people of the Tang Empire loved to eat meat so much, should he bring a goat with him next time? Obviously, meat was more popular than cloth. The market had gone crazy. As long as there was the word meat, the stall would be crowded with people, as if they didn't need money to buy at all. Those selling live chickens, ducks, dogs, and goats, because they were living animals, did not prepare too many goods. Even so, they could not sell all of them in a day, because the level of wealth of the people in this world was far from reaching the point where they could eat meat every day. All that was left were the butchered meat shops. The butcher was so busy that he only cared about cutting and binding the meat with a sharp ox-ear knife. He didn't even lift his head or open his eyes. The money basket was left next to the butcher's table for the customers to throw in their own money. He didn't even bother to count it. Some of the people at the back saw that there was less and less meat on the chopping board. They were so anxious that they shouted, "I've paid." They threw the money in their hands into the money basket and shouted, "I've paid. I'm done paying. Quickly cut the meat for me." The butcher stood behind the shop assistant with his hands in his sleeves, watching the bustling business scene with a wooden expression, listening to the clinking of the money basket, looking at the copper coins piling up higher and higher. There was not the slightest hint of joy on his face. This was a one-off deal. I've sold it out today. What business do I do tomorrow? No matter how much I earn in a day, I can't support my family for the rest of my life. Seeing that the sky was already dyed with a hint of twilight, it would be too late to go back to the butcher's shop to buy the meat. Moreover, the shop could not spare any manpower to buy the meat. The shop assistants were so busy that there was no one left to buy the meat. As a matter of fact, even his half-grown son came forward to help. The boy tried his best to hold on to the chopping board, which was being pushed back by the crowd, and shouted in his changing voice, "Don't push! Stop pushing! If you overturn the chopping board, I won't sell meat anymore." The butcher smiled sadly and thought to himself, "That's right. From tomorrow onwards, I really can't sell meat anymore." When Yang Fan arrived at the scene, he was dumbfounded. He never thought that the business of the butcher's stall would be so good. It was rare for ordinary people to buy meat. Although they wanted to eat meat during the holidays, they couldn't bear to spend so much money. But it was different this time. If they didn't buy now, they would never be able to eat meat again. Everyone was fighting like crazy. Yang Fan sat on the horse and stared blankly for a long time. Then, as if awakened from a dream, he tied the horse to the side of the road and rushed forward. It was a sea of people. Yang Fan was skilled in martial arts, but in the surging crowd, he was squeezed to the point where his feet couldn't touch the ground. He was like a piece of dead wood in the tide, floating here and there. Everyone was using his elbows, shoulders, hips, waist, buttocks. Every part that could be used to push, bump, rub, twist, and struggle to move forward. This can't go on. At first, Yang Fan's movements were a little bashful. He was too embarrassed to fight with people like this. But then he remembered that there was a pregnant woman at home who was pregnant with his child. This was the time when they needed to replenish their nutrition. If they didn't even have an old hen to stew soup with, they wouldn't even be able to eat fresh fish. Every day, they would have plain rice with dried vegetables. How sad. For his wife, for his son, he'd go all out. High official Yang decided to throw away his dignity as an official and swore to fight with the people for food. With a loud roar, he bent his body and dropped down, forcing his body to fall in the midst of rubbing shoulders with both his feet touching the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he found strength in his body. He didn't seem to do anything, but he heard cries of alarm from all around. The people who were desperately swimming towards the meat table seemed to be slapped by a huge wave. They quickly surged to the left and right. The people at the outermost edge of the crowd were pushed by this force. They staggered and fell 2 or 3 feet away, falling to the ground. In the center of the crowd, there was an empty space of 3 or 4 feet. Inside, there was only Yang Fan standing. Yang Fan cried out in shame. He quickly took advantage of this rare opportunity to rush forward. Ever since Yang Fan became a martial artist, because he walked the path of an official, he rarely fought with his fists and feet. So, he didn't have many opportunities to use this 18 drops of stained clothing martial art. Before this, he had only used this martial art in the pleasure of the boudoir. But he had only used it once. That time, he hadn't even finished using the 48 tremors when one cried out, "I'm going to die." She then happily fainted. So when Yang Fan wanted to try it again, he could only reduce its power by more than half. Otherwise, even one Er's mature body wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was the first time Yang Fan had used this martial art on something else. He didn't think that even though it touched on the side of fighting, it was actually to buy some meat for his wife and son to eat. Yang Fan used his despotic power. After he forced the crowd aside, he stood there like a crane in a flock of chickens. But this was only for a moment. The crowd that he had forcefully pushed aside only lasted for a moment. Then, under the counterforce of the surrounding crowd, they once again squeezed towards him. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Fan threw himself forward. He slashed towards the meat stall like he was splitting the waves. The butcher, who was standing there in a daze, as if he had lost his parents, saw him. Just now, Yang Fan's move was impressive. Who couldn't see him? As soon as he saw Yang Fan, the butcher's eyes lit up. He was so excited that his body trembled. There's hope. Yang Fan didn't know him, but he knew Yang Fan. Yang Fan was an influential figure in Nan City, although he didn't appear here often. But he owned 18 shops here, and they were all the most profitable and powerful shops in Nan City. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an official and a high-ranking official like the Ministry of Justice, he would have long been elected as the head of Nan City's business and become the representative of all the businesses in Nan City. The butcher looked at the less than 2 plates of pork left on the chopping board. He suddenly came back to his senses and shouted, "We're closed! We're closed! We're not selling anymore! We're not selling anymore!" The customers who rushed to the front were anxious. "Butcher, don't you still have 2 plates of pork on the chopping board? Why are you not selling anymore?" The butcher glared and said, "Can I keep the meat for myself? We're not selling anymore. We're not selling anymore." The woman who was in the small shop heard it. She rushed out and said to the butcher, "Are you old and confused? If these 2 plates of pork were replaced with rice and flour, how many more days could you eat? Why do you still want to keep the meat for yourself?" The butcher glared at her and reprimanded her in a low voice. "What does a woman like you know? Go away. Don't make trouble for me." The butcher turned around and continued to shout, "We're not selling anymore. I want the rest of the meat for my family. Lu Chi, Hua, Air, hurry up and take the meat back." Although the common people were dissatisfied, they did not dare to snatch the meat. They had no choice but to disperse while cursing and swearing. Yang Fan was trying his best to squeeze his way forward. As soon as the crowd dispersed, he rushed to the meat table. He saw that the official's head was crooked, his belt was untied, his robe was wrinkled, one of his boots almost fell off, it was hanging crookedly on his feet. Seeing that the butcher wasn't selling anymore, Yang Fan couldn't help but be disappointed. He angrily tidied up his clothes and wanted to go somewhere else to try his skills. He swore that he would get a few pounds of meat for his wife today. But the butcher was already bowing and bowing to welcome him. He grabbed his fat hands and said with tears in his eyes, "Shopkeeper Yang." Yang Fan was respectfully welcomed into the butcher's shop by the butcher. After about the time it took for 3 sticks of incense to burn, he carried a big, greasy sack and sneakily walked out of the butcher's shop. The 2 unsold plates of pork were already in his pocket. The butcher was about to lose his job, and Yang Fan controlled the 18 shops in the busiest area of Nan City. As long as he was willing to help, whether it was by joining the butcher or distributing some goods to the butcher wouldn't have to worry about not having a new business. So, these 2 plates of pork became his gift to ask for Yang Fan's help. Yang Fan carried the sack out of the butcher's shop. Before he could put the sack on the horse's back, he saw 2 familiar people walking towards him from afar. The 2 people's clothes were disheveled, and they looked disheveled. Both of them had their heads lowered, looking dejected. "Brother Chu, Brother Chiao." Yang Fan immediately shouted. Chu Kuanga and Ma Chiao looked up and saw him. They immediately ran over happily. Chu Kuanga said happily, "Erlang, why are you here?" Yang Fan said, "Brother Chu, Brother Chiao, why did you 2 enter the city?" Both sides rushed to ask, and Ma Chiao said, "Hey, I heard a message from my family, so I quickly asked for leave and rushed back. I didn't expect to hear that the court had issued a ban on slaughter as soon as I entered the city, so I didn't even go home and ran to Nan City to buy meat. But I was still a step too late." Yang Fan was shocked and quickly asked, "What happened to your family?" As soon as Ma Chiao heard this, he beamed with joy and said, "Of course it's a good thing. Ha! Your sister-in-law is pregnant." "Really?" Yang Fan was surprised and happy. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Ha! Congratulations! Brother Chiao is going to be a father soon." Ma Chiao waved his hand and deliberately put on a disapproving look, but he couldn't hide the grin on his face. "I can't compare to you. I can't compare to you. I'm a few years older than you, but I didn't expect to be behind you in this matter. Hey, When my son is born, he will have to call you brother. Young Fan said with a smile. How can you be sure that the first child will be a son? Maybe it will be a girl. It's good to have a girl. If she is as beautiful as Sister Pasta, she will marry into my family and be my daughter-in-law. If she looks like you, Ma Qiao stared at him and said, What? Yang Fan sighed and said, Then I will reluctantly accept her as my goddaughter and prepare a dowry for her in the future. I can't let my unborn son be wronged, or my wife will not agree. Ma Qiao spat at him and said, Ba, if I have a daughter, she will naturally be as beautiful as her mother. But then again, why did you give birth to a son, and I give birth to a daughter? Maybe your first child will be a girl, and she will be my daughter-in-law in the future. Yang Fan proudly raised his chin and said, Yesterday, I invited Dr. Jiang to visit and prescribed a few medicines for your sister-in-law. Dr. Jiang also took your sister-in-law's pulse. Dr. Jiang said that from the pulse, he was at least 80% sure that it was a boy. Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga hurriedly congratulated him. The three of them laughed and laughed for a while. Yang Fan asked again, Brother Chu, you are in the Jinwu Guards, and Brother Qiao is in the Longwu Guards. The two guards are stationed in the east and west of Luoyang City, far away from each other. How did you get together? When Chu Kuanga heard this, his old face turned red, and there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. Yang Fan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. Ma Qiao said with a smile, Erlang, you don't know? Miss Xiaodong is very fond of our big brother Chu. Now Big Brother Chu has already hired a matchmaker and sent a betrothal gift to Auntie Hua's family. Auntie Hua is preparing to arrange their wedding as soon as spring arrives. Yang Fan was overjoyed when he heard this. He said with a smile, Good. Brother Qiao and I are going to have children, and Brother Chu is going to get married and start a career. This is really three happy things. Brother Chu, you are wrong. Why didn't Brother Chu tell me about such a happy event? Chu Kuanga said with a smile, It's just an engagement. Why would I tell you? I originally planned to wait for the wedding to be ready and then invite you to the banquet on the day of the official wedding. Haha, we are brothers, so you must come at that time. Chu Kuanga did not weaken their brotherhood because of Yang Fan's promotion, but after all, the difference in their status was there. This was a fact that could not be ignored. How could he instruct a minister of the Ministry of Justice to help him arrange a wedding? When he got married, it was enough if Yang Fan could come. Yang Fan understood his thoughts. Friendship was one thing, but class was also an objective fact that could not be ignored. So he didn't say much. He just said, Don't say such things. Brother Chu, did you come to the market to buy the things needed for the wedding? We are brothers, so you don't have to be polite. If you need anything in my shop, just take it. We are good brothers, and Miss Xiaodong is also a very familiar neighbor of mine. Let me do my best. Chu Kuanga said with a smile, Of course I won't be polite to you, but I am alone. Besides, it is my first time getting married at this old age, so I don't know anything about this. There is only one girl in Xiaodong's family, and she has to take care of the old man. I don't have a family, so I became a live-in son-in-law. Most of the wedding matters were handled by my mother-in-law, so I didn't have to worry too much. It's just that there must be wine and meat to organize a banquet. Today, I also heard about the ban on slaughter, so I hurried to the market to buy some fish. Although the fresh meat can't be kept for the day of the wedding, it's better to make it into cured meat and dried fish. Who knew? Speaking of this, Ma Qiao was also a little depressed. Sai, I really can't imagine that such a thing has never happened since ancient times. Why do you think the emperor would give such a decree? The common people live a poor life, and all they ask for is food and clothing. Occasionally having a little meat to eat is a great joy, but the emperor actually gave such a decree. Now that your sister-in-law is pregnant, I also wanted to buy some meat for her to nourish her body, but who knew that I would come empty-handed? Speaking of this, Ma Qiao glanced at the oily sack in Yang Fan's hand and couldn't help but be happy. He said, "Erlang, you bought meat?" At this time, the drums of the southern market sounded. Yang Fan said to the two, "Let's go, we'll talk while we walk." As the three of them walked, Yang Fan told them about how he saw officials forbidding fishing on the way to the White Horse Temple, and how he learned about the ban on slaughter issued by the imperial court. Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao couldn't help but look at him strangely after listening to him, which made Yang Fan's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but touch his nose and said, "Why are you two looking at me like that? Even if I am a high-ranking official, I still have to live. Is it shameful to buy some meat for my wife?" When Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao heard this, the expressions on their faces became even more strange. Yang Fan didn't seem to be mocking him, a dignified minister of the Ministry of Justice, for buying meat with others. He couldn't help but wonder, what do you two mean? Chu Kuanga sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. Erlang, you are really smart all your life, but stupid this time." Yang Fan was startled. "What's wrong?" Ma Qiao cried. "What's wrong? Haven't you figured it out yet? You said that the fishermen by the river are forbidden to continue fishing?" "Yes. Dead fish can still be fished out of the river." "Yes," Chu Kuanga said with a wry smile. "Fishermen fish. Are they willing to eat it themselves? They still have to sell it for money in exchange for some rice and noodles. Why don't you buy the fresh fish that they just caught from them, instead of coming to Southern City to buy meat?" Yang Fan was stunned. He was stunned for a long time and couldn't say a word. Ma Qiao shook his head and said, "I used to hear a joke about riding a donkey and looking for a donkey. I thought it was a stupid person in a story. I didn't expect that I would have such a stupid person by my side." It was rare for Chu Kuanga to see him embarrassed. Seeing that he was so cute at this moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Yang Fan slapped his forehead and shook his head with a wry smile. Yes, it's really like this. I was so anxious that I lost my mind." Chu Kuanga comforted him. "Fortunately, you came at the right time and managed to grab some meat. The two of us came earlier than you, but those people seem to have gone crazy. We two big men couldn't even compete with them. Now that we are empty-handed, I don't know how to explain it when we go back." Yang Fan stopped, patted the sack on the horse's back, and said with a smile, "What I have, you naturally have too. How could a brother eat it all by himself? There are 2 fans of pork here. Sister Suning is pregnant, so she can't even eat some meat. Brother Qiao, you carry one back later." Ma Qiao said happily, "Okay, Erlang, I won't be polite with you. Big Brother Chu, this fan of pork, will split it in half." Chu Kuanga hurriedly said, No. Sister-in-law is pregnant and needs meat to nourish her body. When I get married in the spring, I think every family will have no meat to eat. The neighbors won't say anything." Yang Fan said, "You don't have to fight. That fan of pork is for Sister Suning. Big Brother Chu won't get married until spring, so there's still more than a month. There's no hurry. At that time, I will be responsible for the chicken, duck, and fish at the banquet." Ma Qiao said, "It's already a ban on slaughter. Although the imperial court didn't directly ban meat, isn't a ban on slaughter the same as a ban on meat? In a month's time, where will you find meat to eat?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry. The sky won't fall. The reason why I came to buy it is because the imperial court will be strict with the imperial court. For a period of time, I'm afraid that everyone really won't be able to eat meat. However, such a thing that goes against common sense, even if it's the emperor's decree, it can't be implemented. It's a matter of course for the imperial court to levy taxes, isn't it, because people evade taxes? Not to mention such an absurd decree. What's the difference between this and the imperial court forbidding the common people to eat and marry and have children? The common people don't have enough to eat. Hunters hunt, farmers raise pigs, and fishermen fish. Most of the meat they get is sold to the rich in exchange for rice and flour. Now, everyone in the world was a vegetarian. The price of food and vegetables had skyrocketed. The common people couldn't survive. The officials and nobles also didn't have meat to eat. If they couldn't even eat meat, how could they still be officials? How could they earn money? Just you wait. It won't be long before this decree will only exist in name. Yang Fan sighed and said, "It's just that before the imperial court revokes this decree, it's impossible to buy or sell meat openly, and it's also impossible to eat meat openly without any scruples. The price of meat is bound to skyrocket. Some people used to be able to eat meat every few days, but now they probably can't afford to buy meat for half a year or even a year." Hearing what he said, Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga also understood. Chu Kuanga sighed and said, "Although the rich will also be affected, the impact is not big. The common people are the unlucky ones. The rich may not be able to eat meat for a period of time, but for the common people, they may not even be able to eat." Yes, Yang Fan was also a little disappointed. He sighed and said, "Brother Chu, you don't have to worry. I'll be responsible for the meat you need when you get married. I'm going to see Master Shui today, but because of this matter, I have to go in a while. Haha, every time I see Master Shui, I always have something important to ask, but this time I'm afraid he will never think that I will ask him for help." Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao both had strange expressions on their faces. Indeed, when the people in the world couldn't eat meat because the emperor believed in Buddhism, he could go to the temple and ask a monk to help him eat meat. This kind of thing sounded really ridiculous, but when they thought of the impact this matter would have on them, how could they still laugh? Ma Qiao said angrily, "We have also seen some old people who eat vegetarian and believe in Buddhism, but whether they want to become immortals or Buddhas or want to live forever, that is all their own business. Now, the emperor wants to become a Buddha, but we, the common people, don't have food, drink, and can't live a good life. What is this?" Yang Fan said, "The reason why the emperor is because the emperor's own business is sometimes the business of the people in the world. Only with a good emperor can there be a good life." Yang Fan didn't say too much. Seeing that Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao were nodding in agreement, it was enough. They were illiterate, but illiteracy didn't mean that they didn't understand the truth. When they understood the truth, they would become like-minded comrades in the future. They were all officers of the imperial army, and they had already begun to lead troops. In the future, they would lead more troops. Yang Fan's intentional guidance wasn't to make use of them. He just didn't want to part ways with them because of their different beliefs one day, or even become sworn enemies with them on the battlefield. Chapter 474. The White Horse Temple Abbot's meditation room was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. The monks passing by were not surprised when they smelled it. Great Master, why he was happy without alcohol. As long as he was in the temple, there was never a time when he did not drink. From time to time, loud noises would come from the meditation room. Sometimes it sounded like a wine jar had been smashed, and sometimes it sounded like a wooden table had been smashed. The monks passing by were not surprised when they heard it. How could a drunk great master, why he not go crazy? Smelling the smell of alcohol and hearing the noises, the fake monk smiled knowingly and swaggered away. The real monk put his palms together and said in his heart, "Sin, sin." If Taoist Yizhua had heard this, he would have laughed coldly in his heart. "So this is your great Zhou imperial preceptor and Buddhist protector? Bah! It's far worse than my Taoist sect. Hong Lu, who was kneeling in the meditation room, was not as relaxed as the real monks, fake monks, and true Taoist priests who occasionally passed by. He knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. There were 5 finger marks on his face, and half of his face was swollen. It was so numb that he could no longer feel it, but he did not dare to reach out to touch it. Shui Huai was pacing around in the meditation room like a trapped beast. His eyes were red, and his nostrils flared as he panted heavily. The weather was still cold, but he was still bare-chested, exposing his firm, well-built, and fair chest. His chest rose and fell violently as if he was bellowing. His chest was bellowing, and his nostrils flared as he panted. Shui Huai's eyes were red, and he looked like an angry bull. Suddenly, Shui Huai's gaze fell on a brazier in front of him. He immediately kicked the brazier up into the air and dropped it to the ground with a bang. The red-hot coals scattered all over the ground. One of the burning coals rolled to Hong Lu's side, causing Hong Lu to hurriedly withdraw his hand in pain. He didn't dare to get up, nor did he dare to move. He only quickly withdrew his hand to avoid the coals. Shui Huai was shocked, afraid, angry, and afraid because Hong Lu had just reported a piece of earth-shattering news. The Empress had a new favorite. No wonder the Empress had not summoned him for a long time. No wonder Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi hadn't invited him to their family banquets in a long time. It was no wonder that the number of nobles seeking to see him and presenting him with gifts was decreasing. Shui Huai was like a spoiled child. His parents doted on him, pampered him, and gave him whatever he wanted. He only felt that his parents were annoying and noisy, but when he suddenly lost his parents, all he felt was confusion and fear for the future. In the past, when Wu Zetian summoned him, he always felt that using his body to please a 70-year-old woman was disgusting, so disgusting that he wanted to vomit. When Wu Zetian gradually stopped summoning him to the palace, he was still secretly glad. But now that he found out that it was because Wu Zetian had favored someone else, he only felt resentment, jealousy, anger, hatred, and fear. If he lost the Emperor's favor, he would lose his glory, wealth, and status. If he lost all of this, what did he have? He had never been a great husband. He was only a vine attached to the towering tree that was Wu Zetian. When he was attached to the tree, he looked more glorious and ostentatious than the tree, but without the tree, he could only lie limply on the ground, and anyone could step on him. At this time, Hong Yi barged in. "Master, 17 is here, and wants to see. Get out." Shui Huai's roar scared Hong Yi into covering his head and scurrying away. The window was also shaken by Shui Huai's roar. Shui Huai quickly calmed his breathing and thought for a moment. He said to Hong Lu, "Hong Lu." Hong Lu quickly crawled a few steps in front of him and raised his face in a fawning manner. "Master," Shui Huai said gravely, "do not speak of this matter." Hong Lu hesitated and said, "Master, even if this disciple doesn't speak, the brothers will know. This matter has already spread all over the city. As long as the brothers walk in the streets, they will inevitably hear." Pung! A large foot flew through the air and interrupted Hong Lu's words. Hong Lu let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. His body spun in the air and slid far away along the smooth wooden floor. In just a short moment, he let out another scream and jumped up with a whoosh, desperately slapping the smoking parts of his body. This pitiful child was frank and outspoken. He didn't understand the logic of deceiving himself at all. Shui Huai humphed angrily and strode out of the meditation room. When he appeared in front of Yang Fan, his chest was bare and his face was drunk. His shoulders swayed slightly, and he was smiling from ear to ear. He had recovered the appearance that he usually had when he saw Yang Fan in his drunken state. Yang Fan's visit today was just a routine greeting to his master. For the past 2 months, Yang Fan had visited every few days. Shui Huai knew that this disciple was different from the other disciples. He was a person with great ability, unlike the other disciples who completely relied on themselves to make a living. Furthermore, he rarely relied on Shui Huai's help and connections in the officialdom. He only relied on his own ability to develop. Thus, Shui Huai looked at him differently and didn't treat him like an ordinary disciple. Although the two were master and disciple in name, they were more like friends. Yang Fan paid his respects to his master and chatted with him for a while. Then, he mentioned the imperial court's ban on slaughter. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Master, it's not that this disciple is slandering the emperor, but this imperial decree of the emperor is truly against the will of the people. This disciple reckons that not only will the people be dissatisfied, but the officials won't be able to bear it either. It won't be long before this decree will only exist in name, and no one will obey it. But before that, if your disciple's wife wants to eat meat, she'll have to ask me for help." I think the sage has gone senile. Shui Huai curled his lips and disdained his evaluation of this ban on slaughter. Then he waved his hand at Yang Fan and said, "Don't worry. If you can't get meat, just come and find me. Master is also a person who likes to eat meat. If I were to be like that bald donkey Sanshan, wouldn't I be asking for my life? Master will think of a way to get meat like chicken, duck, sheep, and dog. If she wants to eat fish, it's even easier. There are a lot of fat fish in the river behind our White Horse Temple. Moreover, other people don't dare to catch them. If I want to eat fish in the future, I'll just catch them with a net. Ha! There are many ways. Can a living person die from holding his urine? I'm still waiting to hold my disciple's grand disciple. I don't dare to be greedy and spoil my disciple's wife." Yang Fan cupped his hands and said with a smile, "If that's the case, this disciple will first thank you on behalf of Master's wife and my unborn grand disciple." Shui Huai laughed heartily. Hong Lu curled up like a shrimp in the abbot's meditation room. It took him a long time to catch his breath. He clutched his abdomen and limped out of the meditation room. Hearing Shui Huai's hearty laughter as usual from the guest room, he couldn't understand why his master was so hearty and scrupulous when chatting with 17, when he was obviously extremely angry and terrified. By the way, this disciple also heard something wonderful related to Master these 2 days. Yang Fan changed the topic in a flash. When Shui Huai heard that it had something to do with him, he was a little frightened. In fact, he knew very well that the news of him falling out of favor was probably known by the entire imperial court. He would definitely be the last to know. But even if the entire world knew, he didn't want anyone to expose it in front of him. It seemed that as long as this open secret was not exposed in front of him, he wouldn't wake up from his dream. Yang Fan smiled and inadvertently told Shui Huai about how the barbarian Mole had met Shui Huai's past life 200 years ago, and how Shui Huai was the reincarnation of the Buddhist protector way Tuo Bodhisattva. Even if Yang Fan didn't say this, Shui Huai would know in a few days, because this matter had already spread after today's court meeting. Wu Zetian had issued the ban on slaughter and appointed an old Taoist as the prime minister. Of course, she had to give the officials of the imperial court a sufficient reason. Otherwise, how could the emperor casually give such an important position as the prime minister of the imperial court to a Jianghu wanderer? How could those who had worked hard for 10 years but couldn't even get an official position, and who couldn't even get promoted after hundreds of battles on the battlefield feel? Did the imperial court still have rules to speak of? Was there any dignity to protect? Although Wu Zetian had done more and more things to break the rules and order after she became the emperor, there weren't many things that were so outrageous after all. How could she not give everyone an explanation? Therefore, in the imperial edict, Wu Zetian solemnly bestowed the surname of Wu to Taoist Shifeng and appointed him as the Minister of Remonstrance and the Minister of Peace of the Phoenix Pavilion. He officially became the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the imperial edict, Wu Zetian praised Taoist Shifeng greatly. She praised him for his profound Taoist skills, which surpassed the immortal Guang Qingzi in the period of the Yellow Emperor and the immortal Lord Bo He in the period of Emperor Wu of Han. As for the news that Wu Zetian was the reincarnation of Mithria, Wu Zetian didn't say it clearly in the imperial edict because it would obviously be suspected of boasting. She just gave a hint, and the palace maids, eunuchs, and Marquis Lu, and who waited on her to the old house of the Yu family, quickly spread what they had seen and heard. At this moment, the eunuchs who had just returned from Bay City were still bragging to passers-by that the three immortals didn't dare to use magic under the light of Her Majesty, so as not to hurt their own vitality. The story of Wei Tuo and Mithria Buddha had spread throughout the palace in one day. Xue Huai was stunned. A kind of ecstasy quickly filled his chest. When he was afraid of the arrival of doomsday, he suddenly heard that he had such an inseparable relationship with the Empress. Xue Huai naively thought that this was enough to ensure that he would always be loved by the Empress, and that it was enough to restore the respect of the civil and military officials for him. Frankly speaking, Feng Xiaobao, who was a street performer, actually didn't believe in the existence of gods and Buddhas. Among the ancient people, the proportion of superstitious people was much higher than that of modern people, but not everyone. Xue Huai was one of those people who didn't believe in gods. If he believed in gods and Buddhas, he wouldn't have made the White Horse Temple such a mess. But it didn't matter if he didn't believe in gods or Buddhas. He felt that as long as the Empress and the civil and military officials believed in gods and Buddhas, it was fine. Xue Huai excitedly rubbed his hands and paced back and forth in the room. 17, I'm very interested in this dissimulated man named Mo Lei. It's getting late now. Tomorrow morning, can you accompany me to see him? Yang Fan bowed and smiled. If there's anything, I'll do it. Of course, I'll accompany you. What's more, I have some karma with these three extraordinary people, so I should go and pay my respects. Chapter 475. Taoist Shifeng became the prime minister and was given a mansion. Old Nun Jingguang was appointed as the abbot of Linji Temple by imperial edict and was given the right to accept disciples and give them the precepts. With this right, old Nun Jingguang could accept disciples like Xue Huai and didn't need to go through the temple. She had great power in Buddhism. As for the barbarian Molei, he was much more low-key. Wu Zetian only gave him a mansion not far from Linji Temple, assigned some servants, and ordered the Imperial Divination Bureau to follow his orders. Molei used the Pyrolite star to prolong his life and asked the Imperial Divination Bureau to provide him with many gold vessels. At that time, gold and silver weren't the currency in circulation, but they were extremely valuable and could be exchanged for money. If he had dozens of copper coins, how could he escape in the future? At that time, there were no securities, stocks, or bank cards that could be easily carried, so Molei could only come up with all kinds of excuses to get some gold. Since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, the power of the country was much weaker than when Emperor Taizong and Emperor Gaozong were still alive. In addition, Li Xiaojie was leading the army to recover the 4 towns of Anxi, so money was spent like water. In the court, Wu Sanxi was building the 3-Yang Palace, the Xingtai Palace, and the Tianshu Palace. But Molei set up the altar to prolong the life of the Empress, so the Imperial Divination Bureau didn't dare to be negligent and could only do their best to satisfy his request. The 3 immortal masters were favored by Wu Zetian, so the flatterers in the court immediately tried to curry favor with them. Even Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi had to pay them a visit. Soon, 2 mansions and a nunnery of the 3 immortal masters were crowded with carriages and horses. The 3 swindlers got to know all the powerful people in the court and the nobles of Great Zhou. Yang Fan accompanied his master Xue Huai, so he naturally had to pay them a visit and make friends with them. Mo Lei bragged for a moment, lying that he had seen Xue Huai's past life, which was equivalent to having a relationship with Xue Huai. He had always thought that Xue Huai was the empress' most beloved and only gigolo, so he naturally welcomed his arrival. Taoist Si Fang and old nun Jing Fang had the same thoughts as him. Therefore, among all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, Xue Huai was the closest to these 3 immortal masters. When the news reached the ears of Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, they became even more resentful. However, the 3 immortal masters were now shouldering the great responsibility of prolonging the empress's life and were extremely favored. With Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong's current position in Wu Zetian's heart, the 2 dared not slander them rashly. They could only suppress their resentment in their hearts and wait for an opportunity. At the same time, the long-planned battle against the censorate began. At first, a registrar named Zhuang Qikai from Wanyan County impeached Nixan from Chang and County. This was a common tactic used by bureaucrats to attack political opponents. Usually, they would first use a low-ranking official as a pawn to attack a low-ranking official under the target, and the crime used would not be too serious. Using this to launch an attack at the beginning, it could play the role of paralyzing political opponents. In addition, once the opponent was vigilant and launched a fierce counterattack, the big shots who had not yet taken action could use their superior status to clean up the mess. The deputy minister of censorate, Lai Junqin, was from Chang, and the few trusted subordinates he promoted were also from Chang. And back then, he had mingled with several ruffians on the streets. Chang was the place where he made his fortune. So Chang was the second base of the censorate after Luoyang. Nixan from Chang, and County was from the censorate. However, this group of people from the censorate was really not sensitive to politics. Wan Guojun faintly felt that something was wrong, but at this time, his lack of leadership qualities was undoubtedly exposed. Under the disapproving reaction of the other censorates, Wan Guojun quickly threw his uneasy premonition out of the window, thinking that the storm that happened in Chang was just an independent incident. Zhuang Qikai, the county registrar of Wanyan County, was just a small local official above the 8th rank, and Nixan, the county magistrate of Chang, and County was just a small official below the 8th rank, so no one in the court paid attention to it at all. The file was smoothly transferred to the Ministry of Appointments. After some investigation, the Ministry of Appointments found a series of problems in Zhuang Qikai's impeachment of Nixan's law enforcement, including a large number of violations of the law, corruption, and bribery. This was not something that could be solved through the line of administration. Therefore, the file was transferred to the Ministry of Justice, which naturally handed it over to the Ministry of Justice. With Chun Dong, a meticulous and skilled judge handling it, Nixan's series of illegal acts were soon exposed to the world. In the past few years, Nixan had carried out cruel laws in Chang and extorting confessions under torture, and created a large number of unjust, false, and wrong cases which were bloody presented to the world. Nixan fell from power. And a few families in Chang and County whose families had been ruined by Nixan begged all the way to the capital, blocking the gate of the censorate, and knelt to complain. The censorate was divided into the left and the right. The left was responsible for supervising the officials in the capital, and the right was responsible for supervising the local officials in the counties and prefectures. This matter was under the jurisdiction of the right of the censorate. The original right minister of the censorate was Wei Yuanzhong, who was framed and imprisoned by the left minister of the censorate, Lai Junqin. After he was released from prison, he was sent to another place by Wu Zetian out of consideration for the dignity of the imperial court. From then on, the right minister of the censorate was sworn to be enemies with the left minister of the censorate. However, the left minister was too powerful, and they could do nothing about it. Now that this case had fallen into the hands of the right of the censorate of the right of the censorate treated it like a treasure. Especially after they accepted the case and generously promised to help the people, the Chang and refugees immediately performed a magic trick and gave them a few people's umbrellas. They also pooled money to make a large plaque with the words "Bright Mirror Hangs High" and knelt in front of the yamen to ask the Lord to accept it. The censorate of the right of the censorate, who had been idle for a long time, were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The next day, their impeachment memorials flew to Wu Zetian's imperial desk like snowflakes. After aimlessly and groundless attacks for 3 days, the censorate of the right of the censorate, Chu Maoxuan, took the lead, and all the censorate of the right of the censorate signed a letter of 10,000 words to Wu Zetian. The letter of 10,000 words recorded the depth of the disaster caused by the cruel officials and respectfully asked the emperor to be lenient and to implement a benevolent policy. In the letter of 10,000 words, they specifically mentioned the emperor's ban on slaughter and the matter of showing mercy to all living things under the heavens. The emperor could show mercy to animals like chickens, ducks, dogs, and geese, but he could not allow the people under the heavens to kill. Shouldn't he show mercy to the people of the Zhou dynasty, who had to support the royal family and the court? The cruel officials of the left of the censorate finally realized that something was wrong. Before they could think of a way to deal with it, the right supplement Yuan Jinggang wrote a memorial to the emperor saying that the second generation of the Qin dynasty died because of the harsh punishments. The Zhou dynasty should learn from this. After Empress Wu's revolution and the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, the hearts of the people under the heavens had already settled, and the punishment should be lenient. The official name of the supplement of the imperial censorate was taken from the meaning of picking up the loose ends and making up for the deficiencies. Their job was to search for the remnants and make up for the lost records, to discuss the gains and losses of the court, and to admonish the emperor. As soon as Yuan Buke made his move, the matter was no longer an internal matter of the 3 law departments, nor was it a legal matter. Instead, it had directly risen to the level of the court's policy. The prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall were deeply in agreement with Yuan Buke's proposal. With Li Xiaoda as the leader, the prime ministers signed a joint agreement and requested for the emperor to make a decision. In the past, Wu Zetian did not pay much attention to these kinds of memorials that were meant to ease torture and implement benevolent policies. But this time, the court was full of civil and military officials, and the prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall were all in agreement. So Wu Zetian could no longer turn a deaf ear to them. Wu Zetian read the memorials very seriously and dictated the edict. The Shanghai Wanner polished it and ordered the Political Affairs Hall to supervise, and the right minister of the censorate to carry it out. The cases handled by the left minister of the censorate would be reviewed one by one. The right minister of the censorate finally had the right and reason to question the left minister of the censorate. In a short period of time, even the right minister of the censorate, those who were sick, those who were on leave, and those who did not do much work because of their old age, rushed back to the yamen. Under their efforts day and night, in just a month's time, they had redressed some of the wrongful cases in the past. Now, There were more than 800 cases of false confessions that were forced to confess under torture. For a time, the entire court was shaken. The right minister of the censorate was knocked unconscious by a series of punches and could not react for a long time. If one did not look at the numbers, one would not know. Who would have thought that in just a few years after the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, so many wrongful cases would be found in just a month? Every case would involve more than 100 criminal officials. Every criminal official would have more than 100 relatives and countless servants who were sent to be government slaves because of them. They also had their own families, so the number of officials and commoners involved was simply uncountable. Wu Zhou was like a jar of soy sauce. The surface of the jar was covered with a layer of gelatin due to the sun. It looked like a precious piece of amber, sparkling with a golden light under the sun. Now that it had been pried open with a stick, the stench immediately spread out, making it hard for people to breathe. Spring had come. In the golden grain garden, peach, apricot, plum, and unknown wildflowers were in full bloom. Red, pink, white, and blue flowers were like a sea of colorful clouds. This was the villa area of dignitaries. The stench of spring plowing and fertilizing in the distant farmlands could not reach here. The garden was full of fragrance. In the fragrance, Yang Fan was standing under a flowering tree. In front of him was a man who was dressed as a traveler. The man was carrying a parcel on his back and holding the rein in his hand. At the end of the rein was a vigorous horse. Yang Fan's voice was a bit muffled. Mrs. Chun's body was buried in the suburb of the capital instead of the ancestral grave. Hearing the man's answer, Yang Fan's eyes turned gloomy. Although He Chi Changji had not been redressed before, similar rumors about him being wronged had long been spread among the commoners. With the spring breeze of cracking down on cruel officials, He Chi Changji's case was finally redressed. Zhou Xing, who had already died, was charged with one more crime. Although He Chi Changji had not been rehabilitated, similar rumors about him being wronged had long been spread among the commoners. After Yang Fan heard the news, he immediately told Blacktooth Changji's wife, who had just been released from prison, about Chun Niuer cesarean section and the location of her burial. Except for Chun Niuer, Blacktooth Changji's entire family had been arrested. However, because Blacktooth Changji had died mysteriously after he was imprisoned, his official position was too high, and he was also the highest-ranking general of the Great Tang's border army. His death had attracted a lot of attention from the public. In this situation, it was inconvenient for Zhou Xing to persecute Blacktooth Changji's family. Therefore, they had been locked up in prison, but their lives were preserved. Now that Blacktooth Changji had been rehabilitated, his family was released. His legal wife had given birth to a son named Blacktooth Jun. He was appointed as the left commander of the right Baotao Wei Yi's mansion, who had a position but no power. He received a salary as compensation. Yang Fan told the news of Chun Niuer's death to He Chi clan. He knew that Chun Niuer must want to be buried in the ancestral grave of He Chi clan. As for being buried together with He Chi Changji, it was an extravagant hope. She was not the legal wife, so she was not qualified to be buried together with He Chi Changji. However, he did not expect that after Blacktooth Changji's wife sent people to retrieve Chun Niuer's remains from the grain cellar, she only bought a piece of land on the hill where farmers buried their relatives on the outskirts of the capital and buried her. The grave was so small that there was not even a tombstone. It was the people sent by Yang Fan, who were worried that the new grave would quickly turn into an old one. At that time, it would not be easy to identify it, so they made a mark. After listening to his subordinate's report, Yang Fan was in a bad mood. However, he was powerless. Chun Niuer was a member of the He Chi clan when she was alive, and she was a ghost of the He Chi clan when she was dead. Everything about her was decided by He Chi Changji's legal wife. if she was alive, and He Chi Changji was dead. It was within the law for He Chi Changji's legal wife to sell her to someone else as a slave or maid. Bystanders had no right to interfere. Yang Fan was worried about Duoduo's feelings, so he did not let Xiao Yu directly tell the He Chi clan where Duoduo and Xiao Qi had gone. He thought that if the He Chi clan cared about this child who had wandered to the western regions, then he could tell Mrs. Blacktooth about his whereabouts. However, she did not even ask. Yang Fan despondently looked at the pear tree in front of him. The pear blossoms were as white as snow, like clouds and mist. In his daze, he seemed to see the pitch-black grain cellar again. He saw that pea-sized lantern, and he saw that brave woman who cut open her abdomen and took out her child. Yang Fan shook his head, shaking away the mist in his eyes. He said to his subordinate, "Go. When you reach Longyu, see Duo. Tell her that if she wants Xiao Qi to return to his ancestral home, then bring the child back. I will report Madame Chun's deeds to the imperial court on her behalf. I will ask the emperor to reward her and give Xiao Qi an official position. His father is a duke. Even though he is the son of a concubine, he should still have a military position. The He Chi clan will not care about this justice. I will." The subordinate agreed. Yang Fan continued, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. First, find a stonemason to make a tombstone and erect it in front of Madame Chun's grave. If they are unwilling to return to the He Chi clan, then when they offer sacrifices to Madame Chun in the future, at least they will be able to find her." The subordinate nodded and cupped his hands in salute to Yang Fan. Then he turned around and mounted his horse. Very quickly, he disappeared into the depths of the flowers and trees. Yang Fan sighed. He looked in the direction that the man and the horse disappeared in and did not speak for a long time. A Nu pushed aside a cluster of wildflowers that were in full bloom and lightly walked to his back. The branches of the flowers swayed behind her. She was still dressed in a green robe and a small hat, dressed like a handsome manservant. However, even the brilliant wildflowers could not take away her beauty and elegance. Yang Fan did not turn around. He was silent for a long time. Finally, he said softly, "My women are not separated by age in the family. After 100 years, we must be buried together." Nu rolled her eyes at him mischievously. She did not say anything. Yang Fan still did not turn around. However, as if he knew her reaction, Yang Fan smiled desolately. He added, "If one does not think far ahead, he will definitely have immediate worries. When my son is born, I will set down this rule. If he does not listen to me, then he will be unfilial. In the future, he will not even be allowed to enter the ancestral shrine." Nu opened her mouth and wanted to stab him. "I haven't even agreed to marry you yet. You are thinking too far ahead." However, she did not know why she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Looking at Yang Fan's back, Nu's eyes slowly became gentle. Even her voice became as gentle as the spring breeze. "The banquet is about to begin. Great Master Huai Yi and the 3 living immortals are looking for you." Chapter 476. Yang Fan bypassed a few flowering trees and saw 5 to 6 shuzhou mat embroidered with fish and lotus flowers on the soft woolen carpet among the fallen petals. Flowers were in full bloom, and there was a flowing spring beside them. Taoist Shifeng, who was dressed in a Taoist robe and had white hair and beard, old Nun Jingguang, who had a fair complexion, and old man Mo Lei, who was dressed in clothes, accompanied Shui Huai, who was bare-chested. Yu Haoren, Chun Dong, the right minister of the Ministry of Justice, and Yuan Jinggang, who were sitting in the lower seats, were talking and laughing loudly, seeing Yang Fan coming. Shui Huai said, "Good disciple, the banquet has begun. Why did you slip away to the side? Sit down quickly and punish yourself with 3 cups of wine first." Yang Fan bowed and smiled. Master and the three immortals, please forgive me. Yang Fan is busy with mundane affairs and is impolite. Old Nun Jingguang smiled and said to him kindly, Yang Langzhong is too polite. Please sit down quickly. Yang Fan was born to be popular with women. Towards this young, handsome, refined, and well-mannered young man, old Nun Jingguang also found him very pleasing to the eye. Therefore, although there were many high-ranking officials and nobles that the three of them interacted with, old Nun Jingguang was self-conscious and disdainful towards most of them, but was very kind to him. There was an empty seat under Jingguang, Shifeng, Huai, and Mo Lei, which was the seat of the master. Yang Fan cupped his fists and smiled to everyone, then lifted his robe and sat down. Like the servants brought by the others, Anu quietly stood beside the flowering tree behind them. The banquet was very sumptuous, and all the dishes were commonly seen in the high-class banquets of the Great Zhou Empire, such as bright prawn roast, Red Sea roast, Jusheng Nu, Guifei Hong, sweet snow, jade dew dumplings, immortal wan, etc. There were only vegetarian dishes placed beside Taoist Shifeng and old Nun Jingguang, but they were all cooked with great effort and were extremely delicious. Yang Fan borrowed Princess Taiping's manner and invited the three immortal masters to enjoy the spring scenery. These dishes were prepared by the famous chefs of the Princess Palace. Although Taoist Sifeng and old Nun Jingguang boasted that they could abstain from eating grains, and old Nun Jingguang boasted that they could not feel hungry by eating only 1 grain of rice a day, it did not mean that they could not eat. Since it was a banquet, they did not do it to fill their stomachs, but to satisfy their appetite, so they could still eat some vegetarian dishes. As for meat, it was an indispensable part of the banquet. In the banquet, there were not only steamed pork with rice flour made of pork shoulder, white dragon made of Chinese perch shredded, 5 kinds of ingredients of beef, pig, beef, bear, and deer, 5 kinds of raw marinated 5-course plate, as well as onion and vinegar chicken, civet, frog chicken, and even water refined calves simmered slowly with calves, which were fresh and delicious. Wu Zetian's ban on slaughter had little impact on the officials' families. They only pretended to stop eating meat in the first few days after the imperial edict was issued, and then reverted to their old habits. The only impact was that it was inconvenient to eat meat in public, and because meat had become smuggled, only some unruly people who were bold enough to break the law dared to transport meat into the city. The price of meat had increased several times, but it was just a drop in the bucket compared to their wealth. But for the lives of the common people, this order had really caused great harm. Many traders who made a living selling meat had to change professions in a hurry, and they suffered huge losses. The common people who made a living by breeding or hunting animals had completely lost their source of income. The farmers had no land, and the craftsmen did not know any skills. Some people who had no way to make a living could only sell their children and themselves, and become slaves of the rich and powerful at a low price. They were willing to become lowly slaves just to have a meal. The common people were already full of complaints about this. 3 days ago, Chu Kuanga and Miss Xiaodong got married. On the first night, Yang Fan pulled a cart of chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and a net of fat fish that had just come ashore from the White Horse Temple and delivered it to them. On the day when Ani Hua married her daughter and looked for a son-in-law to marry into the family, there was actually fish and meat on the banquet. This became the most glamorous wedding among the families that had recently attended. When the cooks in the streets were frying and the fragrance of fish and meat filled the streets, it was unknown how many people were drooling. Bad luck. Hu Minglei, Basho, and Su Mohan smelled the aroma and rushed over. Hu Minglei's face darkened. He pointed at the pig that the cook was pressing on the chopping board and fiercely chopping, and asked sternly, "What's the matter with this pork? Who allowed you to kill?" Pasta's mother, who was helping in the kitchen, smiled and explained, "We didn't kill this pig, and we didn't buy it from the market. Last night, a wolf came down the mountain and killed a fat pig raised by a farmer. Erlang and his teacher, Master Huai, saw this with their own eyes. Huaminglei's face was stiff. He glanced at young Fan, who was sitting at the head of the table, and asked in a deep voice, "Then this mutton," Pasta's mother said, "it was also killed by that wolf. Not only this pig, this sheep, but also the chickens, ducks, and geese were all killed by the wolf." Su Fangzheng pointed at the fat fish that had just been oiled and asked, "Then what about this fish?" Pasta walked over from behind his mother and answered mischievously, "It was also killed by a wolf." The commoners attending the banquet immediately burst into laughter, but Huaminglei and Su Mohan didn't seem to think that this was ridiculous at all. They nodded seriously, and their anger turned into joy, and said, "Since it was killed by a wolf, then it's not a crime to kill it. It's also right to stew it and eat it." Then the two of them took out red packets and handed them to Annie Hua, and sat at Yang Fan's table with saliva dripping from their mouths. As they waited for the meal to start, they flattered him. How could they not know how ridiculous the saying that the fish was killed by a wolf was? But since Pasta said it, they believed it. Pasta said this because the common people who were angry but dared not to speak out used their special way to vent their dissatisfaction. The two low-level officials were very stupid to be deceived, and also expressed their dissatisfaction with this unreasonable and absurd decree. Naturally, such an absurd government decree had to be treated with an absurd attitude. But the basis of all this was because of Yang Fan sitting at the top of the table, with Yang Fan and Yang Fan's master, the famous unreasonable monk Huai, supporting them. They dared to end this routine interrogation in such a ridiculous way. If there was no such background, who dared to openly violate the imperial edict? Only the privileged class. These people sitting in the luxurious manor of Princess Taiping were the privileged class. As the cups crossed, at the invitation of Master Huai, Taoist Shifang showed a little of his skills and performed a magic to reconnect the broken cloth. He cut a bundle of white silk into pieces, and when he put his palms together, the broken cloth was restored to a bundle of intact white silk, which made Shui Huai click his tongue in amazement. Because of this magic, the topic naturally turned to the stories of the necromancers who cultivated immortality since ancient times. Right compliment Yuan Jinggang's mouth was a little smelly, logically speaking. An official who could reach his position should be someone who said what people said and what ghosts said. He shouldn't have said anything that was taboo, but no matter how he said it, all he said were swindlers who used illusions to deceive people, such as Su Fu and Shinigaki Hei, Taoist Shifang, and the pure light old nuns' faces became more and more ugly. The barbarian Molei did not know these ancient stories, so he blinked his big blue eyes but did not understand anything. No one noticed that before Yuan Jinggang spouted his nonsense, Yang Fan had secretly shot him a glance. "Ha! Yuan Buke's words are wrong." Seeing that Taoist Shifang's face had turned the color of pig liver and was about to explode, Yang Fan suddenly said with a smile, "It is because the magic of immortality is hard to find, and people all want to become immortals, so there are villains who take advantage of it. In fact, there are real immortals," Yang Fan said with fervor and assurance. For example, immortal Guang Qingzi, who lived during the reign of the Yellow Emperor, was 1,200 years old. This is recorded in the historical records. Another example, during the reign of Emperor Wen of the Han Dynasty, the father of the river once wrote the annotation for Laozi's Tao Te Ching, was 1,700 years old, and achieved immortality on Tiantai Mountain. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Taoist Shifang and the pure light old nuns' faces became better. They thought to themselves that they were immortals, and it was really not worthwhile to argue with a common person like Yuan Jinggang, so they smiled happily and nodded to Yang Fan with approval. Yang Fan said again, "As for Su Fu, Shinigaki Hei, and the others, The reason why they succeeded was not because of their clever means, but because the emperor was too greedy and blinded by greed. For example, Emperor Shi Huang, books were the same as literature, carriages were the same, and he established the foundation of the world. He had made great contributions, but he was greedy and wanted to live forever, so he was used by Su Fu. However, Su Fu was also a wise man. He used the excuse that he had to go out to sea to find the elixir of immortality for Emperor Shi Huang, and finally escaped. He led 500 children and 500 virgin girls and lived a free and happy life. Shinigaki Hei, on the other hand, was much more stupid. He found someone to carve the 4 words longevity of the emperor on a jade cup and said that it was a gift from an immortal to Emperor Wen. Emperor Wen of Han was also a hero among the emperors of his generation, a virtuous emperor who created the rule of Wenjing. In his later years, he also became greedy. At that time, his father-in-law on the river taught him the way to rule the country, and he used Huang Lao's knowledge to establish the foundation of the Han dynasty. This was already a great contribution, but he also wanted to live forever. He couldn't get the celestial method from his father-in-law on the river, so he believed Shinigaki Hei. He actually trusted this nonsense that was full of loopholes. Shinigaki Hei gained a lot of benefits. If he had left earlier, he could have had a good death like Su Fu. However, his greed was insatiable, so Prime Minister Zhang Tsang and Yanwei Zhang Shiji monitored their actions. They found out the craftsman who carved the words on the jade cup, and in the end, he ended up with the tragic fate of the 3 tribes of Yi. When the pure light old nun and Taoist Shifang heard this, their expressions became a little unnatural. Yang Fan raised his wine cup and smiled, but the emperor and the 3 immortal masters of our dynasty are different. Our emperor became the emperor with the body of a woman. This has never happened since ancient times. How can such a woman belong to the mortal world? Of course, she is an immortal who descended from heaven. And we have seen the supernatural powers of the 3 immortal masters with our own eyes. They are the real immortals, just like Guang Qingzi and Father on the River. Mo Lei was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Yang Longzhong, you are a knowledgeable person. The pure light old nun and Taoist Shifang's expressions became relaxed again, but Taoist Shifang's eyes were wandering. It seemed that because of Yang Fan's words, he had faintly thought of something. Yang Fan saw his reaction and was secretly happy. This Taoist is not stupid. Looking at him, he was indeed moved by my words and had the idea of imitating Su Fu. I was afraid that you would act recklessly. Since you have the idea, then I'm not afraid that you won't work for me. That young Master Zhang, who is hiding in the gutter and pretending to be a ghost, will never think that the person I am going to use to deal with him is actually a fraud. At this moment, a neigh of a horse suddenly sounded behind a cluster of flowers. The strong horse neighed and galloped, shaking off a few more petals of the flowers on the branches. Then, a minister of justice dressed in black appeared in a hurry against the falling petals. He turned over and got off the horse, walking quickly to Yang Fan and whispering a few words in his ear. Yang Fan's expression suddenly changed.